keep it that way, but what can you do? There's a good dude I used to see sitting outside the library. Said he had a sign that said he was homeless, but then it said, I was on the front page of the New York Times, and he gave some clue to who he was, and I looked him up, and it was for real. He made the front page of the Times because he was a homeless dude who sat outside the library, and if you paid him $5, he would draw a caricature of you. He was an illustrator. But however much money he made doing that wasn't enough to keep him out of the shelter. But whatever the case, anytime I would see that guy, once in a while, and I'd see his sign, and it's like, I was front page of the New York Times, and every time I'd see that sign, I'd say, yeah, so was I, pal. So was I. I just saw this stripper who I dated. I guess it's been a few years now. Maybe 2 years, I don't know. She was with another dude. And every time I see her, my first and only thought is, God damn, she's beautiful. She really is. Only as long as she keeps her clothes on. It's good seeing her. Naked is one of the great disciplines of my adults. But my susceptibility to near exaggeration. She was with a dude, and I can tell if she's probably not here. It's only about 2 p.m. And it looks like she's already been drinking. I still remember that about her. There's just like a switch that somebody flips, where she drinks just that much that she just becomes another person. So if she saw me, she's totally the sort who would tell a guy that she's sleeping with that, oh, I slept with that guy too. Anyway, the love lost there. It's just, I have no problem with her as a person. I'm going to talk to her. It didn't really make sense in the moment. The thing about her was that we sort of made ourselves a commitment to each other. And then she told me that she used to be a stripper. And from there, she would drop clues every once in a while, suggesting pretty clearly that she was still in the sex business, or that she had done a lot more in the sex business than just stripping, and she possibly was still doing that kind of thing, still doing trips. And I don't think I could be involved with somebody like that. I got it. I actually got the number. I might have sounded like I was complaining about this last time, but I didn't mean to. Because I talked to the dude who actually provisions the numbers. He called me on Friday to say I couldn't have it, but I gave him a little bit of a sound story about how it was part of an art project that I was involved with a long time ago. And that was all I told him. So he said he put in a request, and I don't know what happened exactly, but he just called to say that he put it through, and he manually replaced my phone number that they randomly gave me with this old one from the apology line. And that's incredible. I feel like I just pulled off a heist or like a coup or something like that, where I'm bringing that old apology thing back to life in some form or other. I'm not going to recreate. I'm not going to manage or post another apology line. It's going to be a spin-off, if you will. It's going to be this. Because I was listening back to some of my calls last week, and I was like, I sound like I'm throwing the damn apology line again. So it is definitely in the spirit, and for all the publicity that number got, I should expect to be getting a lot of calls. That's what I just told. I have to say thank you to Howard at Verizon. No last name, of course, but I explained to him a little bit more about how the number got a lot of publicity years ago. And he looked it up, and he's like, apology, look at that. And I was like, yes. And I said, the project lives. I'm going to be able to reconnect with at least the spirit of apology. So see what I actually end up deciding to do with it. But this is really something. This is really something. My friend came over so that I could scan some of her slides. I have a slide scanner attachment. I also own a batch bulk slide scanner machine, but we didn't need to break that out. But in advance of her coming over, I had to get my scanner out. And I remembered that I had a few slides that I wanted to scan. And I didn't need to do that, so this was a good opportunity. And I found this awesome slide that I had no memory purchased from eBay maybe 2 years ago. And it's from the old Kosciuszko Bridge. I assume that's where the photo was taken from. And it's this rather spectacular view of Old Calgary. And I'm going to head out tomorrow, weather permitting, to see if I can create a before and after sequence. And I'm really interested to know how much the cemetery grounds have changed. The skyline, of course, has changed. But that's very well documented. The changes at Calgary are not very well documented. And I think I have enough of a guide to work with. I did this sort of thing before when they filmed the funeral scene in The Godfather at Calvary, and I was able to go out there and find the exact spot where Don Corleone was buried. And I was really surprised that that's one of the most scrutinized and analyzed films ever. And I was pretty surprised that no one appeared ever to have done this before. So I posted it to a Godfather message board forum, and they were like, wow, just when you think we've looked at every possible angle, somebody comes up with something new. So I'll be back in that spirit of trying to match up locations. I'd like to report a lost phone call, but there's nobody you can contact to recover such a thing. I made a call yesterday. There's no trace of it, even though it sounded like I was talking to my answering machine or my voicemail, but and that's happened a few times. And I guess it just goes to show, yet again, that any pursuit that relies on a dependable public telephone network is in peril from the start. But I don't know where the problem actually occurred, if it was the payphone itself. But at any rate, I was sort of still gushing in the afterglow of having procured the old apology number. And there was some symbolism about it that was unintentional, but the apology itself was founded October 20, 1980, and I got the number on October 21st, 2019. And if October 20th had fallen on a leap day, I probably would have gotten it on the exact anniversary date of apology, but I think it's appropriate that I got it the next day, because it's like saying that it's a new day for there to be an art project on this telephone number. I didn't have time today to actually get the thing to work right. I'm going to contact Verizon when I get home to get me that damn dial tone. The phone rings when I call it, but it doesn't have any dial tone when I pick it up. My friend who came over today so I could scan some of her slides, she looked around my place and she said, this is the apartment of a single man. And at first I didn't know how to take that. And I said something to the effect that, well, it was a lot tidier when the girlfriend was living here. But she said that wasn't what she meant. She said that I have all of my interests. I'm surrounded by objects that represent all of my interests. And it's all me. Like, this is very much Mark Thomas's apartment. And then later, like over an hour later, having forgotten about that comment, she just looked looked around and said, I really liked your place. I really liked your apartment a lot. And she has said that before, but she doesn't come over that often, so I guess she gets a reminder when she does. And I had actually straightened up the apartment a bit before she came, just because it was getting a little, the desk in particular was getting a little, it's becoming invisible, let's put it that way. And I found that really cool sliding Calvary in the process, so it's all good. I've done some other old stuff I've been needing to circle back to. And she showed me the slides were of her artwork. And I hadn't seen a lot of her art, but I really liked a lot of it. She had a thing that I first said looked like a sort of game of Tetris on steroids with multiple different size pieces, but she said it was a language that she wrote, and that she had actually written, documented all the linguistics of it. And as interesting as that sounded, I didn't really want to get into a whole conversation about it. And I should have told her that I have a copy of the Point of Its manuscript, which she's probably heard of, but we could have talked about that. Anyway, but it reminded me of an email that I sent me a long time ago. She said it was a quote, but I've never been able to find this quote, which makes me think she made it up. But she said, beware the single man with nobody to take care of him and nobody for him to take care of. He will become not derelict, but he will become, I forget what the term was now. I used it earlier today, but that phrase has lingered in my mind, beware the single man. She later said she didn't mean anything by it. Well, when I say that she followed up to say she didn't mean anything by that, by sending me that quote, I mean, she didn't intend to impugn the fact that I was a single male at the time. But then I, think about it now, I got to ask, why the hell did she send it? And that's from a batch of email that I would have never saved because I was on it doesn't matter why. So I'll never find it again. But it reminded me further of the time I went to North Dakota. I went to visit the Lawrence Welk homestead because that's what you do when you go to North Dakota. And the woman was giving me a guided tour of the grounds, and she came to a scale model of the homestead that was made entirely out of popsicle sticks. And she pointed at it, and she said with this voice that I could only interpret as disdainful or dismissive, she said, "This thing was made by a single man." And I can't even replicate the tone of voice she used, but she was clearly dumping on the fact that a single man has nothing better to do with his time than build a popsicle stick house replica, or build a replica of the Lawrence Welk homestead out of popsicle sticks. So I don't know if she had as bad an attitude about it as I thought, or if I projected that and brought that to the encounter. It's always something to think about. I'm going up Kosciuszko again. Last time I went was, I think, last Sunday. And if nothing else impresses me about it, beyond the unbelievable view of Old Calvary, it's the fact that there's never anybody up there. It was raining a little bit last time I was there, but it wasn't pouring by any stretch. It was just like a mist of the rain. I can't help think, why is there nobody up there? It was like that the first week as well. And there was plenty of publicity about it being open, but there was just nobody there. And it is, I guess, a relatively obscure location, but I mean, the access to it is not exactly. There's no extra ramp. Anyway, reason of going up today is since I found this awesome slide, in fact, the prop slide from the 1970s showing Old Calvary in those days. Part of there's a big stretch of land that looks like a big panini. And doesn't look anything like that today, and I'm hoping I'll be able to find the spot where I can do a more or less, accurate then and now type of thing, showing how much the cemetery has changed. The skyline, the Manhattan skyline, of course, has changed, but that's probably pretty well documented. But the cemetery changes, nobody really documents that. You just have to get lucky. I had no idea who took this picture or why. It looks very similar to an opening sequence from Dog Day Afternoon, which happens to be the first movie I ever saw when I was a little kid. And I didn't get the whole gay thing back then. I actually suspect a lot of people did because at the time. But anyway, there is in the opening sequence of that movie, there's a shot of Calvary. And either they were up on the couches or they had a really tall boom, because I tried to replicate it, but as soon as I got up, I was like, okay, this is impossible. This is way too high for me. I did some research yesterday into the possibility of becoming a licensed private investigator, because I think that kind of thing, I just have a natural aptitude for that kind of thing. And I also was inspired by an article I read about a woman who's been doing it that since the 80s, I think, or maybe 90s. And it had the Times did a profile of her years ago where she would have to get up in her costumes of disguises to fit into a certain scene where she would spy on somebody. And she said today that almost everything she does is online, which makes sense. But, if she needs to spy on somebody, she just puts a tiny Wi-Fi camera somewhere and monitors it from home. But I was reading on the resources that are considered, the toolbox for that profession, and there's a lot of extra stuff that doesn't seem to be in the discussion, stuff that I know about that might make me better than others at this sort of thing. But then there are risks, because then if you start investigating somebody, they might retaliate against you, and that would most likely take the form of crashing my web server or bludgeoning me with spam emails or something like that. It would probably be an online type of retaliation. So I'd have to be careful about how and where I set up business online, or even if I even associate myself with the profession. Should I get into it? So we'll see. But in the meantime, I'm just going to go walk around all day. I changed my mind about walking around all day because I did that yesterday. And I went back home and kind of stared at the PBX system, the Harbor Branch Exchange telephone network or telephone system that I'm trying to set up. And I already did set it up, but I'm trying to find the best way to direct that old apology line number to the radio. I'm going to calling it "No Apologies, Please," because that's just a shout out to the fact that I managed to procure the old apology number. But I would think by now that it's not going to get any calls from anybody that would, like anybody who would have ever been interested in calling the number to see if it was still active or had any connection to the old apology has probably given up by now. It's been that long, but it's gonna be it's gonna strike a chord with people when they find out about it. I'm just waiting for the right opportunity to announce it or let people know. The documentary that's being made, the podcast documentary, will no doubt bring some fresh interest to apology, and somewhere in there someone will make a comment about the old number. I'll wait for that to chime in on saying that, hey, it's alive. or panic. It's a different kind of feeling. And I'm restless and bored. I think I'm going to walk to Corona, try to find some street there that I've never been through before. I slept crazy. I woke up on the side of the bed that I'd never reached, in a position I just don't even have any idea how I got there. Who knows what my dreams were like. There's no replay. There's no Wayback Machine for dreams, right? Really wish there was. I bet there probably is. Synaptic, retrospective way. It's about 12 noon. I don't know where I'm going. I've only walked about 4.5 miles, but seems like I've traveled a lot farther than that. But the stretch that I just went through Jackson Heights now becomes Corona. So, it used to, formerly I would have described it as eye-opening because it feels like another country. But I just come to feel comfortable up here, surrounded by every ethnicity but my own. I've walked about 8.5 miles. By the time I get home, it should be about 9.5. I guess I can call that a day, even though I'm not feeling tired in any particular way. I've not eaten anything today. 2 cups of coffee doesn't count. But I ate a huge monster dinner last night, so that's what carried me through the day, I think. When I was up in Jackson Heights and in Corona. Today I was getting more than my usual quantity of beautiful women trying to lure me into their massage parlors. And one woman in particular was just bombshell beautiful. Enough to make me ask, like, why are you doing this? But it's none of my business and it's not my problem. And I don't want to make it my problem, but I have to ask, like, what state would I have to be in to take sufficiently for my senses to agree to be lured into one of those things? I've talked to people who've done it and they said they came out $500 poorer or even more. I mean, it's like what happens at those sketchy strip clubs where they pile on the bill thinking that you'll be too embarrassed to admit that you went to a strip club. So you'll just pay anything they put on your credit card. But really the perfunctory mechanical nature is how I imagine these massage parlor centers working in the happy in these places. Just seems kind of gross to me. Having said that, I'm about to go walk past the stripper's house. The stripper I dated a while ago now. I still see her around once in a while. And I have no problem with it, but there's no way I'm sleeping with her again. I just made a decision as I was out here walking in the rain. I don't know what stream of consciousness led me to this. But for the moment, at least, it makes all the sense in the world. I changed my mind yet again about my final arrangements. Originally, I wanted to be cremated. But you know what? Nick from the cemetery never called me back. So that's his loss, but I changed my mind anyway. It has nothing to do with him. I think he didn't trust me as a customer because I don't look like I'm going to die anytime soon. And he wants to fill up the mausoleum, full occupancy, not a lot of empty inches. But anyway, I've moved on from that notion to wanting to be buried at sea, thinking that would be the great equalizer to vanish into the ocean. But even that turns out to be, or it can turn out to be, an expensive spectacle. Or at least they try to sell it as that. And plus my friend who was going to bury me at sea lost his boat. So there's that little inconvenience. my mind, for the moment at least, until I do some research and discover if this will make sense. But I want to donate my body to science. But having made this decision on my own, I should do some research to see if they even want my body and what becomes of the rest of me. If, for instance, they use my kidneys or lungs for transplants, or I don't know what organs they can or can't transplant, but whatever science does with corpses, maybe there's something for them to learn from this, what I call this inferior vessel. Because if it was not an inferior vessel, I'd live forever, and that's what I want to do. But I think the only place I'm going to live forever is in the minds of people, and that's the only place I ever wanted to be.
That's very odd. This payphone did not request a quarter for me to make this call. That's actually happened at least one other time. It's very, very strange. Anyway, after I thought about it, I realized it can't be so simple as just me deciding to donate my body to science. But I don't like the idea of doctors and medical students and whoever picking at my body or literally picking my brain. But then, let's see, we'll have me devoured by sharks or something like that. So, not that it really is going to matter to me, of course. But I did some research, and they don't decide if you're eligible until you're already dead. And I guess I should have known that, because they pay for everything. If they take your full body, they pay for everything, the cremation and disposal and all that. And I think a lot of people would be waiting in line for that opportunity. So yeah, if you do want to do that, then all your pre-arranged plans are kind of out the window. I don't know. I'm not going to think about it anymore, because I don't want to volunteer that, because I want to be certain of how I'm disposed of, and if there's any uncertainty about whether I'd be eligible for that kind of thing, then I don't want to go that way.
I was ready to write a requiem for this payphone, because yesterday it was not working right, but I know the guy who owns this one. He gave me the only payphone I've ever owned, and all the other phones of his that I know of haven't worked for a long time, or he removed them. So when this thing was messed up yesterday, I kind of figured that was the end of the road for it, but it's all good. I just spent an hour trying to understand why I'm having such a hard time understanding how to forward a normal-looking phone number to my master's PBX stream. I can call it stream because it connects to Shoutcast. And I think I finally got it, but I ordered a number from a company in Hong Kong. And I don't know what time it is there now, but I don't know if anybody's there. And for some reason, they can't give me a number automatically, but sooner or later, I'm going to be able to forward that old apology number that I acquired to the Payphone Radio, and maybe I'll leave a short explanation and set it up so that people can leave voicemails, but no apologies.
So I feel like I'm barely alive today. I hardly slept, or rather, I slept hardly. There's this poem that I woke up thinking about from an old magazine called The Exquisite Corpse. It's a magazine that the title was a reference to Andre Breton, who, if he didn't coin the phrase, he is forever associated with it. And I don't remember the name of the poet, and I may be off about the title of the poem, but it was something like Notes from My Golden Years, or Memories from My Golden Years, or something like that. And the poem is only 8 lines, and it was bus, hard on. School bus, hard on. Every day, same thing. School bus, hard on. And I just think it's a perfect poem. It's all you need to say to capture the monotony of being a teenage boy with a boner that will not quit. And the reason I woke up thinking about that is because I was up all night in more ways than one. Because I've actually talked to doctors about this. I just have nocturnal priapism. It doesn't happen every single night. And I've never come up with a formula for why it happens. But it does, and it's not even funny. It really, really hurts. And as hard as I'm trying to sleep, well, not to dwell on the word hard, but it's like combat. It's like trying to ignore it and pushing it away from myself is the only way to make me feel and pretend that it's not really there. And masturbating doesn't work. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't make sense in this context. There's nothing sexual about this. And you'd think it would have dissipated by now at my not exactly advanced age, but it doesn't. I don't know. It's not gone away. And like I said, I talked to a couple of doctors about it. And one, when I first started talking about it, one doctor just didn't laugh, but he just tried to, he basically said, well, you want that because you want to know that everything still works. And I was like, yeah, I know, but this is like, there's something wrong here, I think. And he went into another room and I looked something up somewhere. I don't know what reference he looked at, and I've never found anything to corroborate this, but he came back and he had a much more serious look on his face, and he suggested it was a symptom of MS. And that registered with me because my sister has been diagnosed with a very mild strain of MS. But I didn't let it bother me too much because, men don't get that anywhere near as often as women, or at least that's been my understanding. But he said, that's something to think about, that's something to look into, and he referred me to a neurologist. And this wasn't the only reason that I ended up actually going to the neurologist. I had been walking into walls and getting dizzy and blacking out. And this is when, I wasn't drinking even. It was just, I would walk from one place to another with no memory of where I had just been. But I was trying to blame that on it just being routine, that these are places I've walked through millions of times, and naturally you're just going to blank out at times. But between that and the aforementioned problem, I ended up getting a brain MRI and seeing neurologists again, and they had concluded that I didn't show any symptoms of MS on the brain slice photos, but he wasn't convinced. And it's been one of those things ever since that you can look at every slice, every blob of fatty tissue, every drop of fluid in your brain, and still nobody can tell you what the hell's going on in there. Anyway, one of my exes and I, we hadn't been sleeping together very long, and she woke up one day and reached over to grab me down there, and she was like, hey, yeah. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to my world. I mean, it became a running joke between us. Like, I was like, morning. Every time I would say morning like that, it was a reference to the fact that we had that little encounter, or that big encounter, I should say. As I would later come to see, or it would later become clear to me, she was surprised and everything to, reach over and find that already there at full tilt. But I think later I came to see that she was insecure in so many ways that she was offended that I got to that state without her participation. And that was the kind of thing that would come up a lot in our talk about sex. It's amazing how different women are about that kind of thing. Because another woman I'd been with just thought it was awesome. She's like, well, you're ready to go. But this is why I barely slept last night. And not happy about it. And I never did get a real authoritative diagnosis. I talked to 2 doctors and a therapist about it. And the therapist said any doctor should have some insight into that. And I'm like, well, the one guy said it might be MS, but I don't think it is. The other guy said he's probably got something on this, that it had to be dietary, but I always used to blame, that's the other thing, I always used to blame it on red meat. And that other ex-girlfriend I just mentioned who said she thought this was all awesome, I told her, man, if you hadn't made me that steak dinner last night, I would have slept like a baby. But man, it's the red meat hard-on again. Strikes again. And she laughed. She got a good laugh out of that. But I don't know what could be dietary about it. I didn't eat anything unusual for me yesterday. And anyway, like I say, I just feel like I'm barely alive today. Maybe that's why I'm talking about this, because I don't have my senses about me. I started watching the Joe Frank documentary last night. I'm about 40 minutes into it, or as I like to think of it. I'm pacing north of about a third of the way west into the journey. And the movie is good. It's better than I expected. But then I should have expected it to be good. They've had commentators and colleagues and acquaintances which really said some very prescient and insightful things. Put him in the context he deserves. So much of it is... Well, you know, I haven't... I've been listening to a lot of Joe Frank for a while, until a couple months ago. Yeah, a month or two ago. And it's kind of profound when I take time away from him for a while, because his voice sounds so profoundly familiar. I mean, that's a voice that's been in my head for 30 years, maybe longer. I don't remember exactly when I first discovered him. It was probably when I was working at the radio station in college. But I do enjoy the movie so far, and I don't know, maybe watching it is part of what kept me from getting any sleep last night. So I don't think that's why. And I don't think that's what caused my other problem. Somebody I'm glad I never met. Having a lot of trouble with this phone because I'm hearing voices at the other end, and this is supposed to be my sounds.
I just wanted to explain that last call, which was, I'm going to leave it up anyway, even though obviously obviously a mess. But what happens is when I call into my Skype number, which is one of two numbers that I call for this project, the Skype recorder records in stereo with a microphone on one channel and the incoming call on the other. And what I always do is delete the open mic channel and convert it to mono and save the incoming call channel. And I'm used to hearing like car horns blasting or loud noises from outside when I'm calling in like that because the mic is open. But this time I was hearing voices and like clear voices and people talking. And I'm like, why is there anybody in my apartment? Because usually the mic is on the desk, the window's closed, blah, blah, blah. Well, what I forgot was that I recently started broadcasting over the Twitch TV streaming service after I discovered just by chance that it's included in my Amazon Prime. Not that that matters, but I don't broadcast myself, my face, because I don't like to see myself on camera. I don't think anybody does. But I just pointed out the window as a live webcam type of thing. I used to do this years ago. I had a webcam that I streamed just the view from my desk as if it's such a stellar view. But I had other webcams, like in my offices in Midtown, which I actually work on interesting. Anyway, I put the video camera for streaming is what had the open mic, and I forgot that I put that camera out on the window, and it's actually like out the window on the fire escape. And so I was hearing voices of people outside, but it was a little weird thinking that people busted into my place. It didn't make sense. And I also have a surveillance camera that was the first time I ever checked it in a real world situation, what I thought was a real world situation. And I didn't see it. And there was nobody in my apartment, of course. And after I gave up on that last phone call, it sort of all came back to me. I figured it all out.
I'm trying this call from a smart city kiosk. And I actually tried a couple of calls 2 days ago, but didn't use them because they sounded so awful. I don't know why this should be any different. I just try this every once in a while to see if call quality from these things is as bad as I remember. But I'm also out of quarters at the moment. I was just going to add that I guess that last call was blown up for, maybe it was for good reason. So I probably shouldn't be talking about the Joe Frank documentary until I've actually seen the whole thing. But it is very good though. So far there isn't anything about it that I didn't already know. Although they did point out that he may have had some basic childhood trauma that contributed to his neuroses that is either real or not in his radio shows. It's hard to say, right? Hard to say if it was all just an act. But they didn't blame it on anything in particular, at least not yet. But it would be interesting to see if they get to the bottom of what made him tick. But I don't know if they will.
I just took 3 panic pills, and I don't usually take more than 2. I didn't used to take more than a half. But I do believe that the older these pills get, the less potent they are. And they still work, but I feel like I have to take more and more. But I'm feeling pretty mellow now. Almost like I can fall asleep. And all this means that I can't drink for a while. And that's never as big a deal as it's going to be. I also wanted to call in to identify the poet of the school bus hard-on story. It's Rick Prose. And I found this by typing out the full text of the poem into a search engine, where I discovered that a story I wrote And most people said that was exactly the story as my story about the dude I encountered with 18 containers. And people thought the story was ridiculous. But that sharing of that story happened 13 years ago, and I just discovered it today, or yesterday. I'm going to be making calls for a little while. I just need to take a break from this. And I have listeners from all over Florida for some reason. It's like all different parts of Florida. So that's satisfying. And you can now hear me on the Futel payphones in Portland. And I'm working on connecting the old apology line number to this. And not sure why I'm finding it so difficult, but maybe I'm just making it more difficult than it really is. So stay tuned. I'm just probably going to take a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks off to get these calls. So I'm signing out. I'm checking in from the Supercenter payphone again. I was here a few days ago. I'm out taking my time on this walk because there's an exhibit I want to go see, but it doesn't open until 5:30. But it's coming up on 5:30, so I timed this okay. Spent all day rewriting stuff and fixing spelling errors, that kind of thing. And looking at my old stuff that I've been doing these last few years. It's easy for me to read between the lines and see what I was not saying. And it's easy for me to fill in all those blanks, explaining why I was doing this and why I was posting the most insignificant prattle. But I was working stuff out. I was getting through things, and I was getting to where I am now, which is an okay spot, I think. I'm ready to put all that behind me and figure something else out. But I look at my own stuff, and I have the thoughts that I know other people have had, not about my site necessarily, but just blogging in general. There's just a lot of people out there who look at that stuff and they say, who would do that? Why would anybody do that? And I look at some of the stuff I've posted.
I'm at, 53rd Street and 3rd Avenue. And something that I don't think has ever happened before. I'm sure it's never happened before to me. So I just got ordered to stop using a link NYCTS. It's because there is a fire on 53rd Street, I guess. And nobody's allowed to do anything on that street, even though the kiosk is not in a cordoned off area or anything. I think they were just making something up. But I can smell burning something. So this does look like a major event, whatever's going on. It's on the same street as the city building, but that doesn't seem to be the focus of attention. It's some smaller building across the street. Whenever I see these things, I'm sort of oblivious to them. I remember a time I was down in Tampa. I was at a steakhouse on Dale Mabry, which is one of the main thoroughfares in town. And there was a steakhouse outside of the hotel I was staying in. And all of a sudden, just everybody got up and ran to the window. So I'm at a phone that is right around the corner from one of the kiosks, and anytime I start to think that this is getting old or redundant or pointless, I have another revelation that it's beautiful. It really is. It's too bad I'm playing Paul Harvey, who I respected a lot when I was younger, but I came to regard as a demagogue. But I chose him not because of the substance, but just because his voice carries well. But I'm at a point now where I think I could blast anybody's voice and make it loud as hell. So I'll think of something else next. I'll get some Joe Frank or maybe Danny Styles. But people stop and they look, and sometimes they say something, sometimes they don't. They just move on. But to hear it in stereo, if you will, I had 4 of them going at once. One of them cut off after a couple of minutes on its own because these kiosks are pieces of junk. But this one is just going on and on. When I played the apology calls, I felt a little weird about it because those voices were so personal to me, and they went back so many years. And this is a little bit of the same. I mean, Paul Harvey was... I tuned in, man. I planned my noontime ritual around listening to him. I guess I should just get my own voice out there, shouldn't I? I can do that. I did it before, and I know somebody encountered it, and she thought it was pretty weird. I was having one side of a conversation with somebody who was being very difficult. So I'm at 8th Avenue and 39th Street, and I was just at the Port Authority, and there was a woman talking, and well, it took me a surprisingly long time to realize that she wasn't talking to anybody but herself. She was talking in such full voice and with such confidence. And at first I thought it was, oh, okay, whatever. See, that kind of thing. But she just didn't quit. She didn't let up. And I got up and moved to the other side of the place because she was starting to get on my mesothelioma nerve. But about a month or so ago, maybe longer, I saw this guy on the bus, and he was muttering under his breath to where I couldn't understand what he was saying. But he was like in a trance. He was staring off out the window with a glazed look in his eye, and he was fidgeting very, very conspicuously. And you see things like this, and you get used to it. One of my first New York experiences was sitting next to someone like this at a McDonald's. She was sitting right as close to me as she could, because it was very crowded in there. And she was just talking in full voice about how she works 60 hours a week. Everything's a bunch of bullshit. And even then, I mean, that was 27 years ago. Even then, I had the ability to just say, okay, that's not my problem, and she's harmless and whatnot. But this dude on the bus was really disturbing me, man, because it sounded like he was praying, and he might have been. He was the Asian-looking dude, but it was Friday, and that's when the Muslim, well, they pray every day, but I think they do a big particular thing on Friday. I don't know, but whatever it was, it sounded like a prayer, and he was very nervous. He was jumpy, and we got to the end of the line. There's only one stop left, and we're both going the same direction for a while, and he's not letting up. He keeps chanting. And he walks up ahead of me on 2nd Avenue, and then at some point he turns around and he looks my direction. And he's not looking at me, I don't think, but he's just looking toward me. And then for no apparent reason that I can tell, he started running, and not quite sprinting, but it's not the kind of... It was a very crowded street. You couldn't get away with that, but he just started running, and he finally disappeared, and I never saw him again.
All right, I'm back from Fort Lee, New Jersey, where I made a semi-spontaneous day trip just for the hell of it. I don't know anybody there as far as I know, and I didn't know much about the city. I didn't do any planning or anything like that. And it's just nice to get away once in a while, right? I was a little confused when I got there, but the bus left me at some random spot. I think they must have changed the route for the day for some reason, because this is not at all what... I did at least look at the map for where the bus was supposed to lead me. It didn't lead me any place that looked anything like that. So now I'm at 42nd Street, 8th Avenue, across from the Port Authority, where I found, wouldn't you know it, yet more abandoned payphones. I actually thought I had something more to say. I was feeling reflective and melancholy about the trips that my ex-girlfriend and I used to take, but then remembering for any ounce of melancholy or even regret at having ended that relationship. I remember what a friend of mine said. He said, "You were hating life during that time, man. You were hating life." But it was nice having somebody to travel with. It was never comfortable, or it was often uncomfortable. This has got to be one of the busiest intersections in New York. I'm looking at 5 rows of people, 5 deep, as they would say at the bar. Oh, speaking of which, I just entered McCann's at Port Authority for the first time. And it looked inspiring, but it was a sausage fest, and I've just gotten too used to the craft beer thing. I just don't connect with a bar that the most exotic thing they have is Shock Top. But on that note, I'm gonna head over to the Grand Central, the Oyster Bar Saloon, which is probably even more pedestrian with its beer, but it's a nicer space. So it's on to Union today. Let's stop. Bergen Line Avenue, which I think is the first stop. There's only one stop from Port Authority after the Lincoln Tunnel. Because, hey, I saw at least 2 payphones on the street, so there must be others, and from the looks of it, they're Newtel, and they should work. Neither of the ones I found in Fort Lee yesterday worked. And as I was heading out yesterday, I wanted to call in from the phone on 29th Street. I guess that's still my favorite one, at least these days. But wouldn't you know it, someone was actually using the thing, and he was just yakking it up. I'm guessing he was using a calling card because he was there for beyond 3 minutes, and he was not shoving coins in, so. I have seen other people use that one, but not very often. But then I only pass it for a few seconds most of the time, except when I use it myself. There's somebody who follows me on Twitter, and it's taken me this long to realize that he's got this connection to the hacker world that I remain on the fence about whether I want to open communication with those guys. I was invited twice to speak at their conference, and I don't want to do that. But I want to open some dialogue because I'm sounding like a politician or something. I'm not afraid of them or anything. It's just when you get beyond a certain level of finding vulnerabilities and finding ways to get through systems. You know, my approach it doesn't go deeper than the zeitgeist level. But I'm interested to learn if there's any way to know this. I'm just interested to learn if those are the guys that actually got us into all that trouble all those years ago. So we'll see. So I just got back from Union City, and I found maybe a dozen payphones, but not a single one of them worked. And a lot of them were Newtel, and those are the ones that are supposed to work. And those are the ones that actually have stickers on that say, "This payphone works," which I first thought was a joke, but I'm sorry, I think Newtel itself actually puts those stickers on there. Something somewhat disturbing happened to me on the way into Port Authority. I'm not going to let it bother me, but it's something to think about. I was trying to get my ticket printed out of one of those ticket machines right up front. And this dude walks up behind me and he asks me where I'm going. And in my hand I'm holding a card with a handwritten note of Bergen Line, which is the street that I wanted to get the ticket to. And he sees that and he says, "Bergen Line, oh, you want one of those short buses, right?" And I said, "I don't know," which is true. I didn't know what kind of bus I was going to be getting. But this dude clearly did not work for Port Authority. He was just some guy, and he was wearing a backpack, not a big one. And he almost grabbed my arm and tried to
get me to come with them over to somewhere, I don't know where. And I just said, no, that's okay. And I mean, Port Authority's not as skeevy as it used to be, but it's still kind of a cesspool. It's way better than it used to be, but weird shit like this still happens. And I'm not going to think about it much, but I couldn't help but consider what were his intentions. He didn't look aggressive. He didn't look angry or violent. But what were his intentions? Probably just to mug me for money, and he wouldn't have got much. But what was in the backpack? And I've been reading a horror story recently about a serial killer, so that adds to my considerations. But like I said, I'm not going to worry about it because there's nothing to be made of it. But I thought about telling somebody, like the woman at the information desk. There's been 30 people in line waiting for that, and maybe I could have picked up one of those assistance phones and told somebody something. But I mean, how seriously do they take things like this? And would it get me involved to a point where I had to spend 2 hours being questioned myself and on and on? So I just let it go. The beautiful thing for today is that Joe Frank is going to be coming out of the kiosks. Although it's not actually Joe Frank's voice, it's an excerpt from The Black Hole, which his finest piece that I know of. I haven't heard everything he's done, but there's a conversation between a man and a woman. It gives me the shivers. That whole program shook me up. And I don't know if I've ever actually gotten all the way through it in one sitting. There's something searing about it. But the conversation between the two people is not the most perfect expression of paranoia I've seen or heard. And I'm also doing something I said I would never do, which is I'm lightly vandalizing the kiosks, putting stickers on them that say your soul is being monetized. We'll see if that gets any reaction. They're weak stickers. They come off really easily, so I'm not feeling too guilty about it. I was going to say something else about this reunion, but now I can't remember. Last time another guy that might be interesting to talk to if he comes is Lionel, who's a radio show host, talk show host, and he was there last time, but I didn't say anything to him. I might try to do that this time if he's still around. He went to my high school like 6 or 7 years before me, I think, maybe even earlier. I was going to ask him what his extracurriculars were since there was no radio there. I used to listen to him late at night, and man, he really grinds on your nerves sometimes. But he's funny, he's different. I think I talked to somebody once who used to listen to him in the morning. I was like, that guy would not be good in the morning. Maybe I'll introduce myself to a celebrity tonight. We'll see. 49th Street, south of 5th Avenue. And this happens to be the phone that I would never have remembered this, although I could probably have figured it out through GPS, but this looks like the phone that I use for my Twitter header image, where I got a close-up of the phone number. It's printed on the phone. And I'm blasting a Joe Frank piece through the link that I can see from here. And the calls seem to be staying connected a lot longer than usual. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not, because when they get disconnected quickly, that means people noticed. That means people took action. And with Paul Harvey, people noticed because, well, it's religion. You know, religion really gets people. Religion gets people to take action, even if they probably don't understand the substance of what he's saying. I should repeat, too, that I don't have the same respect for Paul Harvey that I used to when he was still around. It took me a long time to realize what a demagogue he is, or was.
through all that folksiness and seeming good cheer, he floated a lot of provocative thoughts out there to let you go to work with him. But he didn't do it in an overtly racial way or conspicuously religious, but he was very subtle. So I'm making my way downtown and just doing a pit stop here to more for the purpose of narrating anything that happens with the kiosk that I just lit up, but it doesn't look like anything is happening. This is the payphone next to the spot where that awesome violinist was playing yesterday. And I was hoping he'd be here again, but because you can't have everything, and I've yet to find a schedule of when and where subway performers are scheduled to be. Pretty sure it was Lee, England, and I wanted to confirm that, but I also want to, well, I just want to get it right. This is the phone I wish I could establish a continuous connection from, because I could just leave it here and record the musicians as they come and go, but some of them don't hang up the phone eventually. They always do. What's interesting about another one from yesterday was the Port Authority one. Barely audible, but I managed to get a singer doing Operator, the Jim Croce song, just a little bit of it. And that's maybe one of the most perfect payphone songs ever written. I think You Could Keep the Dime is probably the most perfect line of payphone poetry ever. but it's not the greatest payphone song, I don't think. By my estimate, it's Sylvia's Mother. Which, Operator is by far a greater song, no question. It's head and shoulders in craft and poetry. But the Sylvia's Mother song, it feels like you're in a phone booth. And the way the motif keeps coming back is, please deposit 35 cents for the next 3 minutes. Or the operator said 35 cents for the next 3 minutes. That keeps coming back. And that's what it was like making a desperate phone call from a payphone. You're just feeding money into it, hoping the person you called didn't hang up. It just felt like a payphone call. Whereas Croce, well, I can totally see him in the phone booth as he's singing that song. And I like that line, I'm having trouble thinking right now because there's a lot of noise around here. But he says at some point that I can't read the number you just gave me. And I interpret that to mean that he's welling up, that his eyes are getting all teary. It's a beautiful song. My sister was a big fan of his. That's why I still have one of his albums. The greatest hits, I guess. I don't like all of his stuff, though. I always thought that the Leroy Brown song was kind of stupid. It had the janky beat to it. It just didn't seem like him. It didn't seem like Croce. So I'm actually calling this partly just to check in, but I also want to make sure that yet another means of recording phone calls is going to work. And unfortunately, I don't have any way of knowing if this is working until I get home, because I still haven't figured out how to remote desktop into my new PC. So I'm just gonna let this phone hang or stand or whatever.
Well, there you go. I'm at Grand Central, and I shouldn't worry about it, but I'm getting a little nervous they're going to start taking away the payphones here, because there was one way off in like kind of a solitary spot in the, what I guess is called the Gray Bar Passage. And I had used that one a number of times to record nearby musicians, but there hadn't been any in such a long time that I hadn't considered to look for that phone recently, so I'm not sure how long it's been gone. I mean, not sure, I have no idea how long it's been gone. But I remember when they took the payphones away at Port Authority, it was pretty much all at once. I mean, I think it was like over a week or two, but pretty much all at once they were gone. But those were owned by a different company than these. So Anthony Bourdain did what he did, and Kate Spade did what she did earlier, and I was touched by her story, but I basically never heard of her, so I didn't read much on it. But Bourdain wasn't my hero or anything, but I liked his show when I saw it. I always respected that he reviewed the Sizzler, and that he did it with respect. I mean, you could easily make a joke out of reviewing a place like that, or Olive Garden or something. Although I don't know why people would consider reviewing a place like that a joke necessarily, but this is the snark economy, isn't it? But it takes a celebrity death to raise people's awareness of the fact that this happens, that it happens thousands of times a year. And if every suicide was reported, you'd think it was an epidemic. And maybe that's because it is. It's just for the most part, it's a silent epidemic. They don't report the number of people that jump off of the Tappan Zee Bridge every month, or any of the bridges. If it makes news, it happens to make news through some other means. But it doesn't come from the MTA or whoever owns the bridges. My father was a suicide, and I was thinking today that Bourdain left kids behind, at least one child. I thought he had older kids, because I seem to remember him doing some show and him saying that he was doing it strictly to make money to pay for his kids' college. But I wonder if Bourdain did what my dad did, which was call those kids before he did it, just to see if they were doing all right. That was what my dad did, but I didn't realize it until later that was why he called. He had said there were some matters with the estate that we had to go over, but there weren't. He just made shit up. So, I'll keep an eye on the story. I didn't see if there was an explanation, and as a matter of fact, the New York Times piece didn't even use the word suicide as far as I could tell. So maybe it's not even confirmed yet, but then again, it did end the story with a little public service announcement saying that if you're considering suicide, call this number or go to this website or something. Kind of sweating from like in the 80s outside today. So last night I did something I haven't done in probably a year. I spent a couple hours on the virtual reality headset, and it was fun. I have to have a beer in me before I can do that, because I get nauseous without it. Maybe I get nauseous anyway, I just don't feel it, but I finally got real hardcore porn. I hadn't bothered looking for it last time, but it wasn't hard to find. Just looked up VR porn, and there it is. And it was pretty much what I expected. It's frustrating, though, because, I've been there and done that, but these days I just can't seem to get there and do that. And the solitary nature of my existence is mostly to blame for that. I waste a lot of time swiping right. And swiping left, for that matter, that's a waste of time too. So I did my little link thing, and I'm gonna, I did my little street theater thing, so I'm going to see if I got any reaction out there. Sometimes I forget New York is full of a lot of angry people. I don't get it much, but I see it. And I just never understand it. Anger is a language I just don't speak. I speak its words, but I don't speak its volume. I've always said if you want to win an argument with me, just yell. And you will win, whether you're right or not. I had something else to say. There was a band starting to play. It was just somebody rolling a garbage cart. So I'm going to think about the Bourdain thing again and read more on it, and maybe see if I can understand the Kate Spade thing. But like I said, I never heard of her before. I have a Jack Spade bag, but nothing from Kate Spade. Alright, I'm going to move on, but I'm going to continue to hope that they don't take any more of these payphones away.
Standing at Astoria Boulevard and 35th Street. This is across the street from the precinct. I'm out here looking for God. I found prey in Astoria yesterday, and so I'm canvassing what's left of the payphones around to see if I can find more. But I think I'm just going to have to stick with the one I got. And it is the hardest thing to get a picture of for some reason, but I'm going to get video instead. Or I did yesterday, but I couldn't. Never mind. I couldn't use it. So it's amazing. Like, somebody was nice enough to send me an essay that somebody wrote for a street art convention that's going on in Los Angeles, and it was an essay about prey by somebody who, well, essentially comes to the same conclusion as I do, or as any observer does, or ends up asking, well, comes to the same lack of conclusion, that is, was it really just one person? That seems to be the conventional wisdom, but maybe we just want to believe that. Was it a family? Was it an outlaw church? I never heard of that. I never thought of it, but it'd be interesting if she was ever arrested or even just ticketed for it. But if she was, it wouldn't be like they wrote her up as prey. I mean, that if they did, and it was somehow possible to discern that somebody who was arrested for scratching art or writing, as they called it, if she did it, you'd have to pour through countless police records from the 70s and the 80s. But the essay asked that question, was she ever been arrested for it? And he interviewed a high-ranking law enforcement officer who was like, no way. There's nobody's going to arrest an old lady for something like that. Be ridiculed to no end. So I'm happy to have found what I found yesterday, and I'm going to go get some better video of that. But this is a standalone phone, by the way. These are pretty uncommon. Hello? Okay, I don't know if I'm connected or not. I just took a couple of panic pills again. If there's anything positive to be said for that, is that I haven't had to do that for several months. It was out of control. I had to do do it. And I'll take another one later, if not sooner. I mean, I know what's going on here, but I tend to let it get to the breaking point. And I could have cut this off sooner, but I'm just going to walk it off. One of the other doctors said I should probably switch to Librium, but I never got around to doing that. So it'll be a nice long night of hectic jerks trying to get to sleep again. The truth be told, the buzz doesn't really do as much for me as it used to. And part of my problem with all this is that I still liked drinking. So I didn't want to quit because I didn't think I had to. It's kind of changing. Hello? Okay, I don't know if I'm connected or not. I just took a couple of panic pills again. If there's anything positive to be said for that, is that I haven't had to do that for several months. It was out of control. I had to do it. And I'll take another one later, if not sooner. I mean, I know what's going on here, but I tend to let it get to the breaking point. And I could have cut this off sooner, but I'm just going to walk it off. One of the other doctors said I should probably switch to Librium, but I never got around to doing that. So it'll be a nice long night of hectic jerks trying to get to sleep again. The truth be told, the buzz doesn't really do as much for me as it used to. And part of my problem with all this is that I still liked drinking. So I didn't want to quit because I didn't think I had to. It's kind of changing. Well, they got rid of it. They got rid of the Supercenter payphone. And as I may have said many times over, it's not the original Supercenter payphone, but I started calling it that when the Supercenter payphones were taken away. That's the phone that I used to call the suicide chat line, or the suicide hotline. I call it the chat line because I'm not suicidal. And most people who call that number are not suicidal. People who are suicidal are troubling themselves with calling numbers like that. But I've called a few times to talk about my dad, who was a suicide, and my mother, who I think wanted to be, and a few people I've known here and there that did that, and the impact that it had on the people that I was behind, even people they never knew. So, to be able to do that now, they put a nice shiny NYC kiosk right nearby, but the tablet doesn't work, so there's no phone service, and even if it did, I'm thinking anybody that listens to this has never used a Link NYC kiosk, much less even encountered one, but to make a phone call over those things, you have to scream. The person you call cannot fucking hear you unless you scream. And some days they have to scream back for you to hear them at all. So in other words, you've got somebody like me talking about my father's suicide, and I'm screaming, and the other person is screaming, and anybody who passes by is privy to both sides of the conversation. And that's the way the smart city designed it. And we're just going to have to live with it because we're all a bunch of dumbasses, right? So imagine, like last time I called, I was saying that I found my father's military hats are in the closet. And they say I brought him up from Florida, and I was talking about how when they called me to tell me he was gone and they said that he had killed himself, I imagined he was wearing that hat, and I don't know that he was, because if he was, there's never been a blood stain on it or anything. Can you imagine having that conversation, screaming that kind of thing, so that anybody that wants to hear it can hear it, and hear what the patient counselor on the other end has to say in response?
seconds for this connection to actually wake up. That's the old school way with these old cocots, as they used to call them. It's one of those things that make cocot a dirty word. 1980s and 90s. So, I don't know what that tremendous noise there just was, or I was waiting for it to get even louder, but oh, I get it. If I keep talking, I can contain the shrieking of Satan that lurks within this phone line. Okay, then, I'll keep talking. Maybe this is a way to keep me from wasting precious connectivity time on the copper line. I am basically going to walk around a bit and wait because I did the jingle thing up 3rd Avenue as I did. I think the last time I did this was over a week ago. And I'm feeling a little more reckless about it because I'm feeling a little more angry at the smart city since they took away my one of my payphones that I like so much. I didn't like the payphone per se, but I liked its location and the fact that I used it many times to call into the suicide chat hotlines. And don't worry, don't get your intervention started. I'm not suicidal. I called to talk about the subject, though, and what it's meant to me in my life. I would call to discuss, last time I called, it was after I found my father's military hat, his chief warrant officer hat, whatever the hat, I don't know what you call, how you distinguish headwear in the military, but it was his hat, and when they called to tell me he had killed himself, I somehow imagined that he was wearing that hat when he did it, and I called one of these counseling numbers. This is the last time I called him, just to talk about how strange it was that I hadn't thought to look for the blood stain until now, all these years later, and it's not there. So I guess he probably didn't wear the hat. Now I know that there is probably still on file somewhere a copy of his suicide note, but I don't really think I'm ever going to go down there to ask for it or anything. But anyway, that's my latest little bit of peek about the smart city, is that they're taking away shit that works and replacing it with garbage. They're replacing that phone with a kiosk that makes garbage quality phone calls, where you have to scream into the box for anybody to hear you. And if you think I'm going to have the conversation that I just described about my dad's hat and the blood stain, if you think I'm going to have that conversation by screaming into one of these kiosks so that anybody in the neighborhood can hear both sides of the conversation, then you must live in a pretty stupid city. Now, what else was I going to say? In later news, I guess you could say, I couldn't find Max today, and Max is my little friend who's going to help me save payphones in New York. I mean, I know he isn't. I'm just having fun with it, but I couldn't find him, and it became a bit of a bother. Not because, I know I'm going to find him. I'm not worried about Max getting away because he's just a little plastic toy. But now the wild thing, that's my longtime stuffed animal. He gets out all the time. He goes out and tears it up. But Max, he's always by my side. But I was worried about the fact that I couldn't find him because I don't really lose things, and when I do misplace things or forget where I left them or whatever, it's usually because I've been drinking, which I haven't been doing recently. And so I find that my behavior and my productivity and all that stuff changes not in the slightest when I'm drinking versus when I'm not drinking. I just have to lay off for a while because my blood pressure blasts off to something impossible, and I should be dead already, according to some sources. But that's the kind of medical advice you get on Reddit. I find that one of the side effects from if you drink for a week and then stop is you'll get a blast of high blood pressure when you stop. So I have pills for that, which is fortunate, but I wonder how long I've lived with that without realizing it. So anyway, I didn't finish my thought on the 3rd Avenue thing, which was as I came over here. This is Grand Central, and I'm on the Shorty payphone on the the end of the Lexington Passage. As I was coming over toward here, I saw a woman making video of one of the kiosks blasting the Mr. Softy jingle. So, hey, maybe it'll show up on social media again, and maybe I'll follow through on some other maneuver that I have in mind that I'm not going to describe right here. All right. Let's see if the shriek of Satan comes back if I stop talking here. You know what it sounds like? I'm overhearing another phone. I wonder if this is being tapped. I wonder if this isn't one of the smart city payphones. This is one of the stupid city payphones. Anybody listening? Hello? Hello? I hear you.
212-8208. And I found her again. And right across from St. Patrick's. Happened to shoot some video. I think I saw some video right as the church bells went off across the street at 5 p.m. It's actually on the phone next to me, too. So I'm going to plan for the weekend on this. I'm going to bring my DSLR and figure out how to actually get quality videos. But I need a little spotlight, I think. But I'm not just a whole lot of here myself. I was checking in because I was pretty frustrated. I went to the library, and I noticed how it works. It's always worked like this. Library is one of the first places I went in New York when I got here a long time ago, but I always forget, though, that if you want to see a book, you don't just go and get it. It takes hours. I gave up. I'll maybe try again tomorrow. I kept the receipt with me, so I guess the book will show up. Sitting there on this sort of church pew-like seat and waiting for something to happen, and there's a screen with numbers on it. You're waiting for your number to come up on it. I can't decide if being at the DMV is worse or if being at the DMV is worse because you're sitting there on that pew and all these tourists are going through taking pictures with you in it or with you in them. Not pictures of you, but it might as well be. So who knows how many Instagram or whatever pictures I'm going to show up on today. I thought that like a dumbass thinking it wasn't really going to take all that long to get a book, but after about an hour and a half, I sort of thought it. Okay, so I'm going to try again today to do what I thought was a pretty simple thing. I'm going to try to read a book at the library. I mean, I should be wise to this by now, but yesterday I felt like I was at the DMV. I got an email at about 10:30 last night telling me the book was available and that it will be available for until next week, I think. So that's how it works, right? With this particular library. This isn't like an old, rare book, I don't think. I could have got it. I mean, I was doing the math about this for the subway fare and putting any value on my time. It would have been more prudent to just order a copy of this off Amazon. I think we got it used with shipping and everything. I think it was like $9 or $10. So, it's funny. Coming up with this scenario again about, I saw this dude yesterday as I was coming back, screaming into one of those kiosks, and I could hear him from like 2 blocks away. I didn't realize what was going on at first, because I couldn't see him. And when I saw him, I was like, oh, of course, it's somebody having a nice phone conversation on a smart city kiosk. And I've already been thinking about this before, but after they took away the Supercenter payphone, I'm like, what if he was like calling somebody like that? What if he was calling a crisis center, or what if he was suicidal and he had to confront he had to work through the piece of shit telephone to get to a human being. I found Trey again yesterday in Midtown, and I called that in. I think I haven't listened back to the call yet. She was across the street from St. Patrick's, of all places, and right as I found her, the 5 o'clock bells rang. It was pretty cool. Okay, so I just left the library, and this is a bit of a bummer. More than a bit. I spent 40 minutes wading through New York Post microfiche, and I came here to get a footnote from a book, and I got the footnote, and it said there was a story about Prey on page 31 of the November 29, 1978 issue of the New York Post. And I get to page 31 of the November 29,
1978 issue of the New York Post, and it is the style section. And there's no mention anywhere of Prey, or the story doesn't seem to be anywhere. I looked at every page of that issue, although a couple of pages were missing, but I don't think that explains anything. I'll have to come back, because I didn't plan around the idea that I was going to look through every page of every page on that microfiche, but I mean, it's not like there's continuity to it. I mean, if I'm going to wade through every single page of the Post at November 16th or November 30th, 1978, does that mean that I further need to wade through every issue, every page from the 1970s to the 1980s? No, I need a bit more guidance than that. That's where the Post always seems to come up short. There's no index to it. So maybe he didn't mean the Post, maybe he meant the Daily News, or maybe he meant Newsday, or maybe he meant the New York Times. I don't know.
Okay, sounds like I'm connected. I'm standing at 8th Avenue and 42nd Street, and there are a couple of payphones here right next to each other. I called from this one before. This is the shorty one on the left. Yesterday on Twitter, somebody posted that he saw a homeless person, or a person he presumed to be homeless, masturbating here, right on this spot. And although he might have been, who the hell cares, right? But it has to be one of these two, because those are the only two at this corner. So, and I looked him up before I responded to him. He looked legit. He sounds like he sells, I forgot what he does. He does something at the Port Authority across the street. Sells something or does something. So I just responded and I said that those two groups have some standards to explain. It's just an old joke. It's not really very funny, but I learned it at Tower a long time ago. And I got a laugh out of it when I told it over and over and over again. I always got a laugh. But that's when jokes become annoying, and like one of my ex-girlfriends had an annoying habit of, once in a while she would say something that made me laugh, and that's a good thing, right? Until she does it over and over and over again. She tells the same fucking joke over and over and over again at times when we're on the verge of having a fight or disagreeing about something, and to avert that, she'll tell that fucking joke again. And I'm supposed to laugh. And she always said that was one of her favorite things in life of our time together, was making me laugh. You could turn that around any way you want, I guess. I guess I'm heading home. I walked all the way here. I slept a little late. Because I drank again last night for the first time since Saturday, I guess. This is a cool spot to stand in, by the way, because the pavement enclosure has an opening on the corner, so I can see across the street into the intersection of 8th Avenue and 42nd Street. The cabs are going by, and the buses, there's the MRL4. And then somebody on the advertising city bank on one of those bikes just went by. And I'm going to move on.
There you go. I came out here on a Sunday to get photos of the last phones here, and I've used this one a number of times. It has very recalcitrant buttons, and I'm also looking for Prey. Turns out almost anywhere I can look now, and I already recognize it's getting out of hand. And I was on the escalator coming up from the basement, the 7 train. And I started seeing the people who tried to scratch something onto the, I don't know what you call it, but the metal surface that is right next to the escalator steps. And I figure that's probably something people attempted to do when the escalators were not in motion. I'm a little nervous taking these pictures here today because I guess it's okay because it's Grand Central, but I've been trailed and stuff in the past for taking a conspicuous quantity of photos of these things at transit hubs. But Grand Central, it's not like photography is prohibited here, right? But I was kicked out of the mall once for taking pictures of the payphones in the food court. Not sure why I called in, actually just to check in that I'm doing this, and I got myself a 7-day Metro card, so I'm gonna be all over the place this week. It's gonna be hot as hell tomorrow at 95. It's 91 today, but it's not really bothering me. Now, those announcers' voices always make me want to just get the hell out of here, get out of town. But then I do once in a while.
memory of this place. And the few times I was here, but not so much the times I was here is what brought me here. But as always, therapy for me proved to be a waste of time. Really astonished to find a working phone here. I didn't think any of these things would work. But my real purpose for visiting was to see if there were these rumors that Prey had been a nurse in the psych ward here, and that she lost it and went Jesus freak. On account of that, I thought maybe this would be ground zero for Prey. Thought maybe every one of these phones would have that on them, but I don't see any that do so far. It's very interesting that this phone works. I wonder who carries it. I wonder who the carrier is. There were 4 of them in the lobby, 5 of them in the hallway, and I'm not sure how many there are here in the main hospital waiting room. Probably like 4 or 5. So it's going to be a long day. Another one. I'm working hard. But I don't know who I would talk to. This Bellevue must have a historian of some sort. Either here or somewhere there must be one who might have heard these stories about the crazy nurse, but I shouldn't say crazy, but I mean, they used to use that word without it being derogatory.
All right, it's the Langone, I think I'm pronouncing that right, Tisch Hospital. There's 3 in a row here in what looks like a storage closet, and one of them actually has dial tone, and these are all labeled TCC Teleplex, but I don't think that company actually has anything to do with this anymore. So it's a mystery to me who's maintaining these phones, but I could probably figure it out. I want to be in touch with somebody at Bellevue anyway. Just thinking about it again, though, I was surprised how overcome I was with walking into Bellevue again. And it's not so much the experience I had there, because the doctors really made no impression on me. And I don't necessarily mean that in a negative way, but the one doctor I was supposed to do the most work with was just irresponsible, I guess. So it wasn't so much the being there as what got me there. So something I hear sounds on the other. This doesn't have a volume switch on it. Well, it says to increase volume, press the pound key. And I feel like if I do that, I'm going to disconnect. But small miracles, it actually works. I pressed the pound key and the volume actually increased, but I can't distinguish what noise I'm hearing. I think it's probably just feedback from here. All right, well, this feels like a payphone ghetto. Dude just came in here and mopped the floor a little bit and didn't seem to pay me any mind. There's a door to my right that says main lobby, north closet, and storage room. There is a straight edge razor on top of this payphone. Wow, I haven't seen that too often. Although that reminds me of the strange encounter I had with a straight edge on the one over by, yeah. All right, the dude is mopping the floor again. I'm going to get out of here. Okay, checking in again from Grand Central, end of the Gray Bar Passage. And I wonder if I look as kooky as I think I do to people, or if nobody really cares about anything but their own problems. I stand at a payphone and stare at it up close. I take my glasses off and scrutinize it, looking for something intelligible scratched into it. And not finding Prey on the payphones, or Prey itself, I should say that word is what I meant in this context. I've been referring to Prey as just her, but, and I have been finding her on payphones all over the place. I'm looking for, a definitive Prey. But also, like in Times Square, I'm holding up that phone with the mangled earpiece and talking into it like it's a one-way walkie-talkie or a one-way CB. And there again, most people are probably not aware that the phone is mangled and it looks like it can't possibly work, but who cares what people think, right? It's just like, I had this theory yesterday that there could be a new kind of photo bombing. I was sitting at the Rosemain reading room the other day, waiting for a book that never came. I had to come back the next day. But I thought if I sat there long enough, it's a very hashtagable spot, and there's a parade of tourists that just come through all day continuously, and they come in and they take a bunch of pictures of the room and they leave, or they take pictures of each other and they leave. And yesterday, I guess this was a couple of days ago, I was probably at over 1,000 pictures that these people took just because I was sitting there. And I didn't actually follow through on this, but I thought it might be a funny thing to go and search Instagram for hashtags of the library or the Rosemain reading room or any possible tags that these people might have used to see if I'm in them. The most photographed guy in New York for the day. They just know where to sit on the proper hashtag, you know what I mean? Well, this is such a swirl of humanity. Everybody's here. Everybody, everything. I just read a story in the Times about an ornithologist who, a few years ago, discovered a very rare bird on the Solomon Islands and took pictures of it for social media, and everybody thought it was adorable. And then it was revealed that he did what ornithologists do and have done for centuries, and that was what they called collected it, which means he killed it and put it into some kind of container that it won't deteriorate, and they can study the bird and all that. I'm not enough of an ornithologist to know if this is a valuable process anymore. It's been done for a long time, but evidently a lot of people out there have PhDs and advanced degrees in ornithology, and most importantly, they know where to get the most exposure for their unvented rage. When it was revealed that he did that, there were petitions signed to have him murdered, have him fired, have him jailed, and it's the exact kind of conflagration that keeps me completely innocuous on social media, and a lot of people, it's hardly, I'm not making myself sound like any kind of exception to that. There's a lot of people that just can't be bothered with that kind of bullshit. I mean, this is the world we live in, but the article also made a point that soon after that, somebody collected a very unusual kind of pig, which was known for its disproportionately numerous pubic hairs, and there was not a single glimmer of outrage over that. So you got to go where your rage is going to get the most bang for its buck. Nobody's going to bat for the ugly pigs, but they will go apeshit over a beautiful little bird. And that's the reality of the selective outrage. And I've been making this observation since college. I went to a college where if a professor was late to class, thousands of people might line up to protest it. But I'm exaggerating that to make the point, but even then, I remember thinking that there are people out there who just don't want to miss out on a chance to be offended, on a chance to be outraged by something. And you'd think it would be exhausting, but then maybe it is, and maybe that's why they're so selective about the glamour targets like this beautiful little bird, but they let the pig, get collected. This is why I never got very far with that therapist I saw last year I guess it was 2 years ago now, for about 6 months. She never used the internet, and she just didn't understand how for some of us the threat of public shaming is very real. Because it doesn't matter who you are, really. And it depends what influencer is raised from their slumber. And I'm surprised that the Judith Briggs thing isn't more of a benchmark, more of a turning point in that whole ridiculosity. You can call it that. I mean, of course, you can call it whatever I want, but it's, I don't know, coining a silly word like that kind of weakens my argument, doesn't it? I don't mean to do that. But I was always surprised that she isn't more frequently cited as an example of how that kind of piling on the rage can just get ridiculous and even weird and creepy. All right, checking in from Rockefeller Center where I just hit the 181 and had a brief conversation with the woman behind the counter. I had a couple of packages, one I was expecting, the other I was not. And there should be one more coming today. We had a little chit-chat about how cold it is down there in the post office, and truth be told, it's cold as hell. The air conditioning at Rockefeller Center has always been over the top. But I don't notice it as much as she does because I'm out in the public area where there's a bunch of people and all that body heat keeps things closer to room temperature. But when there's not many people around on a weekend or whatever, it's cold as hell down here. It really is. So I felt kind of bad for her. It's like 85 degrees outside. And she has to wear a jacket to work. I get along pretty well with the post office people here, although I try not to get involved in the seemingly routine screaming matches that they get into with the other customers. Where she was yelling at somebody about something, and she was yelling at this guy about something, and then I came up behind him, and she says, "Why can't you be more like Mr. Thomas? Mr. Thomas is nice." And you know, I guess I should have appreciated it, but I didn't want to get into this little pissing match. So, from the little small achievements department, I finally assembled this playlist for started to. The question for me remains, how far back do I want to go? It's got to be in sequence, so the newer ones are going to be at the bottom of the list. And as far as I can tell, there's no way on this track playlist to make it sort of like in HTML. You can make a visit link a different color. I don't think there's any way to do that with this. So how far back do I even want to go to try to maintain a narrative? But the narrative is going to be full of holes anyway, because there are a lot of calls that just don't work, or they were garbage call quality, or they never actually connected, even though I thought they did. But these are the pitfalls and the pathos of any pursuit that relies on a reliable, or that depends on a reliable public telephone network. I've known that since day one. But I'll think about that to myself. I'm not going to chatter up the line with that kind of thing. One of the items that I got in the mail today is a book that I am mentioned in, and it's been in the works for something like 5 years, and it's another Kickstarter thing that I threw a bunch of money at, and I didn't think I was ever going to get anything from it. That's been my experience with Kickstarter, is you just throw money at it, and you might as well have just thrown that into the toilet and flushed. So this time I at least got the book, and I'm supposed to be getting some extras because I donated a good amount of money, and it was kind of symbolic that my donation was the one, or my contribution, whatever you want to call it, was the one that put the project over the top. So I have a long-time association with the person who wrote this. We're not really friends, but we maintain an occasional correspondence here and there just because of mutual interests. He was in the Times story that I was in, the first one, but not in the big one. He was not in the second Times story. Actually, there was a third one, wasn't there? I always forget about that. there was one mention, I'm not counting that, but then there was a thing it was only on the web though, the lead. So, and not to say anything on time, but I'm probably not even going to read one page of this book. I read one of the galleys, I think that's what he called it, just to see if he spelled my name right. I got my website in there, and I guess he did. I don't know why anything would have changed about that between then and now, but it's like 50,000 words or something, and maybe even longer. It might be like 70,000 words. And when I did get the galley, I just, like I said, looked for my own reference and then skimmed through parts of it. And there was just one grammatical spelling, whatever, error after another. And by the end of the book, it was just like he was typing drunk. And see if that straightened itself out. I've never published a book, so I don't know why. I don't know what takes so long. I guess I could do. I mean, somehow writing a book still seems like a rite of passage for anybody that has knowledge of a specific subject. And yesterday, like I said, I think I said yesterday, I was just wandering around Newsbank, the newspaper database that I can only get to at the library, and just looking for references to phone booths and payphones just to see. I was evaluating Newsbank as much as anything. I wasn't really doing real research, but I did find an interesting bit about how the city was sued, or was it the other way around? No, the city sued New York Telephone over its display advertising that it started putting on phone booths. Apparently they just went ahead and did it without getting the proper permits from the city. And I do kind of vaguely remember that, but I never read any deeper into it. It's just interesting because that decision to put display advertising on booths is why we have Link NYC today. It's the ad revenue that's been coming in. It has nothing to do with the payphones or the amenities of the kiosks or anything. It's 100% money from advertising. They don't care about anything else, really. And it's always been that way. It's no secret. But I also found a Forbes story that I couldn't actually get to from 1985, I think. And it said, in summary, what I've believed all along, but I've never seen actual facts and figures about it, that when deregulation came along in 1985, 87 was, 84, 85, I think it was passed in 84, but it didn't really gain traction until 85, 86, but on a state-by-state basis, of course. When deregulation came along, the AT&T, the big bells, they were not particularly nervous about it because payphones represented 1% of their revenue. I didn't realize it was really that small. But 1% to them is, good money for an individual, I guess. And that's why there was such an attractive seeming market for some people, but too many people got in it, and all the equipment sucked, and that really was the beginning of the change in public perception of the payphone. It had been, you knew that a lot of them didn't work before, but now you were confronted with these confusing machines that cost differing amounts for local or long-distance calls, and you get moved over to these shiesty operators that would who would connect your long-distance calls to the most expensive routes possible, and on and on. And my other theory that I need to prove is that the association with crime and drug dealers didn't really exist until deregulation, and they started putting phones anywhere they fucking could. So I'm going to go back to the library and see if I can find that Forbes issue, because Newsbank linked to it, but then it's not there. There's a lot of stuff like that. Such are the perils of research, right? Okay, I'm going on. Okay, so I'm checking in from a phone that I had given up for dead a long time ago. This is Times Square, and I was intending to do what I've been doing and set up the seemingly massacred phone that actually still works to record the musician. But there happens to be a gospel preacher standing right next to the phone today, and he would probably hang up the phone for me, trying to be helpful. So I think he's been there before. I don't know if it's the same guy, but there have been preachers standing by that phone before. And he also put his book or something on top of the phone, which is where I would have placed the handset. So I'm going to take a pass today on that one. And it's just as well because it's the same musician I've recorded a few times already. Most people would never notice this, but these musicians only play like 2 or 3 songs. Or some of them do. I shouldn't generalize, but it's certainly true a lot of the time. So I had a reasonably satisfying little research moment, although this time around it didn't reveal anything I didn't already know. But Fortune magazine, which I had a hard time finding, believe it or not, in the online card catalogs or resources, they had a brief, like 2/3 of a page story about the business, and like I said, nothing I didn't already know, but the facts and figures were kind of interesting. That payphones and such things had been on decline for a long time before deregulation came in, and maybe that was part of the impetus to shake up the industry some. But there was so little money being made in them, and that was always true. For AT&T, it was 1% of their annual revenues, which still was like over $1 billion. But they were never threatened by it, and that's one of the dynamics of the deregulation thing. Is a lot of the little guys, the entrepreneurs, thought that this was a David versus Goliath type of scenario where they were going to take down AT&T. So, like I said, that was reasonably something, but I have to start putting it all together. My outline format for the thing is sort of given way to more of a timeline, but we'll see how that goes. So this is a little bit more isolated, a corner here. This is where the Uptown 1, 2, and 3 trains to the Bronx. There's a stairwell to that, and behind me is the passage to the NQRW, the shuttle. There used to be, I think, 5 phones on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, maybe only 4. There were 4 phones here at least, maybe 5. Now there's just 1, and this didn't work for a long time, so I'm surprised that it's back in business. But I guess maybe they take the parts from, like the ones that they took out of Grand Central, for instance, and maybe they take parts from those and use them on the others. I don't know, man. Okay. Let me go home and think about all this.
Yesterday, I screwed something up in a way that only I could. I was at Times Square and I was getting ready to do my thing, and dial up from that central payphone to record the musician nearby, and there was a gospel preacher there at the phone. I think I described some of this already in a previous call, but in fact I know I did. So I'll skip the summary and say that after I made that other call, I went back past that phone again, and the gospel preacher was not standing right at the phone anymore. So I figured, what the hell, I'm dialing anyway. But the thing was, like, when I usually edit down these calls, but after I'm done talking, I usually leave the phone off the hook so I can get my 50 cents worth out of the call, right? So the call lasts 15 minutes, and so when I went past that other phone again, I attempted to call in, and I didn't realize that the other call I had just left behind was still connected. So it didn't connect. It just showed up as a missed call, and maybe a busy signal or something. I don't know if that's hard to understand, or if I don't feel like I'm explaining it particularly well. But like I said, there's some things only there's some little bits of humor that circumstances that there's no point in explaining it, and maybe this is one such example of that. But I've had some similar things happen with, just one time I was playing the piano, and I thought I was playing out of the Etude Music magazine. I scanned a bunch of the music from those, and most everything in that magazine was pretty saccharine, pretty, if it wasn't by one of the great composers, it was by some second, third tier dude that just cranked out hundreds and hundreds of opus numbers. So I was playing through some of that crap when, I just kept going to the next page, and I was playing this. Well, I didn't know what it was, but it was ultra modern, at least compared to anything from the Etude. And this is page after page there. I was thinking at first that, well, I guess maybe the Etude once in a while will print a brief excerpt from a contemporary, but this is just crazy, page after page of it. Where did they go crazy with this? And it wasn't any of that. I had just somehow, in thinking I was turning the page within the Etude scans, I had morphed into a Szymanowski sonata, and those are pretty hairy. Well, I guess the context is everything. The joke only I would get.
Okay, I just saw the doctor for a prescription refill, and that was supposed to be it. And he starts talking about his tapping method again, and I'm making clacking noises in my head. He claims if you tap your head at certain spots, it drives anxiety away. If you tap your chest at certain spots, it drives something else away. And I'm not going to say anything because he's a nice guy and he means well. I can almost always get a same-day appointment with him. That differs from when they assigned me a PCP, and it didn't matter what your situation was. You were not going to get a same. You had to wait like 3 months for an appointment. And that's when my PCP was assigned over by Queensbridge. I don't understand why that is. I mean, half a mile up the road, you can get an appointment the same day. Same insurance, same everything. But over by the project, they got to wait months. I mean, it's obviously a lot of people that live over there, but still. So I'm feeling mellow, but a little numb after I took a couple of the panic pills. This is the phone, by the way, that I started this little series with on the panic pills. And I thought I was on my way to not needing them, but that's wishful thinking, right? She just told me to deposit 25 cents for 2 minutes, and I don't think that's going to work. I didn't say thank you when I deposited it. And I don't think the 3 minutes is actually just passed, so it's just playing hardball. That survival mode for the payphone operators is there. Saying they give you 3 minutes, or they give you 2, and then they promise you 2, they give you 1. Yeah, it's a mixed up world, right? At least it's a beautiful day out here. I'm feeling very, very deflated. Tomorrow I'm planning some research at the library, although I might have to end up doing it on Saturday. And I'm just going to keep on doing what I'm doing, whatever the hell it is. He gave me an open reference to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist, and open referral, that is. And going back at Bellevue, being back at Bellevue just for that little bit, made me think maybe I should give that another try. They are supposed to be the best, right? I think, if you had asked me if there were any payphones left in Astoria, I would have pointed you to a few, but I would have forgotten about this one. At 43rd, and there's none of them across the street. Who knows, maybe this one will be salvaged or saved. There's no prey on this one. So I think I was saying earlier, I feel like I'm coming down from having been on fire. And just thinking of the last couple of weeks, I didn't drink anything from, I think, Saturday until Thursday. And that felt like something. And by that Thursday,
feeling optimistic about things. Like I had clear plans for the weekend. I was going to do an organized shoot of the prey findings and then do some research at the library. And I ended up not doing any of that because I dragged on Thursday and just felt like thought the whole next day and into Saturday. But I did end up doing most of what I had in mind anyway. It just wasn't according to the plan I had ambitiously set up. But it really does make a difference. Having that slag of that little cloud of pain in your head. Oh yeah, okay, there you go. And it feels like I fell asleep and woke up at Coney Island. You know, that's not too far off from what actually happened. I was on the D train and I remembered that I should look for prey as long as I'm here. And this is at Rockefeller Center where I started. And I spotted her, I think, 5 or 6 times. And I got so focused and so concentrated on the quest that I think I was 3 stops from Coney Island. And figured, hey, why not? Why not do it? Because same as I remember, I think I was last here a couple of years ago. So this is Surf Avenue. I'm outside of the Eldorado Auto Scooter place. It looks like it's open. It's off that stand, but it's open. And across the street from Grimaldi's, which is the pizza place. And looking down at Lunatic's ice cream and Popeye's chicken and all that. It's Coney Island, you know. I used to spend a lot of time in Daytona Beach, and the only thing this place really has on that is that it's just a lot bigger. It's just the same thing, a lot bigger, a lot taller. And Daytona Beach is actually caught up in a lot of ways if you love amusement parks and this sort of area or your thing. There are a lot of payphones here, but I don't think any of them work except this one. And like I said, I was looking for prey, and I found her on the first payphone that I walked up to here, but that's been my own sense. So whoever is doing the We Need More payphones has made their way up here or out here. So that's good to see. And I'm just going to walk around a bit and see if I can find a decent cup of coffee, and then I'm going to head back. I'm going to make a day of it.
Oh, here we go. So this turned out to be a bit more of an adventure than I anticipated, but not that it was ever out of control, but I got on the D train just for the hell of it, thinking, yeah, maybe I'll spot prey, because that's where I saw her last time on a subway. But I thought there'd be too many butts in the way, because most of her etchings are at that level, right, where people are sitting right in front of it or next to it. And I can't really stick my face down into people's crotches telling them I'm looking for God. Well, maybe I should see if I can get away with it. But the train cleared out pretty quickly, actually, and by the time we got to Broadway Lafayette, there were only a few people in the car. So I just went seat to seat. It's not so much the D train as it's got to be a line where the seats are the ones that face each other at a 45-degree angle, or some of the seats that is. So, and they're usually orange. As far as I can tell, they've always been orange, or maybe sort of off pink. I don't know. Maybe there's another color name for that. But I did look on a C train earlier today, and that whole train actually looked newer than the D trains. So I'm just going to stick to D for now, because today I found more prey in one day than I found in the last probably 25 years. Not that I've been looking for her as aggressively, but this was like real thing, P-R-A-Y, the authentic lettering. And I might have found a connection to modern days besides anybody else that I've contacted about this. Somebody named Syke, S-I-K-E, has been scratched his name underneath hers at least a couple of times that I saw. And I don't know if that's a shout out to her or a high five or what it is, but and then maybe see if I can contact that individual and see if he's sort of in the same game as me as far as chasing prey, but to see if he's in the same place as me as holding her place in the pantheon of the city, of the writers. So I was so ensconced, so concentrated on this task of finding prey that next thing I knew, I was 2 stops from Coney Island, and I just figured, hey, what the hell, I'm here, why not see how Coney Island is doing? And I got out, and it's about the same as I remember. I think I was there 4 years ago. It doesn't look like anything's changed. There's still a lot of payphones, and prey was on the first one that I picked up, but she wasn't on any of the other ones. And I saw a couple of people using the payphones too, which was, I don't remember that from last time. Most of them didn't work though, but I wasn't really there on a payphone mission. I've said in the past I should do that, go out there and document all the Coney Island phones before they're gone, but I said that 3 or 4 years ago, and they're all still there. I would think that's the kind of area where you keep them because tourists on a budget will come out there without any cell phone or what have you. But the people I saw using the phones didn't look like tourists, but then who can really tell? So I had thought about going up to the library, or down to the library from here, but it's getting too late, and there probably isn't anything I could do in the time remaining anyhow. But I'm going to keep trying to contact people who might know something about this. I still regret losing contact info for this journalist that wrote to me years ago. And he seemed to know as much as anybody about prey, and he was ready to crown me the king of all things prey, or the guy who knew more about where to find it than anybody else. I'm not sure how true that was back then, but it's becoming more true now. This time I even wrote down the car numbers where I saw her and the seat numbers. But I expect to find more of them. More of her. All I just got to do is find an empty train. But the rigorousness of the lettering is just, it's impressive as hell to me. And I started thinking about her again. Was she nuts? Was she like that guy who I recorded last night, or posted the recording of last night, who sounded sane until you actually listen to what he's saying? But then I think about her again, and she knew that she had a reputation, and she knew people knew who she was, because people here or there called her out on it, and she just would get confused and leave. But how confused was she about that? Maybe she was confused about everything. There's a lot we'll never know, but there's still some tantalizing clues out there that people who were around in the 80s and 70s and 80s might have had more contact with her than has been documented. And those guys, if they were writing in the 70s and 80s, they should still be around if nothing horrible happened. On a different subject, I've been reading this book about it's called The Hour of Our Death. It's a history of human concepts of death. And it's changed more than I thought. Like cultural attitudes about death, I think his thesis has been that an individual's notions of death have essentially remained the same throughout all recorded history. But the cultural attitudes about military deaths, for instance, versus self-inflicted deaths versus accidental deaths, they've all changed over time. And it wasn't until like the 13th or 14th century that murderers or convicted criminals who were sentenced to be hanged, they were not even given last rites until about the 13th or 14th century. And that only commenced when certain clerics or sort of mid-level religious friars, that's what it was. I said clerics, I meant friars, that they were allowed to accompany the executed to the scaffold. And that's different because even military deaths had to go through a certain period of review before they could be considered honorable or worthy of religious ritual. And that's entirely unrelated to anything else I just said. But I got back up here to Rockefeller Center just in time because I ordered a cheap little wireless mouse for my new computer, and it was supposed to get here Tuesday, and here it is Friday. It got sent to the wrong center, and UPS sucks, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Manhattan Avenue. And he says only 2 payphones left in the area. They're very short, by the way. My forehead is hitting the upper part of this enclosure. I'm feeling disoriented because, first of all, anytime I come here to Greenpoint, I start with the G train, or I get the G train at, I guess it's Port Square. And that itself always disorients me because the train goes the opposite direction that I expected to. It happens every single time. I think it's because I expect the train to go the direction I'm walking. But I get over that. I'm not feeling disoriented perpetually on account of that. I got out at Nassau Avenue, and I swear I blacked out one stop. I do remember Greenpoint Avenue, but I swear there was something between Greenpoint Avenue and whatever the stop before it was. Obviously, I could look it up, but if I'm walking down, I mean, Nassau is the end of Greenpoint as far as, again, from my point of view. Obviously, McCarran Park counts it as far as where the people are or where the buildings are. Nassau at the end, and I just don't remember getting there. It's lucky I got out when I did, or I'd be very, well, not unfamiliar territory. I guess I'd be in Greenpoint anyway. I can't remember what the next neighborhood over is. So I didn't want to do all this walking here today, but the last time I blacked out, I'm not sure that's qualified as blacking out. I probably just went over a little bit because I drank last night. Although I only drank as much as usual. Last time I blacked out once on Queens Boulevard.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 years.
And from there I got a brain MRI and a whole bunch of other stuff that I've already talked about, but I also used to black out once in a while in high school. I would be driving to school, and anything I did, I'd be 5 blocks away from my last blinking memory. Hello. You know, if you were to ask me if there are any payphones around here in Queens Plaza, I'd probably say no. Because I always forget about these 2 that are over here on Queens Plaza South on Jackson Avenue, and they pretty reliably work. So I'm feeling a little better now than I was earlier. I didn't black out, I just spaced out. There's an important distinction. I thought Greenpoint Avenue was the second stop in Greenpoint. I guess it's the first, or I'll look this up when I get home. I don't really care. But I'm not. I did freak out so badly the time I blacked out on Queens Boulevard that I went as far as getting a brain MRI, where they found, I was always offended when they said that they found nothing remarkable in my brain. But looking at the brain again, I think about this a lot, but it's hard to articulate that so much of the fundamental currency of our communication and our existence depends on things we can't prove exist. I mean, you could go straight to human consciousness. You could say, well, there's no drop of fluid you can point at. There's no particle where you can point at that and say, there it is. Let's follow that. But at the same time, they look through every slice of my brain. They looked at every particle of fatty, whatever the hell was in there, and they still couldn't tell me what was going on inside. And I'm sure they're used to that by now. And I didn't think a whole lot of it at the time, to be honest with you, but there's that, and then there's the whole concept of seeing things or being seen. I've been over this too many times now, but somehow on some plane there's got to be a way to prove that we really exist. There's got to be a way to prove that all this is real. Or better yet, there should be a way to prove that none of it is real. But you can't prove either way, can you? There's no evidence. There's no evidence of any of this, of what we see, of what we hear, of what we think. All right, now word came down last night that it looks like kiosks have been programmed to take disconnect phone calls after 15 minutes. And witness myself, but I have no reason not to believe it, because I get reports, if you will, of these things I do and how many calls I make and how long they last. And I noticed that a whole bunch of them are terminating after 15 minutes exactly. But, of course, a lot of them terminate after a minute or two as well. That's always been that way. And it doesn't really change anything because the calls never stay connected that long anyway. So, but I think what I'm finding offensive about is the reports that I'm getting say that at about 15 minutes, a message pops up on the screen that says, do you want to continue or resume or whatever? And if you say yes, I want to resume, it just disconnects the call anyway. So that's pretty rude. But I guess they don't have any other message prompts or alert to use in case of phone calls, which they would know better than anybody. Probably don't, but usually last very long anyway. But I do think this is their direct retaliation for the stalking thing. And it's kind of pathetic, but like I said, it really makes no difference because the ephemeral nature of this thing, and the calls aren't going to last very long anyway, because people aren't stupid, whether they know what's going on or not. People who hear it have an instinct to shut it off or do something about it. And by hook or by crook, that seems to be the primary way that people interact with this. So, we'll see how it floats. We'll see how this shit floats. In the meantime, I got up really early today, and I don't know why. I don't know why I get up early. It just gives me more time to waste. Yeah. Hey there. This is one of the two phones outside the 7-Eleven Shell station at, what is this anyway? 35th Street, Northern Boulevard, and 38th Avenue. And I went out to confirm that that payphone is actually not the one that I called the Supercenter payphone or the suicide hotline payphone. I thought it might still have been lurking behind the trees because sometimes that phone was kind of hard to see. But it's gone, and it's been replaced with a kiosk that has no working tablet functions and only one working ad panel. So they took away a payphone with 3 ad panels and a working phone and replaced it with 1 ad panel, and that's it. It's essentially all they've replaced it with. So that's the smart city for you. And I predict that tablet will never work. It's the kind of location that nobody's going to complain. And whatever. It's a beautiful day out. I'm just getting some sun before hunkering down to do some work I've been needing to do for a long time. Or that I have gone off and on. I just undid, and I have to remember how to do it all over again. Setting up radio streams, which might include some of this content. I don't know. Across the street from a co-working place called Green Desk. And I was considering renting a spot there for about a month, or for just 1 month, just to see what it's like. Yeah. But I did spend a little bit of time at one of those places. They were hosting some event there that I went to. But a lot of people who were, just working there were working there. And it just looked like everybody minded their own damn business. And the point of these things is allegedly that you collaborate with people or somehow interact with other people. I just didn't think anybody was doing that. But who knows, maybe they were just minding their business because they were being distracted by the event that was about to take place around them. I think I'm going to end this playlist with a call from the phone that started it. The playlist doesn't have to go on forever, right? I'm walking off a panic attack, just like I was when I started this particular playlist. And I took 2 pills, and I can feel the fire sort of burning itself out, which is, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's just not going to work. Sometimes it's going to come a time when the pills don't work, or I have to take 10. I asked the doctor to increase the dosage per pill, but he said no. He's the kind of guy who, it depends how busy he is. If he was busy as hell that day, he probably would. He might have done it, but he had time to think about it. He's into Eastern forms of, I'm not going to say it, but because he's a nice guy. And he means well. But, I don't know. I'm going to go home, and after I catch my breath, and just get down to doing what I was trying to do yesterday. I can't even remember what that was. This is called working. I think I might have reached the point where I have a working functional radio station, or a couple of them now. And it's been one of those things where you just don't realize that you follow one little bit of advice from one message forum, and then you read one little bit of hype from some piece of software you never heard of, and you spend a week trying to get the fucking thing to work. And I've encountered all kinds of errors that nobody seems to be able to solve, and yada yada. So I finally just found the other one, the other software, and I had it up and running in about 3 minutes, as opposed to 2 or 3 weeks of failure. So I'm not going to be able to run this network off my home PC, although I might attempt at some other point to run at least one station off of that. But I have all the bandwidth to serve up like 10 stations at once, maybe more, but I don't think I have the processor power. And now I'm going to go back through all that audio that I processed over the years and finally make it available in some way or other, but a bit of a daunting process, but it's never as bad as I think it's going to be. So the new suite includes, or I could get a lifetime license for it for $150. I always like the idea of the lifetime license, but in reality, a lot of these people weasel their way out of it. I've had the 2 that I use now are a couple of WordPress theme collections, and I've not seen any signal that they're going to try to sort of sneak out of the agreement, but I've had a few of those software things in the past where it's like, oh, we're sorry, did we say permanent license? No, we meant digital. So I don't think all is working. I'm hearing feedback, and I'm just going to go. Oh, there you go. So I could tell if I was connected because I'm under a subway. It's very loud, so I can be sure I'm out and around. I haven't made a phone call in a while, I know, but not that anybody was waiting for one. Been working more on radio stuff or whatever. And as much as I've edited things down already, it's obvious that I need to edit it down way more. And that's fine. I should be prepared for that. It sounds good, if I say so myself. And there is a public link to it, but I don't think I can figure out how to get it publicized on the Shoutcast directory. Just been thinking about a whole bunch of things lately. But too much to talk about here, I guess. And what would be the point anyway? I am blasting off tornado sirens and ice cream truck jingles all over town again. And I have a plan for tomorrow to target a specific group of people who are going to be clustered in an area that happens to have a whole bunch of these things. And it would be awesome if I could get their attention. See if that works. Don't know if it will. You can never be sure with this. But How's that? Hello, okay, connected. Nothing beats a good payphone connection. Or a good landline connection. This is one of the phones that is afflicted with that feature they put in a long time ago where the call connects, but you have to wait about 5 seconds for the call to actually connect. I said the call connects, but that's not really true. It sounds like it does, or you think it does, or you assume it does, because that's how it should work. So that's how they get you to hang up and put in another quarter and try again. Oldest trick, one of the oldest payphone scams going, if you will. Somebody else in Houston, I'd always thought that there were way too many payphones in Houston per capita. I think there were over 1,000. And now I know why. And I always suspected it was an illegal racket, too, but I wouldn't have been able to tell you why until the story broke that somebody was busted for the old dial-around compensation scam. And that's the kind of thing you could get away with that forever if you don't get greedy, I think. Or if you just spread the calls around broadly enough and do more homework. It sounds like this guy just called a bunch of government agencies repeatedly, and they're actually wise to that kind of thing because they've been involved in these kind of scams many times over. So apparently they're supposed to get all their money back, but they probably never will. And he's going to go to jail for, I forget how long. It might have been 18 months. I mean, that's federal prison. I mean, that's heavy shit, right? I guess he's safer there than in other types of facilities. But I mean, not that concerned about the guy's safety, but as far as like the severity of the crime, I don't think he'll be doing solitary confinement. Then again, I've never been to jail, happy to say. And it's my understanding though that when you are in jail, you just get thrown into solitary. It's kind of a running gag for the guards, the prison guards. Anyway, I'm heading down toward Pennsylvania Hotel, or Hotel Pennsylvania, whatever it's called. This is the phone at 42nd Street and 8th Avenue. And it's crowded as all hell today. It's like a tour group waiting to get on a bus, so there's this long line of people there. And there's one of these kiosks that's about is tilted over at about a 30-degree angle. It's been like that for weeks. I would have thought somebody would have fixed that by now. It looks like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Well, I don't know if this is working. I should have got the acoustic coupler effect by now. I'm at the Pennsylvania Hotel, or Hotel Pennsylvania, whatever they call it. I found a row of 5 payphones down, as well as a public payphone and fax terminal, which looks like something from the 1990s, maybe late 1980s. You know what, I'm so sure this call isn't working, I'm going to try the other phone. Well, hello, the call connected, didn't it? I'm just trying to make myself feel better than I have been feeling the last couple of days. Yesterday I just felt like garbage. And today I woke up feeling better, but not vastly so. Never noticed this, I'm at Rockefeller Center. I never really noticed the hideous fucking light fixtures that are directly overhead above this payphone. They look like something from a sewer system. Like a lighting that you just put on when you need it. I'll bet this has been here since, well, I don't know how long it's been here. The ceiling looks like it's not the original. The things you never pay attention to. I walked all the way here, and there's nothing at the 181. I wasn't expecting anything, but I just needed to get out. And tomorrow I'm going to attempt to learn to skateboard, which I got the skateboard a couple of weeks ago, but it was like 110 degrees outside, and I wasn't going to go out and exert myself in that kind of stuff, but a friend of mine offered to come hold my hand, basically, while I do this, and maybe she'll learn to ride a little herself. And I'm going to look at some videos to see if
doing? Not a lot to report, really. Just, I need to eat. I keep forgetting to do that. I've always been negligent. My mother, I remember, was offended when I declared that I had an aversion to food, and it was true. I always have. I would go 2/3 of the day before eating anything, and I'm still the same way, but it's different when if I quit drinking, then for a few days afterward, I just can't stop eating, but then it balances out. I do think about getting too confident with my little street theater thing. I've been going up or down 3rd Avenue and lighting up some of the ones that I didn't think actually worked, but because the screen is dark, but they actually do work. You just can't use the screen. It's not too hot, but hot enough to crack a sweat, at least down here. I hear the subways rolling past. I don't have a real interest in this, except that I happen to be in the lobby of the hotel on Friday when that so-called hacker convention was getting going. And it sounds like the thing got trolled a little bit by a couple of Nazis. And I never really thought about it, but like I said, I've never connected with that community, but I guess they are pretty far left-wing. And one dude equated a MAGA hat with a swastika, and I think that's taken it a little far. I guess he could be, I can understand he'd be sensitive about it, but that's taking it too far. I mean, it's a touchy subject, obviously. If you think you're talking about free speech, you're not really. You're talking about a curated and moderated event that the organizers are free to kick you out for anything they want, for any reason. I know there's a bar I go to that doesn't look like a fancy bar by any estimate. It's just an Irish pub. But at the front door it says proper attire required. I think shirt and shoes required, something like that. And I asked the manager, he was like, oh, we never use that, but we might if somebody's just being an asshole. Like, you can kick people out of your establishment for whatever reason you want. You know, you're free to say whatever you want, but you should feel free to deal with the consequences of that as well. But I'm not clear on the details of what happened at that conference, and I don't really care enough to become clear on it. So I got a little bit of a reaction today. So far, it's just been a couple of comments from an NBC4 reporter, and he being an NBC4 reporter, he naturally got prompt and courteous attention. But I was going to let it go, but they're wielding their little scabbard a little too confidently, claiming that the call will time out after 10 minutes. And I know for a fact that that's not 100% true, although it seems to be true most of the time. But it never made a difference to the project, because by its nature the calls were short, because people aren't stupid. Whether they know what's going on or not, instincts are to just start punching buttons to make the noise stop. I mean, if anything, cutting the call short like that conforms to the aesthetic of the thing, of the project. There's somebody sort of like 10 feet away from me holding a semi-automatic weapon. It's a National Guardsman or whatever it is, but still, I don't like being near that. So, as a matter of fact, I think I'm just going to go. Trying to decide if I should walk the walk today to the 181 and maybe back.
nice out, but there might be a thunderstorm later. And just throwing things out, and it's making me feel kind of melancholy, as these things do, but everything makes me feel melancholy, so keep that in perspective. Just throwing away all my old football and baseball cards, saving a few. If I can remember the player at all, if I remember anything about the card or the player, I'll keep it. And that's going to winnow my collection down considerably. So I'm saving the Robert Newhouse card first and foremost. That was going to be the only one I saved, but I'm not going to save more than a couple of dozen. I mean, I had like 700 or 800, I think. I mean, that sounds like a lot, but it's not like they take up a lot of space. But I'm saving Robert Newhouse because that's the only... Well, I went through a brief shoplifting phase in grade school. But aside from that, the Robert Newhouse card is the only thing I've ever stolen from another individual or entity. And I'm not discounting the shoplifting spree, which I think was like in the 4th and 5th grade for me. But it's the only thing I've stolen from an individual, and I lied about it. And this must have been 77 or 78, because that's when the card was the most coveted card around. And unfortunately, I have no idea who I stole it from. I don't remember anything about him. And he went to a different school. I don't even know what my connection to him was. It's a little strange because he lived outside of the neighborhood, and I didn't really have friends outside of the neighborhood. So, like I said, I don't remember how I was connected to this kid, but he called me out on having stolen his card, and I lied about it or didn't say anything or something.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes. Thank you.
So I'm going to save the Robert Newhouse card and maybe put not even any point in putting out a all-points bulletin to try and reunite this person with his card, because I'm sure he'd love to have it back, right? But it reminds me, I think it was the 7th or 8th grade, somebody stole one of my textbooks, and it was like a $25 textbook, which was a lot of money for us, and so I knew I had to get another one. And then at the end of the school year, whoever stole that book returned it to me, as if it was any use to me now at that point. And we never knew who stole it, but maybe someday that'll all come out. It was a small class. There were only 25 kids in the class, but that was harsh. So what goes around comes around, right? Or maybe not. I can't decide if I should stay in and do some work at home or get this weekly round of exercise, but I'll figure it out. I'm going to go experiment a little bit more with the kiosks. I sort of took a couple of days off. See what comes of that.
I don't know if I'm connected. I think I am. I'm on 3rd Avenue near 59th Street. And I was on 61st Street earlier, but I'll get back to that. I just wanted to continue my thought on why getting rid of so much stuff makes me feel melancholy. I mean, we've all seen this happen where somebody dies and everything they owned is thrown into a giant dumpster. And I feel like I'm doing that to myself, throwing myself away. But I think the reason I'm thinking that way is, I mean, I'm prone to that kind of morbidosity, but there's just a lot of stuff, and there's more stuff than I can realistically just throw away very efficiently or very quickly. But I don't want to throw everything away either. And I don't know. It just feels like that's really the best solution, is to just take a shelf full of books and throw every fucking one of them away. But there's a lot of stuff there that's unique to me. And a lot of my creative output, and maybe it's not all masterful or anything, but it's unique. It's just hard to do. And it's not as bad as I'm making it sound. I'm not like buried in junk. It's just enough to where it starts to feel like it's closing in on me, but I have gotten rid of mountains of junk over the last, I guess, this course of this year since I closed that storage locker. But I'll figure it out. But 61st Street is a strange stretch of road for me. I don't have any connection there as far as I know, but I might. One long time ago, I did a radio interview for Radio New Zealand, and I talked about a lot of crap, a lot of my depression and my suicidal past, which is way in the past, by the way. And I never heard it, but the interviewer offered to send me, or the producer rather, offered to send me a cassette, and he asked for my address, and I told him it was 207 East 61st Street, which is a 4-story townhouse. It looks like it's probably worth $3 or $4 million. I didn't know that when I told him that. I just made the address up out of some of my number superstitions. 207 was my winning time in some race, like a sprint or a quarter mile, something like that. It was in the 8th grade, and I finished the race. I don't remember the distance; it doesn't matter. But it was 2 minutes and 7 seconds. For a little bit of time, I was the champion of the class, and I even got some respect from the jocks, who didn't pay any attention to me otherwise. But my championship was short-lived. I don't remember how badly I got beaten in that, but I was number one for a little bit, and then 61 was the Chopin Polonaise Fantasy Opus number, and that was my big piece in high school, and I wasted a lot of energy on it, but I'd say that for a lot of things. All right, I'm moving on.
But I neglected to finish the story. Sometimes I get distracted when I'm on a payphone. But the producer mailed the cassette to that address, 207 East 61st, and 2 or 3 weeks later, contacted me to say that it had been returned, and I was like, oh, well, I wonder when that happened. And of course it had been returned. So I told him to mail it to the 181, which I'm headed right now, by the way. And he did mail it to the 181, and I never opened the envelope, but I still have it somewhere. And I might just go ahead and take a listen after all these years to see if it's as depressing as I seem to remember it as being. Another 61st Street connection that it never was and never will be was I set up a search, I don't want to call it a search engine, but this thing where you can search websites that harvest and record Who Is records. And the Who Is record is supposed to tell you who owns a website, or a domain name, rather. And it's supposed to be like contact information if there's some problem with the domain or whatever. And a lot of the information in Who Is bogus, and a lot of it is now private, which is something I don't think you should have to pay for, but that's why I'm not in business, because I'm not shrewd like that. But anyway, I did with this little search widget that I made, you could search by street name or street number or zip code, and you could get some idea of the domain names that were registered in that zip code or on that street. And matter of fact, I just used it a couple of nights ago just for the hell of it. I put in my street number and zip code, and I found a website for somebody that was right down the street from me. And he's a musician, and he's actually pretty good. It's a weird little thing, and it kind of goes against the purpose of the Who Is database in a way, but nevertheless, I have made some interesting finds that way. And it's a bit of a tedious pursuit, but I tend to be attracted to tedious pursuits. So another time, one of the more interesting times I found was I looked up 61st Street and whatever the zip code is over there, and I found a website for a model who I recognized, and I was surprised I recognized her, but then I wasn't surprised when I learned that she was she'd been on the cover of more magazines than anybody else in recorded history or something like that. Or she was the most appearances on magazine covers ever, I guess. Maybe that's not true anymore, but it was. And you could sort of see why. She's beautiful and everything, but not so memorable, I guess, that she'd get overexposed that way. And anyway, I discovered that this beautiful woman lived on 61st Street, and I sort of fantasized about somehow crossing paths with her or interacting with her through her website and all that. But I also quickly discovered that her website was handled by her handlers, and I wasn't going to be able to get through that. So I gave up on it.
Well, then, made it over to the 181, and as I expected, there's nothing there. But you never know what to expect, right? Looks like I picked up one mention on Twitter so far. It just happened a few minutes ago for the kiosks I've been turning on. So many of them don't work today. But made a somewhat interesting discovery. Not sure if I'm just imagining it, but those MTA bus arrival time clocks at the bus stops now, they blink when you look at them through my camera lens, but they don't blink in reality, at least as far as I can tell they don't. Unless there's some weird optical illusion going on. I'm going to verify that again. I'm going to try to look at them through my regular camera too. I don't really have anything else to add about 61st Street, but on the off chance that either of the calls I made earlier didn't work, maybe I should just repeat myself. A long time ago, I did a radio interview for Radio New Zealand, and I talked a lot about being, depressed and having had suicidal thoughts, and that was a long time ago, by the way, but I never heard the interview because you couldn't easily get internet radio back then, but the producer said he would mail me a cassette of the interview, and I told him that I lived at 207 East 61st Street. And of course I don't, but that address had been in my mind ever since I moved to New York, as I'm going to live there, even though I didn't know if that address even existed. I did also consider 207 West 61st, but that address does not exist. The reason I chose the address was that it's a bit of my number superstition. 207 was the time that I finished a race in the 8th grade, 2 minutes and 7 seconds. I don't remember what the distance of the race was, but maybe at 200. I don't know. I don't know what a 2 minute, 8 second average distance would be. But anyway, I was, for a brief period, I was the champion of the class. I had the fastest speed in that race. And the jocks gave me some respect, high fives and fist claps and all that. Or fist pumps, or did we even do those back then? Whatever. So 207 was my magic number for a little while, and it also happened to be the cabin number at summer camp one year when I was in this cabin. It was just the bad one. We were just a bunch of cut-ups, and it was a strange strange episode of some, I guess, mob mentality or thinking, because none of us were bad kids, but somehow put us all together, and we were really a bunch of assholes. You know, we wanted to burn the cabin down, and we did some bad shit, and we ridiculed other kids from other cabins, and it's been so long I don't even remember why or what we did exactly. I just remember we were bad, and that the president of the camp came to our cabin to lecture us and just ask us, what the hell, what is with you kids? What is so wrong? I think we hated the counselor was the problem. But at any rate, the number 207 came up in other contexts too. It's sort of like the 181 today, the proto 181, or one of them. 61 was another proto 181. Like I said, the address was 207 East 61st Street, and I got 61st from being Chopin's Polonaise Fantasy, the opus number for that. And that was a piece I played through high school and college, and could hardly stand the sound of it anymore. It's really not one of his most finished pieces. So that's why I told the producer to send this depressing and probably embarrassing interview to 207 East 61st. This is just this address I had in mind for things like this, I guess. And he did that, and a couple weeks later he contacted me again to say that the envelope had been returned. And I feigned confusion, suggesting I had no idea why it would have been refused, but so I told him to send it to my 181, which he did. And I have not opened the envelope to this day, but I might want to do that to see, first of all, if that interview was as depressing as I seem to remember it. And I mean, the interview actually, or the producer, I forget if it was the producer or the interviewer, but actually sounded concerned about me. What are you going to do from New Zealand, right? So my other 61st Street story involves a search widget that I made one time that would allow you to see who had registered domain names on a certain street or in a given zip code or what have you. It's kind of counter to the whole purpose of the Whois database. The Whois database is the central registry of all domain names, and it's supposed to contain contact information for who owns the domain name and where they're located, but most of the time that information is either fake or registered as private, and you have to pay a fee to make it private, which I think is not ethical. But anyway, given my connection to 61st Street, I looked for domain names registered to anybody that lived on 61st Street in whatever zip code that's in. And I found the website for one of the most photographed models in the world. She lived on 61st Street. And I said, wow, that's a magical connection there. I'm going to figure out a way to make contact with her through her website or through her phone number or through whatever, because all that information seemed to be out there. And I quickly realized that all that contact information was for her handlers, and I didn't have a chance, and I never should have thought that I did. All right, I'm moving on. You know what, I'm moving on because somebody's actually waiting to use this payphone. I'm at Grand Central, and they got rid of one other payphone in the subway passage, or the subway passage, whatever it's called. And I'm going to go check around and see if any others are gone. They took away 5 about a month and a half ago, and I would think they don't just take away one at a time, but what do I know? There's a woman standing next to me using one of the other payphones, and she looks like a traveler, but maybe a little troubled too. And we've been making eye contact for a little bit. We'll see where that goes, right? It's going nowhere. Last time I called from here, I was on this same phone, and I left kind of mid-sentence because it hadn't bothered me before, but for some reason it did this time. That National Guards people are standing 10 feet away from me with a machine gun. It just made me extremely uncomfortable. And I mean, they've been here a long time, the machine guns. and maybe even longer than I think. She sounds paranoid. She's talking about things missing, things being stolen. I mean, guns make a lot of people nervous, right? I'm not going to try to eavesdrop on her conversation, except I don't think she's actually talking to anybody. She says I'm connected to other people and they don't share my money. I don't know. Yeah, she sounds like trouble. She's beautiful, though. I mean, she's not a bombshell, but... Well, I guess the sight of guns makes a lot of people nervous, but machine guns in the hands of someone who looked like she was 15 years old is enough to just make you think, well, some bad shit could happen right now, couldn't it? So, I probably had other things to say. I went into the library thinking it was about to start raining, and the payphones there still do not work. It's going to be too bad if they just remove those, because they are sort of semi-iconic, right? At least in some circles. Wow, there are someone else using the payphone down here. Speaking, hey, what is this, Grand Central? All right, well, this little moment in time is something to ponder. I was having an anxiety attack on the way over here between the library and here, maybe a little earlier, but it passed. It really seems like there's a lot of disturbed people out here today. Maybe I'm one of them. Who am I to say? But that woman on the other phone next to me was... I don't know who she was talking to. Of course, who the hell am I talking to? But I don't know if she was really talking to anybody, because she didn't sound like she was stopping to listen. But before I saw her, I was having a little panic anxiety just because people, I don't know if I'm making too much eye contact with strangers, but people just keep walking up to me. And a reasonably beautiful young woman just came up to me, and I think she said, "Can I ask you something?" And I smiled and said, "No, thank you." That's what I say to anybody that says anything to me, whether the response makes sense or not. That's just my pat answer. And she was like completely on her own as far as I could tell. And at best, she would have been a tourist asking me something, but I think she was some kind of scam. And I would have to hear it again, but I think she had a bit of an accent. So I don't know what she would have wanted. And as I finished an earlier payphone call, I saw that this dude wearing this big guy, shirtless dude, who I had seen a couple of minutes earlier walking in the middle of the street. He actually waited for me to hang up my phone call, or waited for me to put the phone down, as it turned out. And he asked me if I could make change for $1. And I masterfully ignored him. I think I did enough of an acting job that he came away thinking I did not hear him at all, or even know he was there. But hard to know what people's motives are, you know. I mean, the pretty woman, I think, was probably being flanked by a burly goon or something who might see me talking to her and come out and accuse me of something, you know. I think that's the trap. That's the kind of trap I might set if I had any real criminal instincts in me. But I don't. Although I am holding on to that Robert Newhouse card like it's a precious gift. In case you missed it, I'm throwing out a bunch of my I'm going to keep a handful of them. If I can remember anything about the player or the card or anything, I'll hold on to it. I'm not going to save more than a dozen of them now. I have like 700 or 800, which sounds like a lot, but it's not like they take up a lot of space. But I'm saving Robert Newhouse because it's the only thing I've ever stolen from an individual, and I lied about it. And this was, I also had a bit of a shoplifting spree when I was in grade school. It was probably around the same time. And not to discount stealing from a store versus stealing from a person, but stealing from a person seems a little more serious, a little more sociopathic. And I lied about it too. I forgot how I got back to this subject. I had been talking about it on an earlier call. And, like I said, I don't really have criminal instincts. I don't like the idea, or it doesn't give me any kind of thrill to steal something or fool somebody or con somebody out of something. And I guess people who resort to those things aren't doing it necessarily for the thrill, or maybe they are. I don't know. Well, if nothing else, this is a payphone all to myself. And no crazy woman flanking me to the left. And the other one, the third one, or the third of us, I should say, came, and I think the phone didn't work, and she must have gone over to the other side. The other side. That's where I'm going to go right now. I think part of the reason I'm feeling a little extra paranoid or aware today, ultra aware, is earlier I noticed a strange glitch in my phone that caused a non-blinking light to look like it was blinking, and I couldn't replicate that weirdness with my point-and-shoot camera. And so I started walking around holding the camera up to other type of lights to see if the same thing would happen. I couldn't replicate the weirdness as far as I could determine, but in doing this I realized I looked like a tourist, and I started to sense that people looked at me as prey or something to try and take advantage of. And I've just been feeling extra weird about people this whole afternoon. It's cloudy. I don't feel like it might rain. And looking over at a dude who plugged into the kiosk like a minute after I turned it on. I think he turned it off, but I'm not sure. It's funny, there are 3 payphones around here, but this is the only one that works, and I'm making sure this one's working. But you know what I worry about with people asking me for shit or trying to sell me their CDs or whatever? I was worried that if I blow them off, if I say nothing, or if I just say no thank you, that I'm going to be like the last straw for them. They're going to be like, I can't take it anymore. One more person says no, just stop them. And then they do lose it. And I just thought of that again because just before I called, someone hit me up to get some money. I don't know, she was just calling out after anybody that walked by. It sounded like she was being persistent. Attempted to connect with me, but I don't know, I didn't look at her. Like I said, some days I'm not aware of this, most days I'm not aware of this, but maybe in buttoning up my act and making myself not look vulnerable most of the time, maybe I'm just blissfully unaware that the vultures are circling. So I called from this phone yesterday, and I noticed a woman gave me a very direct and deliberate look, and I have to assume it's because she saw me using this payphone, sucking on the payphone. I don't know. I get that once in a while, but it's not like I spend hours on the phone, on these phones. So the chances of somebody who cares enough to make a comment or even give a lingering stare are today, but looks like I slept about 13 hours. I don't understand why, because I wasn't exceedingly tired, but I know I didn't really eat much of anything yesterday. I didn't eat dinner last night. I just forgot. And I did get up in the middle of the night to have what was left of a salad and a big chunk of bread, so it's not like I ate nothing, but very thin on the intake yesterday. And then back here at Rockefeller Center, just because I was restless and wanted to get some use of this Metro card that I found on the ground. It's a kind of Metro card I've never used. It's a auto reload, like whoever owned it pays for it automatically, I guess, and I assume they're going to cut that off as soon as they can, but they haven't done it yet. And just feeling entirely spaced out right now. But I'm gonna go, and it's pouring rain outside, or it's comes and goes, the pouring rain. And yesterday I think I ended the call with this comment, but I cut the call a little short because someone was actually waiting to use this payphone. And that's happened at least one other time, but that one other time it was a woman who I've seen before who just looks like she's using this phone. She's not really talking to anybody. And someone else, at least one other person I know of on social media had seen her too. But, well, yeah, my head just feels full of something. Full of gas or full of sand. I don't know which type of material. I spent the morning going one by one through my old football cards, baseball, basketball. Just trying to remember all the industry I poured into that collection of things, and I forgot about the team cards where you would check off the cards that you had for a single team. Like I found the Boston Red Sox, and I had checked off it's like almost all of them. But I mean, I don't remember ever doing. That's a strange. I don't know if it's a strange thing to forget or if it's a strange thing to think that I should have remembered. But I'm taking a pen or pencil and then checking off my progress in collecting the individual team players is something I did not remember and would not remember if I didn't just happen to notice it now. It reminded me of, in a way, of my father's Bible, where it was handed down to him from his mother, and I think that's the only reason he held on to it. He was not religious, as far as anybody knows. But I brought it back up here. I brought it up here from Florida after he died, and I just started looking through it, and I found that certain phrases had been underlined and highlighted, and there were handwritten comments in the tiny, very narrow margins. It's a very tightly printed book with not a lot of margin space. And I was surprised and even astonished to see that my dad had done this, that he had gone through the Bible and seemingly start to finish read every page with comments and whatnot. And then I don't know how far into this seemingly marvelous experience, into this marvelous discovery I got before I realized that those were my notes, and that I had read every page of the Bible, and that I had gone through and highlighted and called out remarkable phrases, and I must have done this, and I had a foggy memory of having done that in maybe the 7th or 8th grade, or maybe 9th. But whenever I did it, it took me a while to recognize my own handwriting from childhood. Of course, my handwriting would be different now, I assume. I don't really do a lot of handwriting. But that again was a strange strange feeling of like, this is me. Like this is the evidence I left behind, and I have no memory of it. You know, what other evidence might I leave behind that I wouldn't recognize, and that by extension, if anyone else encounters it, they're going to see a person that I can't vouch for. I would have no memory of that person. And there must be a lot of that shit that I've produced in one context or another, that I wouldn't recognize the person who created it. But I did save a handful of those cards, and I was surprised. It was funny. I found a couple of Farrah Fawcett Majors cards from the Charlie's Angels trading card collection. And I don't think I ever actually collected those. I just somehow came into possession of a couple of them. I might have traded for them from somebody else, but I don't think I ever actually purchased Charlie's Angels trading cards. But I do remember seeing them, though. I remember now the Kate Jackson card, and there was a card for the dog. Oh, no, I don't think there was a card for the dog, because that was another show, wasn't it? The Bionic Woman, and then there was the Bionic Dog. There was, I don't know. I think there was a card for the dog, but maybe I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I do remember those, and I remember a lot of the individual sports cards. And I put some aside. I said I was only going to save like a dozen. I ended up saving like probably 50 or 60. I'm going to wade through those and then probably just chuck them all one night. I'm too drunk to regret it, too drunk to care. And I also found a couple of Star Wars cards, and I remember those too, but those were outliers, or that collection was the outlier. All right, it's hot down here in this area, and I'm going to go find a seat at one of the tables if I can. Back in Central, it's the next day, and I picked up the phone that the other woman was talking into yesterday, and it has this really harsh, malfunctioning sounding dial tone, which kind of confirms my hunch that she wasn't really talking to anybody, and maybe she didn't even put money in. I wasn't paying attention, or I couldn't see. Just had this thought yesterday when I was going into and out of the library that, like, some people can't stand telemarketing calls, and as revenge, they sometimes do what they can to keep the telemarketer on the phone for as long as possible, just waste their time. And I've never done any of that kind of shit. I mean, that just seems like a waste of everybody's time, and it doesn't accomplish anything. But I mean, it makes the world a slightly pissier place, I guess. Maybe that's. But my little fixation, or whatever you want to call it, is with the security detail at that library. And not so much the guys who rove around telling you you can't have liquids on the tables or whatever. I totally get that, because you might be handling a book that's 100 years old, and you don't want to risk spilling your Kool-Aid on it. But it's the ones at the door where they force you to open your bag for inspection, and these people never really take a close look at anything, and I don't know what they're looking for, except I guess for books that you might have unwittingly or not so unwittingly stuffed in your bag. As often as not, especially when there's a lot of people, they just wave the crowd out and don't look at the bag at all. But one time, like, in the spirit of those people that keep telemarketers on the phone, I would like to force a security guard at the door of the library to go through every pocket of my bag, look through every possible nook and cranny, because that's the other thing. My bag has like three compartments in it. They only look at the one I open, I could have stuffed anything in the other side, and they never open it. So I would just like to make them spend the 10 minutes it would take to go through every possible place I could have hid something, hid a book or ripped a page out of a book and put that in my bag, just to prove how fucking pointless it is. I didn't mean to curse, but all right. I'm going to keep walking and hope that it doesn't rain too much.
I swear that these Times Square payphones have been taken away and then put back or something. I don't know. There's no way to tell by looking at it, I don't think. But I swear there were none at some point a couple of years ago. But it's easy to do something this quagmire of humanity. I was on a bus and decided that I could get across town faster by walking. That's completely true. But the air conditioning is nice, right? So I'm also across the street from MTV. Well, not across the street from Viacom. And they own MTV. And I've told the story a million times. And I have verified this. But my memory of this is not supposed to be accurate. When I was a kid, we got cable TV we were like one of the first cities in the country to get cable. And there were like, wow, 15 channels or something. And my sister and I were flipping through the channels, and there was one station that had been blank before that had some kind of pattern on it, test pattern or something. And we said, hey, what's this? And I don't remember precisely what happened, but I suppose the MTV logo appeared, and the video, Buggles singing Video Killed the Radio Star appeared. And that was it. We were there the moment MTV came on the air. Small little golden childhood memory, right? All right. So I'm on 75th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. This is the phone right outside of the former Park Lincoln, which is now called the Amsterdam. Like Amsterdam without some of the vowels. Needless to say, if you know anything about me, you know that I lived here for about a year. It was my first long-term place in New York. I was up in room 1422 for, I don't know, maybe a couple of months. And then I moved down to the cheaper room, 317. I was curious. I looked up Airbnb once to see if it was possible to get a room in that place, and at the time it was not, but I should try and maybe give it another look. I was just in the Pioneer supermarket over on Columbus, and I used to shop there, and on the outside at least, it looks exactly the same as it did 28 years ago. I can't remember what the inside might have looked like back then, but it's probably similar. For the most part, though, I don't recognize this neighborhood much anymore. It's across the street from the Beacon Theater. And I never... Did I see a show there? I guess I did. Yeah, I did. I saw the Allman Brothers peeking at the Beacon thing. I was hesitating for a moment because I thought they might have done their show at another theater because they were doing it at another theater for a while. I've been thinking about my dad lately. I just saw somebody at the Pioneer store that was wearing the exact same type of shirt and pants that my dad used to wear. It's strange to remember these things. And once in a while I'll see somebody with the same kind of facial features Dad had. But the other day I was at 38th Avenue and 30th Street, and I saw his car parked out on the curb. And I was like, what the hell's Dad doing here? I mean, that was just the instantaneous thought, but of course, he's not here. I sold his car to my friend Dave, and after I saw the car, I remembered, yeah, he happened to have mentioned that he took the car into to get some minor repairs, and he must have taken it to the shop that was right over there. And I guess I've always known this, but man, they chew up a lot of curbside parking with with those cars, but I remembered some of the funny words my dad made up, and Kellops was one of them. That's what he called ketchup. And I don't know if he made it up or if it was a hillbilly thing that he brought with him, but Kellops and Din Din was dinner, and I can never remember them all. Like, one of them will come into my mind, and I think I should write these down in one place, because I can never remember them all. Kellops, Din Din, he called the hospital the Spital. I can't remember the others now. Well, I'm just riding around town for free on this Metro card that I found. And I found it Thursday. Today's Sunday. They still haven't canceled it. And I wonder if it's the kind of thing where it's paid for by an employer. And instead of replacing it, they just give them a new one. And they just, maybe we'll forget to cancel this one, but it's kind of hard to know. All right, I'm going to go now. All right. I said earlier that I don't recognize this neighborhood anymore, but it's not really true. Some things have changed, but the Gray's papaya is still there. Can't believe I ever ate that shit. And I think the Apple Bank has always been the same since I got here. And the Utopia restaurant is still there. Juliana and I used to go there a lot. It's always a running gag. What's the food like at Utopia? These little Chinese places we used to go to as well, but I'm not sure where that was. I don't know if that would still be here. And the subway station still looks the same, but I think the area around it has changed. Oh, and Freddie and Pepe's Pizza is still there. Some things have changed, but it's not as, I didn't mean to sound all browsing like an old fuddy-duddy. They also seem to have maintained the same quantity of payphones, along with the new devices. Maybe they figured out by now that routing it for that's one of them doesn't make any sense. But with the HMP record store is gone. That's been gone a long time. Further down, of course, Tower's been gone a long time as well. But there's this nondescript tall brown building. That, what is it? I think that's 68th Street, 69th Street. And I think they used to have like a housewares store on the ground floor. I think it's either a Walgreens or a Dwayne Reed now. Maybe, I can't tell from here. These are the places I used to be. And I wanted to live in this building that I'm standing right in front of. The wait list for it was supposed to be 15 years long. I guess it's 2070 Broadway. The Fidelity Investment Bank ground floor. Right up in the middle. I just discovered there's a public atrium here that I have no memory of. Something Rubinstein. And they had 4 public computer terminals, but I couldn't figure out what they were supposed to be doing. A whole bunch of seats and a gigantic screen. Somehow I never noticed that existed before. This is around 62nd Street at Broadway. Well, I guess I don't really have anything to say. I just keep checking in and thinking I'm going to have some golden nugget of insight or observation. Lincoln Center is one of the least attractive compounds in town, I think. Well, I'm having a hell of a time finding a working payphone around here today, but the old standby at Rockefeller Center doesn't work. This is the first time it hasn't worked in a long time. Only I can remember. Just walking around thinking that I'm probably as close to pulling the plug on the content part of the payphone site. I'm as close to doing that as I've ever been, because possibility, right? But beyond that, who the fuck cares? I mean, I could keep doing it on my semi-private site, which I've been talking about making public for a very long time. But, you know, you just start to question the relevance after all these years. I mean, I've questioned it for a long time. Not a new concept for me. So I'm heading over to, I think you call it Ridgewood, to a woman's pants. It looks like she has shit stains all over her ass. It really does. That's a badly designed pair of pants. I'm heading out to what I guess you'd call Ridgewood to play Cards Against Humanity with some people, most of whom I don't know. And it's not completely random, but it was like pretty much out of nowhere that this woman invited me. I mean, I talk to her like once every 5 years, you know, that kind of thing. And she is from the old Townswood crowd, and she broke up with her boyfriend, I think, for like the 50th time now. And don't really know her much, but she went out of her way to invite me to this thing. I'm not going to question it. It's a little random, but it's not like completely out of nowhere. Like a complete stranger. I mentioned Cards Against Humanity to somebody on Facebook last night, and she said, you can never talk to any, after you played Cards Against Humanity, you can never talk to any of the people you played it with ever again. And I don't remember how the game works exactly. I did play it some years ago, and I do remember there being some tension, particularly between me and one other dude. Almost everybody in the room was Asian, and I made some kind of racial comment. It wasn't racist, I don't think. And I don't remember what it was, but I remember this one dude just sort of giving me a look as if I had maybe possibly said something inappropriate, but I don't think I actually said anything inappropriate. I sort of hinted at an inappropriate concept or something like that. Anyway, I'm going to go find the M train and take that to Forest Avenue and figure it out from there. And explore the area a little bit before the scheduled start of the game time, which is 6 p.m. But yeah, it's hard to get to the point of actually just deleting all that shit, deleting the whole WordPress installation, and just starting over or doing something else. Or the site feels dishonest in a way. I mean, people look at it and they see what they want to see. Some people just take a look and assume it's a nostalgia or history site. And it's not a nostalgia site. It's a little bit of a history site, but I haven't put all that together yet. It's never, like, the front-facing part of that site has never felt like me. And that's because it's too much a part of me for me to lay it all out there without making everybody who encounters it a little uncomfortable.
I made a strange surprising discovery yesterday. Just when wasn't really thinking about it, but I happened across a bunch of my dad's stuff that I had stuck up in a cabinet, and I thought I had seen and mentally processed everything of his that there was, but this time I found his he had this little metal can that he put stuff in. It was on the workbench. It was always there. And he put just kind of shit you'd expect, pens and pencils, and he had a one of those tape press things where you press the letters into the tape, and it said X-Acto blades. So I guess that's where he kept his knives, or his blades, or whatever. And so I was looking through what else was in there, and there was this one scrap of something that I remember seeing. I have no idea what it is. It looks like it's just like a piece of fabric, but it's a very stiff fabric, and it has an insignia on it, but the insignia is just kind of trivial. It's like a trademark or something. I don't know what it was. threw that out. But there was this little plastic envelope that had some scraps of paper in it, and one of them was a newspaper clipping. It's from when he was a little kid, and he made the local paper because he was on the honor roll, or some sort of academic thing that gets written up in small town newspapers like Kingsport. So he saved that, and he also saved this little book that was called Permanent Record, which I guess is what they called your report.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes. Thank you.
Which is what, I guess that's your report card or something. It contained all his grades from all the classes that he took in grade school. And it looked like some of them were handwritten in by him. And if I was reading them correctly, his grades were kind of all over the place. It's just, I never would have thought that he would have kept something like that and kept it in a place that was so always within reach. But then I remember that my mother told me not full, she never gave me the full story, but basically she said that his mother called him a dumbass and said he was stupid. And he may not have ever been book smart, but he was no idiot. But it always bothered him. I mean, it would bother any kid if your mother said shit like that to you. So fast forward to the last time I ever saw him, which was in Alexandria, Virginia. And we were getting breakfast at the hotel, restaurant or whatever. And this woman sitting nearby was saying that, just talking about how wonderful her kid was, how smart her kid was, and how got straight A's in school and on and on. And my dad hears this, and he said, I fucking hate it when parents brag about how smart their kid is. And I said, well, it's better than saying my kid's a fucking idiot. And my dad laughed so fucking hard after I said that. I thought he was going to cough up a lung. And he started crying a little bit. His eyes were watering, and he just would not stop laughing. And I started working it a little bit. I was like riffing on the joke like a comedian, I was like, oh, my kid is so stupid. And I stopped doing it because I thought he was going to get sick from laughing. And well, it reminded me, I came to this conclusion a long time ago that you don't laugh at something because you're happy. You know, laughter doesn't mean you're happy. You laugh at something because it makes you nervous, or because it touches a nerve, or because it stokes your anxiety or your repressed feelings about something. It's like an open wound. But I think laughter gets associated with happiness because it hijacks the gesture of the smile, which I think is and should be synonymous with happiness. But that's a smile. Laughter looks like a smile, but it's expressing something very guttural, very different. So I'm at Grand Central, and I'm on the lower level. I've just been out doing my thing again. It's hot as hell outside, but I actually like baking in the sun, at least for a little bit. And I like working up a good sweat. And I've just been doing my thing. I got a lot of successes the last few days for some reason. It just comes and goes in waves for no apparent reason. I've been purging my apartment of everything I can realistically get rid of, which includes every floppy disk, or almost every floppy disk, and almost every CD, DVD that has my data on it. And I'm getting that stuff packed up and ready to ship out to a recycling center. Because I'm not so much, I mean, it's nice to do the eco-friendly thing, but I'm more interested in just having my stuff, my personal information and content that I created. I want all that stuff just cremated and incinerated and made impossible to access. It's not like I have what you call sensitive information, but it's the kind of stuff I wouldn't want anybody finding and claiming as their own, which is something I have been all that stuff. I found something I knew was in there. I just hadn't looked at it in 10 years, not longer, but just a big box of bad news. The box right through all the newspapers and magazines from after 9/11. And the New York Times front page story I reread for the first time in I don't know how long, and it was such an impressive piece of writing for not just how it captured the confusion and just chaos of the day, but the fact that it was written under those circumstances, under the same weight of fear and confusion that everybody was working under that day. Yeah, and I remember the descriptions of people running from the towers. What impressed me about the story was how accurately it aligned with almost every account I've heard from people who were down there that day or anywhere in town that day. There was, I'm reading through the story now and remembering all the stories I've been told from people that I've met since that day. And I remember one woman I met at the bar said she was supposed to be going to work at one of the towers, and she gets out of the subway, and police are like waving their arms, ordering everybody to run, because they thought that the first one had already come down. They thought the second one was going to come down sideways. So everybody just ran, and of course it came down straight, but then that was another account of the bleeding woman. I actually wondered how she got that way. I never thought to ask that until now. I don't think it was explained. The story also mentioned in passing that there were lines of people 7 or 8 deep waiting to use the payphones, which is something I read in The Voice, but I didn't really believe it because I never saw photographic evidence of that. And in fact, the only photo I saw of people lined up to use a payphone was the one picture that I found, and which I featured on my website a couple of 9/11s ago, or maybe it was like 4 or 5 years ago now. If the Times also made that claim, then I guess it must be true. Not that their claim is any truer than anyone else's, but if both The Voice and the Times said it, then I guess that corroborates it. And they also commented that most of those phones didn't work, and they didn't dig any deeper into that to see if the collapse of the towers had anything to do with that, cutting lines or anything, cutting phone lines, that is. I remember there was some mention of the bodies, that the people that just jumped because they just saw that there was no hope, and the screams that you could hear from down on the ground. But that aligned with the story that I heard from there was a stripper that I dated about a year and a half ago. And she was living down there at the time. She was basically right across the street from the towers, and she was getting ready to take her bubble bath in the morning. And she heard all these screams from across the way. And all of a sudden, she didn't hear them. They talked about what a terrific boom the second plane in particular made. The first one probably did too, but most people weren't prepared for it. Or nobody was prepared for it, except maybe the people in the plane. And that aligned with a bartender friend of mine said he called his friend down in Battery Park to see if he knew what was going on, what was happening. And that person said his place was filling up with smoke, and he didn't know what was going on. And as he was saying all this, he just heard this terrific booming, just a solid thud coming through the phone, and it was so loud he had to throw the phone. That would have been the second plane. But that time story, it really took you back to that day. I remember for my part, I was coming out of the subway at either 7th or 8th Avenue, probably 7th Avenue, when I heard a very low-flying jumbo jet flying overhead, and I was like just making a full got the tambo flying airplane. And I didn't think anything else of it until I got up to the office and all the TVs were on. And I was actually kind of looking forward to that day because I liked the towers. And I saw that they had been hit by planes. And I thought, well, they can stand up to that, right? I was looking forward to hearing about what great structures they were. Because, I mean, I liked them and I didn't like them. I thought they were ugly, but they were there and they were too big to ignore. They were like the buck teeth of Lower Manhattan. If I was looking forward to that, I was disappointed. And you know who it was? I'm not political and I didn't vote for him, but it was Donald Trump who was the first person to say anything in the immediate days afterwards. First person to say anything that made any damn sense. He said that those buildings should not have come down. Those buildings should have been built better. And he, of course, compared it to the Empire State Building, which endured a fighter jet that slammed right into it, and people were going to work at the building the next business day. And he's right; those buildings were shit. They were basically hollow in the middle, and not built to withstand something like that. And they've also been a little eerie for me in a way, because the buildings at my conservatory, where I went to school, were built by the same architect, and the resemblance is uncanny, except for the fact that the building's only, I think it's 3 stories high, but the exterior is remarkably similar to that of the former Twin Towers. But that story, having gotten rid of most of the big box of bad news, I'm happy to at least revisit that. Not happy, but satisfied to confirm in my memory what a fabulous piece of writing it was.
All right, here I am trying a new thing today. I started it a couple of days ago, and it's working better than I thought. I set the machines to blast the T-Mobile ringtone, and I shortened the duration of the silence between the rings to make it sound even more urgent. And very first time I did it, I saw 3 people checking their bags, looking for their phones to see if it was ringing. I expected that. That was kind of the desired effect. But what I didn't expect was that people were going to think the calls were coming in to the machines. So people are going and answering the call, or you can't really do that, but it would be pretty cool if those things took incoming calls, but can't have everything. I just bumped into a friend who I don't really know very well. I probably see him once a year. And he's like me. He walks around a lot. Maybe he doesn't have a lot to do. I don't know. I mean, I've got things to do, but I work the walking around a lot into that. But he'd be the perfect guy to get in on this if I trusted him, but I don't know if I can. And I won't worry about getting exposed. I will get exposed someday. I'm not worried about it, because by then, these stupid machines probably won't matter anymore. So, doing my thing. It's about 2 o'clock. I slept way too late. Trying to decide if I want to walk over to the 181 or just take the low road and take the train. But I have a free Metro card that I found that had $18 on it, so I might as well use it. You know what I've been doing is I've been putting these apology stickers up on the payphones. These stickers I made 25 years ago, I guess, back in 93, was it? 92, 93, I don't know. It says, Mom, Dad, I'm real sorry. I don't love you. I wish I could talk to you, but I can't, and I don't really think it's my fault, because I tried, and I'm sorry. It hurts you so much that we can't talk, but I'm changing. and I have other people to go to who are there when you want. And now that you're back trying to reach me, I can't let you because I changed too much while you weren't looking, while you weren't part of me. And now that you want me to come back and be like your daughter, I can't because you don't want what I've become without you. And I'm sorry that you're so hurt by it, and I'm leaving. I'm going off on my own life, away from you. And when I get older, I can move out, and I'll be on my own, and I'll have other people. But I can live without you, and it might hurt a little bit. But I'll be able to live without you, and I don't know if you'll be able to live without me. But if you would put more time in, it wouldn't come down to this. I'm really sorry I'm going to hurt you. When I go. Yeah, I remember that statement. It was from felt like she was 13, a little kid. I played that for my mother. I played a lot of this stuff for my mother, but I remember that one. And she was offended by it. She said the kid sounded like a brat and was just going through a phase, that kind of thing. These are the stickers that I transcribed. These statements, these short statements. Well, statements that were short enough to fit on these stickers. It's about 1.5 inches, maybe about 3 inches high. And, maybe more like 2 inches across by 4 inches. And I'm actually surprised these things still stick after all these years, but this one's actually coming loose, but most of them stick really well.
And so I'm at Grand Central, and somewhat funny that a woman was using the very phone I had intended to use, and it's on a row of 6 of them, and I don't think the other 5 even work, although they used to. Now it's September 13th, and just totally by chance, nothing to do with the anniversary date a couple of days ago, but I happened to find my big box of bad news a couple of days ago. And that's a box where I stuff all the newspapers and magazines from the days and weeks after 9/11. And I threw out most of them. I had like duplicate copies. I guess I was being an asshole and thinking I could make money from them somehow, but I would never do something like that. But in the moment, you think stupid things. So, but the front page story of the Times, it still remains nothing captured the chaos and the confusion better than that, as far as I'm concerned. Nothing that I've read, and I read through it again, and every feeling I had that day, as well as every experience everybody I've ever talked to described, it all came back. It felt so alive, and that piece of writing, which was being done basically as events unfolded, because nobody knew what the hell was going to happen next, if anything, it was profound. I mean, you felt like you were on the street. Since then I filled in a lot of stories, and every other sentence in this story reminded me of something that someone else had told me about where they were that day. And like I remember Marina, someone I used to know, who had since moved back to Russia. She was saying she had a job downtown that day, and she came out of the subway, and there was smoke everywhere, and then these police officers emerged from the smoke, and they're waving their arms and telling everybody to run the other way, because the first building had already come down. They thought the second one was going to come down sideways, and everybody just ran like, I don't know what you compare it to, but they must have felt like they were being herded. And I was talking to one of the bartenders that I used to know, and he saw what was happening on TV, and called a friend of his who lived down in Battery Park, and his friend didn't know what the hell was going on, but it sounded like there was smoke filling up his apartment or something, and he really didn't understand what had happened. And then as he was talking, he heard this terrific thud, so boom, and that was the second plane. And my friend and I said he dropped the phone. It was so loud. That I didn't know that. I actually thought that the impact didn't make that much sound. Maybe it's the first one, but nobody really has that closely documented, the first impact. And then I remember I dated a stripper for a little bit about a year ago, and she was describing how she was getting ready to get into her bubble bath, and she heard all these people screaming, and she too wasn't really aware what the hell what's going on, what had happened, and she's just getting ready to get into the bubble bath, and the screams all stopped. So when I was, and there were just, I could go on and on with the accounts I've heard from people who were there that day. I met a guy who was on the very last floor you could be on without getting hit or without getting trapped. I forget which floor that was, but maybe 80-something. He described the exit process. It was very orderly and nobody panicked. Maybe because nobody expected the building to come down, but I don't remember now which building he was in. He described the exit as pretty orderly, and I just asked him, how do you deal with this? How do you cope? And he's like, you just move on. You're here. Something like this could happen anytime, anywhere, and I'm here. And I've never seen him again, but he seemed like a pretty straightforward guy. When I was traveling in Nebraska and the Dakotas, anybody I told that I was from New York, the first thing they asked me is like, where were you? And he said, I told the story that I was coming out of the subway at, must have been 7th Avenue to go to work, and the first plane flew right over my head. And I looked up, and this is another piece of reportage in that Times piece, was all the people who heard this low-flying plane, this rumbling of the engine, and it sounded like it was slowing down. And everybody thought the same thing I did. Well, that's a low-flying plane, but hey, whatever. And so when I got up, by the time I got up to, that would have been 8:46, so by the time I got up to the office, it was already on TV. There were TVs everywhere. I was working at CNN at the time, so there was TVs all over the place. And it was already, the first impact was already being televised, or the aftermath of it. And I remember thinking, well, this is kind of cool, actually. I mean, obviously, people were probably killed, but on the upside, I was looking forward to the world turning its attention to the Twin Towers and giving them new respect for being able to withstand this kind of thing. And maybe it'll be like the Empire State Building when it opened for business the next working day after that jet plane or a fighter jet flew into it. And that was my positive thought, my positive hope for the situation. But then the second plane hit, and that's when people in the office really started freaking out. And I made direct eye contact with these people that I barely even knew, and we were all just looking at each other like, what the hell is happening? And I called my mother and woke her up, or imagine wake her up, she had just got gotten up, and at this point I was freaking out a little bit. But I called her and I said, turn on your TV. And she's like, oh, why? And she probably thought I was going to be on or something. And I was like, just turn it on, and we're being attacked. And even as I said those words, I couldn't believe they just slipped out of my mouth. But so she turned on the TV, and she never really changed and wavered in this attitude about it. She's like, at first I was like, this is nothing compared to the bombings of England in World War II, or bombings of London. And, hey, maybe she's right, if we'd been bombed like that, at random, I think that would be pretty scary, but that doesn't really matter in this moment, does it? I never said anything like that, but she just was never impressed with 9/11, and she thought what it was she was never at peace with the fact that I had moved to New York, that I had moved away from home, lived in New York all these years, and first thing she said later that night was like, so I guess you'll be moving back home. And I said, no. I look need it more than ever. And so we talked for a while, and I just let her know that I guess I'm okay and nothing's going to happen to me, I guess. Or who knows, but she was also unimpressed with the anthrax attack later. But anyway, back at the office, I got off the phone, and 3 or 4 guys from the server center, I didn't realize that CNN had web servers at the Twin Towers or in any offices there. This is the first I knew of it. Not that I had any reason to know. This was the bar back end, the techie guys. But they ran into the office and they just sat down and they tried to calm down. And I think somebody came over and said, "Look, guys, if there's anything you need, just let me know." I forget who would have said that. Just somebody that recognized the gravity of the situation. What remained kind of eerie about all this, the web servers we had down there were for internal use only. It was intranet, I guess. And what became eerie about it was the screen that I accessed, like everybody's home screen, was for this intranet, and it remained locked on, I forget what time it was. No, it might have been 8:46, which is when the first impact was, or it might have been 9:02. I think there's a second one, 90 something. Whatever time it was locked on there for weeks. Not really sure why that would be, because if the server's knocked out, then why am I even able to access it? But somehow the connection to that intranet was severed, and content wasn't allowed to be updated to it for a long time. I mean, similarly, I remember how WNYC was just silent for months afterwards because their antenna was on top of one of the towers. I had been down to the towers just the week before on Labor Day. It's the last time I got close to them, and I do remember thinking, I didn't even take pictures of it because I took them for granted. One day I'm going to find the picture that I took from the top of the Twin Towers. I took at least a couple of them back in probably 91. Might have been New Year's Day 91. That's the day I went to the Statue of Liberty. I did all that touristy stuff all at once, or all that I ever wanted to do or intended to do. I guess where I started to lose, I mean, it felt like the world was united in revulsion, if you will. And I think that was true for a little bit, but then I think it was when the casualty count started ticking down that people started getting cynical about it. Like, you expect me to feel bad about 1,000 people, and told me it was going to be 6,000 or something. True that, I ordered 6,000 body bags to the scene, which made sense at the time, right? Or it seemed to. Yeah, I just remember the following weekend, I guess the 15th, I started playing some of the CDs that I'd been listening to the week before. It felt like I hadn't listened to this stuff in years. It felt like a long time reunion or a homecoming. And then I went down there 6 months later. And I came out of the subway and I just looked up and it was like a couple of just giant holes in the sky. That's what I always think of. That's how I think of them now. Those are just a couple of giant holes in the sky.
A little while ago, maybe about 45 minutes, I was getting ready to go out, and as I usually do, I ended the conference call, started it over. The program I have now lasts 9 hours, but I like to start it over once in a while because sometimes after like 5 hours it'll throw an error, and none of the calls will work. So I did that, and when I end the call, I'm automatically emailed a report of who called, how long they connected, all that. And it's always the same, or almost always the same. It's always just the same phone number from the machines. Here and there's been some exceptions to that, but that's another story. So I did that. I hung up the call and started it again. And I didn't realize that I had just cut off the Gothamist reporter who wrote the first piece about this back in May. Somehow he got the number. And I don't know what to think of it, but I expected this to happen someday. This is the remonstrance that I've been waiting for. I just don't know what's going to happen. I also don't know if whoever gave him the number identified me, but it didn't look like it because, well, I'll have to go check that again. So I think it might be that my partner gave it out to somebody who did this, or maybe he did it himself, because if he did it, then it's all good. Because he said, like last week, that he's been proud to be a part of this, been proud to be a part of something so exciting. And I actually really appreciated that. And maybe, but in outing me, he can get a little FaceTime himself. I actually think he could tell the story of this whole thing better than I can, just because he's just like a sponge of information. So it might be that the stuff, if it is he who did it, I don't know if I don't know him that. I realize I don't really know this guy that well. If it was him, then he will not reveal who I am because he understands the aesthetic of this whole thing, the aesthetic of invisibility. And I think everybody involved does, to whatever extent they're connected to it. I think his girlfriend called in last night, and there was also an unidentified caller last night. And that sort of thing doesn't happen. The reports always just show like a long list of the same phone number. I don't know what she thinks about all this. She sounds like she gets impatient with him. Like anytime they go anywhere and they go by one of these things, he stops and dials the number and she gets impatient. But I don't think she's like seriously irate with the guy. It's, just trying to stick to the plan or whatever. So of the four Gothamist stories, that first one that this dude wrote was the best. And he actually ended it with it was snarky and everything, but he ended it with an insightful possibility that this was a form of protest or something else. The piece I posted last night, I listened to it after I got home again. I was like, damn, this is good. And so I tried to make another one today. It was not as good. So I have an idea for another one that I'll cook up later. If this dude actually publishes the number, that's going to be excellent. That's going to be tremendous. And I'm going to make sure that the program stays running night and day because of that. It's intriguing, though, to think of where else he might have gotten the number because maybe an insider at the company gave it to him for some reason. By the way, he's going to be on the air tomorrow on WNYC talking about this with the reporter from The Intercept who wrote the story, I guess, last week. So far, the story really doesn't impress me much, and at first I thought, well, why are they bringing him on? Because he's not really, I thought that they hadn't really addressed that issue of privacy and surveillance at Gotham, so I guess they probably have. I have to go back and find it. And, of course, Gotham is just part of WNYC now. Well, we'll see what happens. I don't know if I should be nervous or excited or both, but if they stick to, if everybody kept their promise, then I'll remain invisible. Doing my rounds, and it just continues to pay off. But they posted another piece about it, and the headline actually had me very nervous that they were onto me, onto my identity. I was actually nervous about that even before the headline, because I knew the story was coming, but I didn't know what it was going to have. What happened was I saw that a call to my secret number came in from one of the reporters at Gothamist, and I've actually
radio in WNYC the next day, and he brought with him a recording of my latest production. And they were just trying to figure it out. And so he did his little bit on the radio. It was just a 1-minute bit from a longer, extremely boring interview about privacy and surveillance. And it, so it's kind of cool to hear my voice on the radio again. And today it's been kind of fun hearing my voice booming around parts of Times Square. So the story posted and the comments are all pretty good, and somebody suggested it's some kind of viral marketing bullshit, and that's not a bad thought, but that's not what it is. And someone else suggested I was doing the traffic pumping thing, which I'm not really, but I mean, you could say I am, but I'm certainly not benefiting from it. And it would be way out of anything realistic to think that even if I did find a way to cash in on those few pennies per minute termination fees, that it would be worth my time as an individual. Now, if I had a whole group of people, maybe we could all work it, but I don't care. I don't want to exploit anything like that to my financial advantage. I guess if anything, I want to get a job out of this if it's possible. So they would see me and be like, that's the kind of creative thinking we need. But I've said this before and I'll say it again, creative thinking is, in most contexts and in most corporate business places, creative thinking is really a pain in the ass. And it's not. It's irritating. And that's because most creative thinking isn't particularly good, but that's the nature of creative thinking, is you roll through a whole bunch of bad ideas to get to the good one. And I guess the one example that I've always held up was John Poindexter? His last name was Poindexter. He was part of the Iran-Contra hearings, or a big part of those hearings. And years later, he was still in the military capacity in some realm, and as part of just a brainstorm, they came up with this idea of opening a casino where you could bet on where the next terrorist attack is going to be. And just by people's betting, they would determine, perhaps get their finger on the pulse point of where it really was going to happen. It's a ludicrous idea. Neither he nor anybody involved with that brainstorm session had any inkling of belief that it was going to happen, that they were actually going to open a terrorist casino. But that's the kind of ludicrous ideas that you come up with when you're trying to arrive at something realistic. So we'll see. Now, what else was I going to say? Somebody else commented that, but I showed it to my friend who is an artist, and she owns an art studio, and she's been too busy to even respond to my emails or anything, but I sent her the link anyway. And today I bumped into her and I made her look at it because it's just a thing, it's a 1-minute audio piece. And she was genuinely enthralled. She really did think it was something exciting. And that's the vertical that I'm after. Part of the reason I'm starting to like the Alchemist reporter is he called it art. He said I think he said performance art, but art project, something like that. But he used that word, and I really appreciate that. So, I'm out here doing my thing again, and I feel like I'm getting close to getting caught. But at the same time, the more I do this, the more I believe that it's essentially impossible for me to get caught doing this, unless I leave a really honking clue. And my friend, longtime friend who lives in Montana now, is also genuinely and positively impressed by all this, so I'm getting the right levels of approval from people I respect. And the comments, like I said, are all pretty good, and nobody hates me, and see how long that lasts. So I'm putting together another radio piece, and this will be a static version of a piece I did a few months ago, where I would call my own phone from one of those things, and then talk as if I was having a conversation with somebody that you couldn't hear. And the effect was intended to be that when you pass by, you hear me talking, and you hear me saying like painfully personal things, or talking about painful things to somebody that isn't there. And the effect is supposed to be that the signal got crossed, or the line got crossed, or however you want to interpret it, however lines get crossed these days. It's the most Joe Frank thing I think I've ever done. But I'm going to put that down on celluloid, on tape. Oh, wait, it's not film, is it? You know what I mean? I've been using my field recorder a lot for this. I'm having a lot of fun with Adobe Audition, too. So, I mean, I've told this before, like, I see people making videos of these things sometimes, people on the street. And I see them typing messages and, I guess, sending it off somewhere to somebody or someplace. And I don't know where all these videos are going or who's talking about them and what's being said, but it's exhilarating. You know, I'm in a discussion on some level. But I'm not, still, I recognize the relative significance of this. Social media is doing what social media does, and it makes a big honking deal out of something that is not that big a honking deal. And that's the reality, but that's what media has always done, isn't it? They highlight a singular situation, a singular individual, and they bring attention to them. That's what traditional media has always done. So maybe I shouldn't be so cynical about it.
Funny thing today, I'm out here doing my thing, and I'm asking why is every tablet screen that I see today turned off? And turns out they're not. I'm wearing sunglasses. The type of sunglasses that make certain type of LED screens look like they're not turned on. I encountered that a long time ago when I borrowed somebody's Canon G9 camera and couldn't see anything on the screen because I was wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses, or the brand is there, but I think it's the polarized. I think that's the trick. If only sunglasses could make the big advertising screens look dark. So the reason I'm wearing sunglasses is I woke up with a lot of things to explain, but I don't have an explanation for how this happened, but I have a black eye, and it looks like I was punched. But obviously I fell and smashed my face on something. I just don't know what it was. There were bloodstains on the wall, on two of the walls, and in the hallway. And I slept through the noise of a food delivery guy trying to get me my fish and chips. So all I know is I was incredibly tired yesterday. I spent the whole day doing all kinds of both mental and physical exertions. And I was up pretty early. And I really needed to sleep more than I needed to eat. But how I fell down and didn't hurt myself a lot worse. I don't know. The pain, there's not a lot of pain, but the bruise is big enough that it's kind of causing my eye to want to not open all the way. And the cut across the top really does look like somebody belted me. And I was just starting to entertain the scenario that the food delivery guy got so angry at me that he busted in and punched me. That's not very likely. That's not any kind of realistic scenario. So this happened one other time. I fell and hit my head, but I knew what was happening. I knew it wasn't that big a deal. I took a picture of myself afterwards, and it looked like my whole face had been slashed. But it was just a small cut that where I let the blood ooze all over. And it was kind of a gross-looking picture, but I wasn't hurt as bad as it might have looked. And there wasn't really a lot of bleeding, and it was like it coagulated almost immediately. I say that because the blood on the wall looked dark, like darker than it would be if it was fresh. I just don't know what the fuck happened. That's the scary thing. But I'm fine. My vision is fine. The eyeball itself doesn't look like it was hit, but I am sort of seeing a flash here or there. But I haven't really eaten anything today except for coffee and tea and some pasta and some grapefruit juice, and that doesn't really count. I think once I start getting food in my system, everything will start healing itself. And I've always healed well, and I don't know why this would be any different. But meantime, I'm just going to go out and stay out here, keep doing my thing. I just took a quick ramble through Calvary. At some point, I don't know, maybe a year ago, I just snapped out of my love affair with cemeteries, and that one in particular. Not much has changed. The chapel looks exactly the same. It's a dump like it used to be. They have painted it. I mean, it looks dumpy, but it's not under the coat of paint. Wouldn't do a lot to remedy. They put up a lot more water spigots for whatever reason. And they cleared out from some open area, I guess, for they blew the grass out, or maybe they just threw dirt on top of it, I guess, for more burials along some areas that have been wide open. I don't remember anything really being different. I didn't expect it to be. Hard to think of anything else to say about the cemetery, except, like I said, I just don't really have any interest in being there. One strange thing, there was about like 5 or 6 cassette tape cases down by the foot of the Johnson mausoleum. Why would anybody leave those there? There's no cassettes in them, I don't think. So, and I did my pass of the Angel Corleone burial site. I imagine somebody's going to leave some kind of memento there or memorial, but if they did, the groundskeepers would probably just take it away. Also, I think I saw this before, but they hired a private security company who used to do that themselves. It's Friday afternoon. I don't know what to say, really. But whatever the hell happened, I don't want to talk about it. I'm feeling lucky I didn't wake up dead. I'm aware of conflict in that statement. Dead or worse. So I'm doing my thing again, and this is the phone. I did an interview for a documentary standing at this phone once. And these kids were getting out of school. And they saw the camera, and it had a pretty fancy DSLR and a big bag full of gear. I mean, easily like 5 figures worth of gear. And but somehow I wasn't nervous about it. I wasn't nervous for her or for her getting robbed or me getting pummeled or anything. But then this one kid hurled his whole body at this payphone enclosure. And he hit it hard enough that he could have knocked it over. But it remained standing, and but it stuck with me how I can get very nervous about a lot of things, but somehow that situation I was completely calm. It's Friday afternoon. I don't know what to say, really. Whatever the hell happened, I don't want to talk about it.
feeling lucky I didn't wake up dead. I'm aware of conflict in that statement. Dead or worse. So, I do a night thing again, and this is the phone. I did an interview for a documentary standing at this phone once. And these kids were getting out of school. And they saw the camera, and it had a pretty fancy DSLR and a big bag full of gear. I mean, easily like 5 figures worth of gear. But somehow I wasn't nervous about it. I wasn't nervous for her or for her getting robbed or me getting pummeled or anything. But then this one kid hurled his whole body at this payphone enclosure. And he hit it hard enough that he could have knocked it over. But it remained standing, and it stuck with me how I can get very nervous about a lot of things, but somehow that situation I was completely calm. It's Friday afternoon. I don't know what to say, but whatever the hell happened, I don't want to talk about it. I'm feeling lucky I didn't wake up dead. I'm aware of conflict in that statement. Dead or worse. I do a night thing again, and this is the phone. I did an interview for a documentary standing at this phone once. And these kids were getting out of school. And they saw the camera, and it had a pretty fancy DSLR and a big bag full of gear. I mean, easily like 5 figures worth of gear. But somehow I wasn't nervous about it. I wasn't nervous for her or for her getting robbed or me getting pummeled or anything. But then this one kid hurled his whole body at this payphone enclosure. And he hit it hard enough that he could have knocked it over. But it remained standing, and it stuck with me how I can get very nervous about a lot of things, but somehow that situation I was completely calm. Checking in from the Rogue payphone. This is the phone. I actually know the guy who set this up. It's not exactly illegal, but might as well be. He set it up on, it's just barely on a piece of private property where there used to be a sporting goods store. A sporting goods store went out of business, and the lot was empty for about a year and a half. And that was when my buddy in the business put in this the satellite phone with, what was I going to say? Oh, it's solar powered and satellite, so you can put this thing anywhere. And I think he told me it costs about $7 or $8 a month to operate. So it makes about $3 or $4 a day, so there you go. That's the state of the payphone business for you. I was just checking in on some of the old standbys that have been lingering out here on Northern Boulevard and surrounding areas for years now. There's one outside the Taco Bell that somebody finally beat the shit out of. And I was looking for the New York telephone booth that used to be up on 62nd Street, but they replaced it with one of those fucking machines. And there was also another payphone near where I'm standing, but they replaced that one with one of those super fast machines. So I checked in on some others. What was it? Oh yeah, there's the remains of a underdog payphone over on 31st Avenue at like 55th Street or so, 50-something Street. And there's still nothing but the enclosure left of another phone near where I'm standing over outside of a liquor store. Then after that, I think you're not going to find any until all the way down Queens Plaza. I always forget about those two. They're on the Queens Plaza north side. Queens Plaza south side. And they usually work, which is surprising. I thought they got rid of everything at Queens Plaza, but that's still there. Those two are still there, and sometimes the ones up in the subway station work. Most of the time they don't. I haven't done this in a while. It's a beautiful day, and completely inaccurate. Nobody cares that the AP headlines were from 3 months ago. Nobody cares that the phone calls get cut off after a minute. It just nobody cares. It doesn't matter. But I did notice that they got rid of the bus arrival time feature, which was one of the most bewildering sources of useless information play. It was just a bunch of raw data. They just throw it in front of you and they say, here it is, you figure it out. If it's not automated, we can't deal with it. We can't handle the workload of actually determining which bus stops are closest to these machines and what information to present accordingly. And automation sounds like a beautiful thing, but when it's also spitting out such garbage content, what the hell's the value? Oh, look at this. There's a fist fight across the street. Holy crap, they're like in the road. This is Northern Boulevard, folks. That's like a highway. And they are really pounding the snot out of each other. And they look drunk as hell. This is a little triangle in the middle of a freeway intersection where people are always sitting around drunk and stoned or fucked up on whatever K2 they're taking these days. I was wondering what everybody was looking at. Well, at one time I was on this exact spot. So, I had said that there were no other payphones until Queens Plaza. I always forget about these two outside the 7-Eleven on Luna Boulevard, 35th Street. And there's two of them that the phone enclosures are kind of taking over. I don't know how long they're going to last. Today only one of them works. Usually they both work. You can also find them if you go over, if I got over down Broadway, and there's still a number of them along there. So I was about to start complaining about this other thing regarding the machines. They publish a data set now. And I can't figure out what the frequency is. Maybe it's a secret to figuring that out. But I've been grabbing it, and they claim that it gives you a snapshot of the current working order of all those machines. And the first time I looked at it, I found at least a half dozen errors. And I was looking at the status. It's supposed to tell you whether the tablet is working, if the phone is working, and if the Wi-Fi is working. And like I said, the first time I looked at it, I looked up machines that had basically never worked. There was one on Steinway Street near me that the tablet had basically never worked and things installed. And it reported that one as being working. And I looked for 5 or 6 others. They were all claimed to be up, but they were not. So I sort of forgot about it. But then I started importing data into my website, into my database. I made a map of them. And the map is fed by that data. I spit it out into a PML file. And one of my complaints to this one is that the map can be pretty slow to render, but I'll figure that out some other time. So since I did that, I've had maybe 20 chances to check the data and see if it's accurate. And I don't think it ever was. It might have been accurate 1 or 2 times. I know it actually was accurate the very first time I checked against my map. But since then, it may have been accurate 1 other time. Why do they do this? What is the purpose of this content? The smart city has such a fetish for automation that's the kind of cleanup work and detailed picking out of the bad data. That's never going to happen because people are too busy for that. And the same could be said for the stupid bus arrival time, which is just throwing all this garbage content at you, raw data off the feed. And I know the bus time API is a pain in the ass, and I had no reason to wrestle with it myself. But why even do this when you have to know that this is garbage content? And now all I know is the weather. Like, how hard is it to get the weather right? All of the machines I've seen today are locked in at 60 degrees on the tablet screens. The bigger screens seem to be a little closer to accurate, low to mid-70s. It's about 75 right now, I think. But the tablet screens all give you a completely different picture. And then you start seeing headlines from 6 months ago, and who knows, maybe we're going to start blasting out emergency alerts for nothing, for no good reason. If they can't get these little things right, why should we trust them to get anything else right?
I'm going to keep walking, and I'm going to probably head home to do some real work at the desk. Not that this isn't real work. I just got an email from a friend that reminded me that I don't remember exactly when I first encountered Joe Frank. There was a piece about him in the New York Review of Books, and they were saying how influential he was, but all anybody can ever seem to come up with as an influence is Ira Glass. But maybe there's more to it that I'm just not reading between the lines. My other friend Joe is very widely read, widely cultured. Sent me the link to the New York Review of Books. And he'd never heard of Joe Frank until I introduced him to him, and that happened to be just like a few days before Joe Frank died. And I remember my other friend Tina, who's also very widely cultured, widely read, she never heard of him either. But that doesn't mean he's not significant. But anyway, I don't remember when I first encountered him, but it might have even been in college when I was working at the radio station, which would make perfect sense that I would have heard of somebody like that, because I took the radio thing pretty seriously. It was going to be supposed to be my career after school, but it never was, and I'm lucky for that. So, I mean, it would make sense I would have heard of him, but we would have never been able to program his stuff. We didn't have any money. I mean, I'm sure if it was aired at all, it was like fair use excerpts or whatever. I also remember Alan Bridge, better known as Mr. Apology, was a huge fan of both Joe Frank and Ben Catcher. And I think of, well, really all three of those guys, Apology, Catcher, and Frank, as being all kind of kindred spirits in a way. And I could see why he would be attracted to either of them. Alan tried to make contact with Catcher, and maybe I'm totally wrong about this, but my understanding is that Catcher was rude in response to whatever Alan's communication was. I don't know what if he was suggesting some kind of collaboration, or I don't know what he had in mind, but Catcher was not nice and
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes. Thank you.
Catcher was not very nice in whatever he said and whatever his reply was, but I don't know. That's maybe a very heavily filtered memory. Who the hell knows? So, but I have a cassette that I made of Joe Frank as far back as 1991, so I obviously knew where to find him then, and that was 1 year out of college. So I don't know. I don't remember when I first heard of him. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. But speaking of apology, I'm at one of these payphones where I stuck a couple of apology stickers, and they're still here. It's been maybe a month now. I think I might have read this one already. I'll read the shorter one. There's two of them here. I remember this guy this caller had like a sort of a Texas accent. I'd like to apologize for being such a sorry person. My preacher's wife was counseling me on alcoholism. They're a married couple. I'm 30 and they're 30. And I had a sexual encounter with her. And I feel sorry and I need to apologize to somebody for messing up her. Her husband was almost impotent. In which I attacked the woman. I had oral and physical sex with her. And I feel just plumb damn guilty, like I should just end it all. Thank you. Yeah, that was cheerful, wasn't it? All right. I'm moving on. Well, hello there. I just did Buckhead to make a phone call. It's only supposed to cost $0.25. But I went through 1, 2, 3, 4 payphones before finding this one that works. So I just went to the doctor. This is aside from the ophthalmologist, this is the first doctor I've seen since the big event. And he made it sound like I don't have to worry about anything. And I kind of figured as much, but it's just funny because he has one of those little laptops where if you're sitting off to the side, you can't see what he's looking at on the screen. And I can tell that as I'm rattling But then the symptoms other people describe are where you get more and more tired and sleepy, and then you fall unconscious and then you die. And I don't think that's what's going to happen here, but that who even cares? This is the doctor who, when I walked in, it was 3 p.m. and there was nobody else there. And you never know with this, I guess this is true thing, doctor, but it was end of his day apparently. So there was nobody else there, and I thought, oh crap, I'm going to get his tapping method lecture. If it's busy, if he's got a lot of patients around, he's not going to go off on me about that. But I told him a couple of years ago that I get anxiety attacks and panic attacks and that kind of thing, and he started talking about how if you tap your head at certain spots and in certain ways, and you tap your chest and you tap your back and anything you can reach, then you'll find that you'll be like, anxiety hangs out here, I'm going to tap that a little harder, and depression hangs out here, I'm going to tap it out a little harder. And it was 2 or 3 years ago, and I was he was saying all this, and I was making quacking noises in my head. But I'm not going to say anything, because he's a nice guy, and he means well. Youngish, I guess, maybe 30s, mid to late 30s, I don't know. And he gets this tapping method from, he says it's an Eastern Asian thing. He's an Asian. It's all about what nationality, but so sure enough, I got the tapping method lecture again today. And he asked, I told you about the tapping method. And I said, yeah. And then he started demonstrating it again. I'm like, okay, I'll try that. Like, my head hurts enough as it is if I haven't pounded. But he's like serious about it, and we go into the other room, and he draws my blood, and gives me a flu shot, and he's like, how often have you tried the tapping method? And I said, yeah, sure, a couple of times. And he's like, and then he waited a little while, and he's like, you really haven't tried more than a couple of times. And I'm sorry, it's just, I gotta find somebody else, or else just deal with it, because like a man, he gives me my meds, and he doesn't ask a lot of questions. And like I said, he's a nice guy, he means well. That's it. So, as for everything else, I'm a big baby when it comes to drawing blood, but I didn't come close to passing out this time, sorry for me. And I was afraid that, I'm out of the loop on this, I thought that the prostate thing, that he sticks a thing up your ass and holds your balls. And I mentioned that to him, I don't want to do a prostate thing since I turned 50, he's like, oh, no, we don't. I've been doing that since last year. And I remember that, there was something about the prostate TFEs or whatever it is on the blood test last year. And he said, I'm not comfortable doing it that way. Anyway, I'm not really trained at it, and it makes me uncomfortable. And this kind of reminded me that I think the dude is gay, which is fine, but it does make the idea of him sticking something up my ass and holding me by the balls a little more awkward, at least for me, and maybe for him too, or probably for him too. So I didn't have to get a thing up my ass, and I tried to make a joke about it because a few years ago I overheard something about, or saw on Facebook or something about a Yankee game where all men ticket holders were entitled to a free prostate exam. I just have to say that joke. Thousands and thousands of dudes getting a thing stuck up their ass at the turnstile. But as I pretty much already knew, but today confirmed they don't do it that way anymore, or they don't necessarily recommend it unless you're really concerned. And if you're really concerned, you should get an ultrasound or something non-invasive such as that. All right, I'm going home. So I was ready to declare myself out of the woods with this head injury thing. I woke up feeling pretty good. No headache. Woke up with a killer headache yesterday. It lasted pretty much all day until I started drinking. And just earlier today I had some kind of a dizziness. It only lasted for a few seconds, but it was definitely real. I was not imagining it. So I circled past the emergency room and saw that there were a lot of people there. Most times I go by, well, I don't really pay attention. I don't go by it often, but there's hardly anybody there. I'm at 30th Avenue, and I guess this is 45th Street. Yeah. And I just set off one of the kiosks across the street. I can kind of hear it from here. It's me playing Robert Helps's Waltz Barrage. And I like it. God will be pleased. Anyway, I'm just trying to walk this off if that's the thing to do with a head injury. I don't know. I'm not falling down dizzy type of thing, but it was a little strange. So I didn't really eat much yesterday. And that can't help in the convalescence, right? Alright, I'm going to keep walking. I don't usually get melancholy about this sort of thing, but this one's starting to make me feel sad. Looks like they got rid of 12 payphones, I think, since the last time I was here, 12 or maybe 13 on at Grand Central. And this one in the lower level is still here. Obviously I wouldn't be talking, but the others upstairs are kind of all over the place. They got rid of the row of 6 and they got rid of the row of 4. And it's anybody's guess what they'll put in their place, but those were the phones that actually worked. And maybe this one in the basement is here because they forgot about it, but I don't know. They had removed 5 of them earlier this year. I think it was in May. And then that was it until, and I haven't been by here in a couple of weeks, so I don't know when this happened, but it is something. A little slice of history is evaporating. And like I said, I know the reality of things. I don't usually get melancholy about it, but for some reason maybe it's just my mood. But I've got a lot on my mind. So maybe I need this distraction. I am nursing an eye injury that has lasted a lot longer than I would have wanted it to. I hate this word floater, but I have to use it because that seems to be the only word for it. It's like nothing I've ever had, and it's causing me headaches, and it could fuck with my mind if I let it. And there doesn't really appear to be anything that can be done about it. There is surgery, but that's risky, and I don't know. It's not, I actually consider surgery an option at this point after 2.5 weeks of dealing with this fucking thing. But I wanted the term for flashes of light that you see in your eyes, that's called phosphines. And that's what I wanted this to be. And I wanted to impress the eye doctor with my knowledge of that word, but flashes of light are different from what I'm saying. This is just a thing of blood. There seem to be 2 schools of thought about these things. One is that they go away, the other is that they don't. But it has caused me major headaches, though. And I'm not speaking figuratively. It's like my head hurt like hell yesterday and the day before. I woke up feeling fine, no headache whatsoever. And I got an eye patch, but I can't use it because it has a protruding cover that I can't wear underneath my glasses, which is stupid design. I mean, I can see why they designed it that way so that it doesn't touch your eyeball, but I thought eye patches were just flat pieces of fabric. I've been doing my thing on the machines, but it's autopilot for me now. I don't even remember doing it much of the time. And I want to get others on board, but I don't really have the personality type to enlist a band of phone freaks. So I might move on to other things, or just keep this as an ongoing thing, which it has been since the beginning of 2016. But the phone stuff, the payphones at Grand Central, I should go down to Penn Station and do a census there too, because there used to be 20 or even 30 of them
recently, like maybe last time I was there, and they're all owned by the same company that owns these. So I think right now there are 1, 2, 3, 4 working phones at Grand Central, down from, I'd say 14 or maybe 16. Oh no, there were 5. There's one in the customer service room or waiting area, whatever it's called, the ticketed passenger area. So there's your payphone news for the month of October. I would think maybe by the new year they'll just get rid of all of them, but it seems like a place like this really should have some kind of working telephone for people to use, but they don't even put them on their map anymore. Or do they? No, I don't know. Not a lot else to report. I've been putting my radios together and they sound good. The Dream Radio surprised me how good it sounded after I set it up and then forgot about it, and then played it back over an actual radio. And I thought, wow, I sound good. There was an interesting piece about Joe Frank in the New York Review of Books. And it made, among other points, it made the point that he, even to, maybe now he would have a place, but for, just in the reality of things, he would have no place in the podcast scene today, which has become so homogenized that I don't want to be a part of it, and I wouldn't think he would have wanted to be a part of it either, even if there was money to be made. But his wife should consider syndicating some of his stuff onto that platform, or widow, I should say. Well, I don't know what she's doing. She hasn't done anything with the website. But if Joe Frank's wouldn't be welcome to the podcast world, there's no way I would. I would sound like a fucking creep in that context. So I'm just going to host it myself and be my own radio star. It was about 4 or something. I don't know. It was still completely dark, so it was probably like 4 or 5 o'clock. But I didn't do what I sometimes do. You know, I didn't do a bunch of vodka shots to get back to sleep. And that was smart. I've been over and over in my head what must have happened that night. And as crazy as it sounds, I think I got punched in the face by the delivery guy. Because if it sounds crazy, so does anything else. It doesn't sound as crazy as any other possibility. For that much impact, for that much force, I would have to have been flying through the air whenever I hit something. And it's such a targeted thing. And what I think happened was I fell asleep and then actually woke up in response to the doorbell ringing. And that's why I didn't have my glasses on. I was already asleep, because that was one little piece of the puzzle I didn't understand was, why didn't my glasses get smashed? Because whatever happened, things like that would have been collateral damage. So, but it didn't. And they were by my bed, and that would make sense, because I take them off when I go to sleep. So why did he punch me in the face? Well, maybe I said something stupid, maybe I said something to provoke him. I was probably naked when I answered the door, because that's how I sleep. I don't know. It's that I've been over and over, but I'm not. I'll never know for certain, but the nature of the injury just makes almost anything else sleep impossible. I don't think that last call worked, so I'm trying again. But I've come to the conclusion that, as crazy as it sounds, I think I'd get punched in the face by the delivery guy. If that's crazy, so does anything else. It's less crazy than anything. For the force of that hit, not mention the location, I would have had to be moving extremely fast to have just bumped into something or fallen. And the idea that there's really no object that's perfectly formed to have busted up my eye the way that it was. There's no object in my place. And there's no vein anywhere. There's just not any evidence of anything.
and I'm not going to worry about it, but I guess what things that happened is one question I had was why weren't my glasses not smashed up? Because if I fell or something like that, they would have been smashed. But explain that by saying that I had already gone to bed. This is the problem was I was unbelievably tired that day, which is why I ordered in. I don't usually order just for the hell of it, but I was so completely tired that I couldn't stay up long enough for the guy to even get there. So I went to bed, took my glasses off, and then I guess what happened was he was ringing the doorbell long enough that I finally woke up and went to the door, at which point I was probably naked, because that's how I sleep. And I don't know if I said something stupid to provoke him. I have no memory of anything that happened at the door. But seriously, if you looked at the injury and just looked at where I was, there's no other possibility. There's just no other possibility. So that's all I have to say about it. I just coming out from an eye doctor appointment, and the doctor I saw 3 weeks ago was not in today, so that was something else, and she seemed equally competent as the first guy. They just read off each other's notes, and he seemed to have written down everything that mattered. That was a smooth enough transition. When she died, I did one of my eyes, but not the other, so I'm feeling kind of imbalanced. Like that when I play piano, I would lose my mind if my right arm got chopped off or something. If I couldn't play with my right hand anymore. Because I played left-hand piano music, and it just takes a few seconds, and I go, that's absolutely insane, using only one side of my brain, one side of my body, whatever it is. Anyway, she said everything looks about the same as it did 3 weeks ago, but she did see another floater, and I was worried about that, because they say if you start seeing more, you should go to the doctor immediately. So that's what I did. That was why I rescheduled the appointment. This appointment was supposed to be next week, but I moved it to today, 3 weeks instead of 4. And I thought my vision was getting worse in the left eye than the right eye, but it didn't really seem to be. So it's not that much. I would have just kind of whirlwind again. I was sort of disoriented this time around because nobody was speaking English, and everybody seemed to be upset about something. Somebody was complaining about something, but I don't know what the fuck language they were talking in. One really beautiful one, I know. Well, whatever, I don't know, maybe this was unnecessary to be all dramatic about it and reschedule like this, but I was getting nervous, and I don't think it's over the line to be nervous about something like this. By the way, this is Queens Boulevard, 4202 Queens Boulevard, up the suburb. Hello? Alright, I guess I'm recording. My little buddy from the New York Times contacted me, and as he does every once in a while. And he asked if I knew about anything on the web that had gone viral, and then had everybody who saw it asking what the hell was that. And you can guess what I suggested, perhaps, if you've been following my adventures with those smart city machines. But I haven't yet told him that I'm the one who's been doing it. I just suggested to see what he thinks. And we'll see based on his reaction. I don't know. Maybe I'll tell him, maybe I won't. If he knows me like I think he does, he might automatically suspect that it's me. But I wasn't sure I wanted to suggest this because it seems a little self-serving, but on the other hand, how much stuff goes viral that has people asking, what the hell was that? And also, I'm not, I told him up front, I don't know what you mean by viral necessarily. I would think millions of people have had some exposure to my little shenanigan at some point, but, viral is like that. I made another suggestion regarding something from 19 1987. There was the Max Headroom takeover of a television station in Chicago. And that remains unsolved as far as I know, as far as any research I've done into it. Nobody knows who did it or why. For that matter, nobody even knows what the hell the dude was talking about. But it's in that same vintage. And then there's the matter of the dude who's doing the traffic pumping things. I don't know. He should have money off of FCC loopholes. He's making all these bizarre and mysterious phone calls to people. I consider that an art project, even if he's probably making money at that. But I think it's perfectly fair to assert my little shenanigans into that discussion if he's serious about it.
25 cents.
So I have my speech ready. I mean, at some point I wanted to contact Jake, who I don't know, but I refer to him as his first name anyways, if I do know. And if it comes to it, I'll tell my friend at the time to contact him, see what he thinks, and maybe I can learn a little more about what Jake really knows, if he's figured it out already. But I just want Jake to get some comfort from this, because I like the guy. He's cool. I appreciate so much the fact that he referred to it as an art project and not as just a prank. I mean, it is a prank, I guess. It's got all the fingerprints of that, but as I think I said before, it's become a kind of a street theater for me. And I cannot have invented that term, but I've not encountered it until I coined it myself. A form of street theater, it's an ephemeral kind of performance art where the main currency is confusion and bewilderment. Who did this and why? But by the time any noise starts rising out of those things, I'm long gone. And that's all thanks to the magic in it. All right. I'm calling from 4th Street, 7th Avenue. As it's also known, Fashion Avenue. And I'm in Midtown because unexpectedly a friend of mine from high school was in town. He's a guitar player and he tours with bands a lot. Hadn't been through New York in a number of years though, so it's good to see him. I gave him a little bit of a tour, I guess. I showed him Empire State Building, Chrysler Building, Grand Central Terminal, Macy's, which wasn't really much of a sight to see on the inside, and some other stuff. And we talked all the while. We're the sort that we can always pick up where we left off and riff on the same gag that we came up with 25, 30 years ago. But we don't really communicate much at any other time. He almost always ignores my emails or messages or whatnot. And I pretty much gave up trying to maintain any kind of long-term correspondence. But been lucky enough I had time today to just up and go out and hang out with him. So we milled around. Oh, we went to P&H. He said he heard that was a cool place to see. And he's more into cameras than I realized, which is cool. So he's been traveling a lot and playing with a whole bunch of different bands. He played for Olivia Newton-John and at this place called Red Rocks, which I'd never heard of before. So apparently it's a big deal. And I always thought he was a good guitar player. And for a while you could see him on a webcam. He was playing at a place down in Key West. And I turned it on and sort of switched over to another program. And then he started playing guitar, and I was like, who the hell's playing guitar, man? It's good. And of course, it was him. And then, so he's had some ups and downs in his ability to find gigs, but he's doing all right now. So it's all good. Talked a little bit about our mutual friends from school, but not a whole lot. But
I'm going to figure out how to get home now. Should I walk or should I cop out and take the subway? Calling in again from a 7-Eleven phone. Two of them next to each other, but I think this other one stopped working. And one started outside. I just wrapped up I sort of re-wrapped it up. I'm changing the format of how I air these payphone calls to be streaming radio as opposed to a playlist where you can skip through the boring tracks. Maybe I'll change my mind about that. I think I create something that is undoubtedly unique. I was listening to this batch, and it's more or less chronological. And I'm talking a lot about what I do with those stupid smart city machines. But I'm not sure if anybody who hears this is going to know what the hell I'm talking about. So, not worried. You can hide in plain sight like that. There was a guy, Nick Beef, that got away with it. It's not so much that he was hiding in plain sight. He just didn't have link rank, so what he had to say didn't matter. So the mystery of Nick Beef was the answer had been sitting out there for as long as the internet. But nobody knew about it because it wouldn't turn up on search results. Even though it was like clear as the most articulate explanation that could be. That's my takeaway from the Nick Beef thing. So I'm not exactly trying to model myself after that guy, but hey, why not, right? So I'm going to go back home and wrap up, then go into Midtown, see what's going on. And that's all I got. Today's October the 20th. It's faded and faded over the years, the significance of this day. But I used to mark it as if it was something sacred. This is the day I left Tampa, came to New York, and, well, basically never went back. It's been 28 years, and I still remember the day. The moment the train left the station, and I was kind of surprised by it. It left right at 12 o'clock, like right on the dot. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And it felt like I had just started a very long walk. As I sat down, and I looked toward the station, and my mother was standing there, facing the other way, trying to act like nothing had happened, trying to act like I'd be right back. And she never accepted the fact that I moved here. It came up most sort of ludicrously right after 9/11 when she said, so I guess you'll be moving back now. I said no. But 28 years, and I guess you could say I've made it here in some respects. I don't feel like I've made it this year, but over the years I've had my moments. I had my little triumphs. One thing I can't seem to find is an enduring love, an enduring woman in my life. And I don't know if that's a New York thing, or if it's just a modern age thing. More people are staying single, and that's fine. A lot of people I know from school are still single. And I don't know where I would find anybody now, given my relatively solitary lifestyle. I gotta step out from the shadows. I gotta step out from this self-imposed cloister. Except, well, I was thinking about today about the personality types that I dated, and they're all over the place. The control freak, insecure
pure possessive anger to completely relaxed, take your time, we'll hang out when we have time, type of thing. And I can work with anything. I try harder than I think most women I've been with would ever give me credit. But it's just never been right. I do meet women who it seems right, but they're married or otherwise unavailable. So, 28 years ago, I was on the train to Philadelphia. And from there, I came here. I stayed at a friend's place, a friend from college who doesn't talk to me anymore. And I never got an explanation why. So, fuck him, right? But he was nice to me back then, and I was good to him. I got him his first real job in New York. He moved here after a while. And you could say I put him on the path to where he is now. He'd never really touched a computer until after college, and I got him his first job with computers when all he didn't know how to do was turn the power switch on or press the power switch. He could get a job as a word processor or something. That's the kind of gig I got him. And he never really acknowledged that or said thanks for that or anything, but hey, whatever, I don't care. I've gotten other people's jobs and they hate me for it. One guy who's basically retired now, and he has a pension for life, and it's not a lot of money, but he's implied in the past that he never should have taken the job that I got him because he hated it so much. Well, I'm going to move on. I've been doing a lot of good work the last few days, making sense of everything that I've been doing with this little endeavor and others. I can't believe I've been doing this for 10 years, and I don't know how much of that audio I can realistically go through. But I'm just going to go until I'm just going to keep doing this until I can't do it anymore. I just wanted to amend or clarify, maybe call this a correction, but I don't know. Just wanted to clarify my previous comments about 28 years in New York. I always forget to factor into that I moved down to Atlanta for about 6 months to work at CNN. But it never felt like a full, genuine relocation. It just felt like an extended road trip or an extended working away from the office. I never changed my permanent address for one thing. And I got screwed on taxes as a result of that. That's my stupidity. I also put almost all my possessions, or most of them, that is, went into storage here, and it was just assumed and approved to be correct that I would be coming back at the end of the year. Well, I mean, I didn't make it a year. I couldn't send it down there. But I did what they brought me there to do, which was plan and create a big-time sports website. So after 6 months, I really didn't have anything to do there except shovel content out onto the website. And that's really all we did there. It was a newsroom, for Christ's sake. CNN, that's all we expect. I don't really think much of that time away from New York. But I made audio of myself on the way back. Just here and there, I would record some audio of where I was and what was happening. And when I got back to New York, I don't think I've ever sounded so excited, so happy to be here. It doesn't really matter, though, does it? But I think about my 28 years or however many, 27 and a half, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. But there's just a lot of America that I've never seen, and there's a lot of America that has never seen me. And that last twist on the phrase is comes from something my friend told me once. He's a citizen of the world. He'll travel anywhere and feel like he's even heard of. But he said once that travel isn't just about seeing things, it's about being seen. And he claims now to not remember ever saying that, but I thought it was, I don't want to say profound, but it's true that when you enter into a different culture, a different type of society, their cultural mores inflict themselves on you, or inflict is really the word I'm looking for, but they impose themselves on you, maybe that's what I mean. And you learn something about yourself in the process. And I'm talking as if I know this from experience, but I don't really. This payphone has an apology sticker on it that I put on here. It's been here a while. I'm surprised it lasted this long. I remember this one. It says, I'm a 22-year-old man whose life is in a complete uproar. My crime is not to the people as it is to myself, wife, and child. I am a child abuser which has been brought to the attention of my wife and doctor, and the baby is consequently in a temporary foster home until I get well. What's well? I'm very lonely, confused, and I've done everything to hurt myself and everyone in my family. I myself was abused for 14 years by my mother. I'm currently counseling, but don't know where I am going. There is much more to the story, but my mind is so boggled I can't say what I'm thinking. I know there are many people in my situation, but it is eating me alive. Well, I don't remember that apology at all. It's not the worst one. It's pretty awful, but as far, I mean, when I say worse, it's not. There are a few worse crimes than what he's describing here, but some of the other callers who had been doing anything much far more detailed and sickening accounts. This guy could just be lying. So I'm at a Greyhound station in Newark, New Jersey, and pretty calm, pretty quiet. Just people watching football. It's a Sunday. I came over to Newark to check out the smart city machines, but there are only two of them, and one of them doesn't work, and the other was being monopolized by a homeless guy. So, pretty much true to form. My earliest memory of Newark was ever since I was a kid. For some reason, my mother would mention it as just as an example of a complete asshole of humanity. They're just a horrible city. And that was all I knew about it, or all I thought I knew. So when I came up here once, came up to New York rather by train from Tampa, we would get closer to New York, we get to Washington, and somebody would come over the speaker and say something like, welcome to the nation's capital. Or get to Philadelphia, they'd say something like, welcome to the city of brotherly love. You know, it was like this upbeat announcement. As we approach Newark, some guy comes on the speaker, and he's coughing and wheezing a little bit, and he sounds like he's about to fucking die. And he just says, Newark, New Jersey. So every other city got this chirpy little greeting, but Newark got some guy sounds like he was dying. Walked around a bit, and I should probably come back on a weekday if I'm going to bother doing this, but I probably will during the week. I don't really care about the machines that much, the smart city machines, but I was just sort of curious if they were actually working. I wanted to, of course, blast some noise out of them, but no opportunity today. Did find some payphones, so it was a good quantity of them. There's one style that I don't think I've ever seen before, the tongue, or whatever you call it, that you place the handset down on to hang up the phone, was just a little metal stick. It's not the usual flat surface. So I put mags on when I do that. And I didn't even think to do that today, because it's so windy and cold. I just wasn't, it's about me, I guess. So, Newark was, well, kind of what I expected. It's a mixed bag. A lot of big, tall buildings adjacent to, pretty sketchy looking areas. I saw about as much of Market Street as I want, as I needed, and I'm just going to hit the train back. It's amazing how you're out of New York just for within a couple of minutes and comes out of the tunnel, the train comes out of the tunnel, and there's just nothing anywhere. You're in the middle of a pasture, it seems like.
radio project, which I think is going quite well, if I say so myself. I managed to get my playlist stacked up as far back as April, but there's a lot further to go. And I had to throw away a number of tracks because they were inaudible or just whatever. I mean, any pursuit such as this that depends on a functioning public telephone network is sure to have its share of inconsistencies and gaps and miscommunications or non-communications. But let me try and find some of it back. I forgot a lot of it already, especially the stuff from as far back as April, but the stuff goes back years. And it remains to be seen how organized I can be and how many efficiencies I can come up with. I was having a bit of a dilemma with the playlist format, but I'm not going to worry about it. And I have to find, it looks like I used to call into Google Voice, but it looks like they purged everything from farther back than maybe a year ago. Since I don't think that last call connected, or if it did, it connected sporadically. I'm trying this again. I happen to know the guy who owns that phone I just used, and that phone is always an adventure. It's one of the last of the independently owned payphones in New York. Outdoor phones, that is, but it's located on private property, so it's not subject to the franchise rules of the city. I was just checking in to say that I did a lot of good work. I've done a lot of good work the last 2 days on the radio, and got a bit tied up with the playlist, and I got it confused, and the database didn't know what I was doing, and back and forth. But I think I fixed it. So, but for now, the playlist is stocked up only as far back as April, which is actually a long length. I think it's 85 tracks, although a couple of them I need to remove. I just can't remember which ones. And it's nice listening back to some of this stuff. I mean, it goes back to April. I mean, the recordings I have at my disposal go back to, I think, 2008, maybe 2010. And I don't know how far back I'm ever really going to go. We'll see, but it's a lot of tracks, but they're short, and because they're payphone calls, they're generally pretty short, but I'm not drowning in hours and hours of audio like I am
listening to the sound of my own voice quite a bit in the last week or so. I'm getting kind of depressed on account of it, but I guess that'll happen. I was calling in a lot back in 2011 and 2012, early 2012. And I've been processing all those files again. Some of these I feel like I've already done, but whatever. I'll just do them again if that's in the big picture. It's not that much repeated work, really. But it sounds okay. It sounds interesting. It sounds unique. So away we go. Found this other apology that I stuck up on this phone booth, or this phone enclosure. Years ago, this friend of mine said that he knew someone who worked at Burger King, and he was the person who flipped the burgers, and he was right near the drive-thru window. And a lot of times the local police would come through to get food there, and the woman that worked the drive-thru would let him know which orders were for the cops and stuff. Because every time he had a hamburger for a cop, he would blow his nose on the bun. And it's like so perfect because what a great mental image of a cop biting into a Whopper instead of a pickle, a nice big green pickle. It's a nice green booger. Yeah. Well, I have no idea who left that statement, but I don't remember that one either. I transcribe these things, but I don't remember that particular one. There was one call from some dude who said he worked at a McDonald's and would spit on the burgers. But of course, that's the theme of apologies. You don't know who said what. Or you never knew. So I'm afraid they're going to come take this phone away someday. I mean, they will. It seems inevitable, but installation of those new Smart City kiosks has kind of stalled. In fact, they haven't put up a new one in at least a couple of months, maybe longer. And they only activated a few in... It might have been last month, but it's been a while. I mean, they've been putting those things up at a pace of 100 a month. And eventually they're going to take this phone away and replace it with that piece of shit. But a lot of the calls I've been listening to came from phones that no longer exist, but it's actually kind of surprising how many of them are still around from 7 years ago. I was just contemplating my good luck in the sense that I live in an area where payphones are still reasonably easy to find. And there were 3 at right around this intersection of 36th Avenue and 31st Street. So just as I was congratulating myself on that little whiff of good fortune, I found that they took one of them away. The one over by outside the Dunkin' Donuts. So now there are only 2 at this intersection, so. But that one was one of the curbside standalone ones with no advertising on it, and I wanted to use it because I wanted to remind myself what it feels like to use one of those for people to see you and how conspicuous you look. Because when people see me using a payphone, if they think anything at all, I can tell from the looks that they think I'm poor, that I'm a loser, or that I'm lost. I wanted to experience that as best I could using one of the more conspicuous phones, but it's no longer there, and my bet is it will never come back. But every time I reach a cross a milestone, or every time I accomplish anything with this ongoing radio project, I feel like I have to come out and check in, report on my progress. And sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But today I had to reactivate the regular expressions portion of my brain and get all the different voicemail systems I've been using reconciled in terms of the naming conventions of the files, all the MP3 files, because I'm doing it at the stupidest way possible, the stupidest, most foolproof way possible. I'll probably find mistakes or ways to make mistakes, but I think I did a pretty good job today. I renamed about 1,000 files, and it was a little bit of heavy lifting, but I got to admit, doing code, the older I get, the more it feels like heavy lifting. But some days are better than others. It really is a language, though. I made this observation a long time ago, and I thought, that this was my unique observation, which was that because I'm a classical musician, or I mean, doesn't have to be classical, but I can read music fluently, and on account of that, some part of my brain is already activated. The code reading part of my brain is already limber, and it makes it easy for me to learn other languages. And I've never really seriously attempted to learn a spoken language, but I did pick up computer code a lot more quickly than you might expect. Which is not to say I'm a virtuoso programmer. I'm not, but I can get done what I need to get done. Like I said, today it was the regular expression portion of my brain that I forgot was in there. And it's a lot of fun, really. And once you get the swing of it, you're regaining files, millions at a time, finding little bits of text and moving it from one place to another. It's fun. It's super lot of fun. Well, that was my primary accomplishment. Then I remember I had another batch of voicemails to sort through every day. Yeah, but that's okay. That's okay, because that's what I'm here for. I guess you'd say this has been 7 or 8 years in the making. And I found some of the really hoary, kind of groggy shit that I was trying to sound like simply I wasn't. And I think I'm just going to leave that shit out. That's the early stuff where I was trying to sound like I was paranoid schizophrenic. But it's just not natural for me. I don't know, maybe I'll leave it in anyway. I don't fucking know. I was trying to work too hard to be like Joe Frank. Trying to be somebody I'm not, but the thing with Frank, I think I said in an earlier message that I always thought it was interesting how they seem to be talking about how influential he was, but the only influence they can ever seem to come up with is Ira Glass. But I think, too, that he really is, it's a lot of padding with him, it's a lot of lunacy. It's the sort of stuff Steve Martin once said about a routine that he did, is that it's, the beauty of this shtick is you could just go on forever with this. It was the shtick where he was pulling things out of his pants. It was the great Fly Dini, who had a magical ability to pull rabbits and everything. A magician would pull out of a hat, but he's pulling it out of his fly. And it was hilarious. And a lot of Joe Frank's material is like that. It's just one loony concept after another, or one loony scenario after another. I remember the Eye in the Sky, I think it was called, where he was pretending to be covering the traffic in LA. I mean, it was just one, he could just go on forever with it. He could just go on forever. Feels like I'm touring the crime scene. I think they got rid of a few more of the payphones that used to be here at Grand Central, though. There were a couple of others over on the, I guess you call it the west side of the building. This one is at the end of the 45th Street passage, which leads you to Madison and Vanderbilt Avenues. And this is also at the entrance or exit ramp to track 38. And it's hard to see why they would keep this one phone. It's on a wall where there used to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10. Yeah, there were probably 10 of them on this wall at one point. I don't know why they would leave just this one when they could replace it with far more lucrative advertising, but maybe this isn't considered a good advertising surface. So I'm up early. I'm going to do my thing again. I haven't really been out on the kiosks much the last couple of weeks. And I haven't really been in Midtown except for one time last week, but that was while a friend was in town. I'm going to go up to the 181, and this may seem like a bit of a pathetic connection, but
does actually register with me because before the election, I went to my post office box at Rockefeller Center and I had a package. So I went to get the package, and the guy, he had to ring the doorbell, and the guy opens the door, and he opened the door, and there was this huge container full of mail, and it had a piece of paper on it that just said Hillary. And I said, oh, that must be for Hillary Clinton. I was kind of joking. Although I don't know. Well, I shouldn't have been joking because that really was all for her. And she ran her foundation out of an office in Rockefeller Center, and they got all their mail in the same sort of post office boxes that I use. So, and also this mailroom was where the anthrax mailing for Tom Brokaw was handled. And I remember after that happened, the next time I went to get my mail there, everybody was wearing surgical masks and plastic latex headwear and gloves and everything. And maybe they did that before and I just never paid attention, but it seemed new at the time. And I don't know. I don't know if they still do that, but they should, I suppose. Now it sounds like the bombs that were sent out might not even have been real, and that's going to give... the politics of this make no sense to me. If somebody does something like this, they're not together. They're unhinged. Their politics don't matter because they're not sane. And even if these were real bombs and they all blew up and all these people were killed or maimed, what would that accomplish politically? Not a whole lot. Nothing to their advantage, assuming he was a Republican nationalist. At any rate, it is, I mean, it's taken a long time for them to get rid of the phones here at Grand Central, but it's obviously a long-term interest of mine. So I'm going to go make a quick tour of the rest of the building and see if the rest are still, see how many are still left. Yeah. So it's just on a bus, and a woman was asking a bus driver for directions to, and now I can't remember what it was, but it was beyond the range of his route, which was Q32, because of Queens Boulevard, and he was trying to give her some clue about how to get there, and he wasn't really doing a very good job, unfortunately. And she didn't have one of the smartphone things that give you exact directions. So, I mean, I swear anytime I've used one of those things for directions, it sends me, unless it's too good as a route, if it gets me there at all. But all these other people on the bus trying to be helpful, I guess. Everybody just starts shouting instructions at her, like, oh, take the LIRR, take the 7 to, there's like 3 or 4 different people shouting out. 3 or 4 different suggested itineraries for her. And I don't think she's any closer to understanding how to get to, I think she said Great Neck, Long Island, I think that's what she said. And I don't think she's any closer to knowing how to get there now than she was when I got on the bus and this discussion was going on for about 7 or 8 minutes. Even the police got involved. There were a couple of, looked like off-duty cops. And one of them got in on the discussion trying to help us out. As I should have expected, the folks at the post office were, I don't know, there was a bit of a bounce in their pace. And I guess they're on alert on account of the bombs that have been sent.
whether they're real or not remains to be seen, apparently. So, for some reason, though, my package was right up front, right behind the door. Usually, they have to go to the back, to the area that I actually did get invited back there once. But they didn't do that. It was right by the front door for some reason. Living with myself is a bit like, well, living with myself is like living with a ghost or somebody with dementia. I wake up and I don't know what happened the night before, how things got there, how this got there, why today the piano bench was not where it's supposed to be. And there was a glass and my phone on the floor in places that they're just not supposed to be. And my neck is a little sore, but I think that's just because I was sleeping in odd contortions. I was kind of aware of it even as I was sleeping, but that in-between state where I'm asleep but not entirely asleep. So I might have to take some panic pills today. I'm really feeling something coming up. And I haven't taken them in a long time. I think it might be April. No, I took them. Oh, that's true. I took them when I went to the emergency room. Those 2 times. But that was different. We have a big storm coming, a nor'easter. So just for no definable reason, this is probably kind of pointless, but I'm going out and stocking up as if I'm going to be inside for 6 days. No, that's not true. I'm stocking up for 2 days worth, that's all. I'm taking advantage of the fact that most people are going to do this binge shopping tonight after they get back from work. But I remember the time years ago, there was a huge storm like this that lived up to the forecast. It was horizontal snow blast for like 24 hours straight. And after it was over, everything was plowed. It was a municipal work of art how quickly they plowed everything. And I went out to the cemetery, as I was wanting to do in those days. And I got up to the highest point, or what I think is the highest point over in Section 4, where the Soldiers Monument is. And I stopped in my tracks and then tried to start walking again. I was having trouble moving. And I looked down, I was standing in just a sea of shit. There was like poop 40 feet in front of me and arm's length to either side. And in the momentary horror of the situation, I thought, who would do this? Who would dump a truckload of shit up on the cemetery ground? And I thought maybe there was some underground shit disposal network that somehow benefited from bypassing the plumbing systems or the sewers. And as I got out of there, I sort of was able to, it felt like I was standing in some kind of quicksand, but I was able to get out of it. And as I made my way home, as I made my way home, it came to me, it dawned on me that it had to be the geese. There's hundreds of geese out there, and they poop all over the place. And some of that poop looks like it could be big enough to have come out of a human. And what must have happened was during the storm, they had to have huddled together to keep warm for the 24 hours that it was snowing. And in that 24 hours, they were just standing there pooping the whole time. So it was the geese, and it completely ruined a brand new pair of shoes for me, but I'll get over it. think this is going to work. My goal here has been to determine if there's a way to tell if a payphone is landline or voice over IP. And I was looking around with like network monitoring yesterday. I didn't really get anywhere. But what I'm doing now is calling through a calling card. And one clue that this is voice over IP is that I didn't get hit with the $1.35 payphone surcharge that I did yesterday. But what happened yesterday was that the call connected and it recorded nothing. I spoke for a few minutes and nothing was recorded. So I don't know where the problem is. I don't think the problem would be with the phone itself, but probably with Verizon that doesn't even realize that people still have prepaid calling cards like this and might still want to use them, but they've fallen asleep at the wheel or just forgotten that this is even out there and don't realize that it doesn't work. I bought the card years and years ago. It's been at least 10 years, maybe 15. And Verizon got out of the calling card business altogether about the same time they got out of payphones. So, if anything, if I've proven anything with this, it's that this payphone is not really a payphone, or it's not sending out the signal, the code that it sends out to say that this is a payphone. I know the person who owns this phone, and it sounds like something he would do. So, there you go. I'll figure this out somehow, some way, because I'm curious to figure out how many of these phones out here are voice over IP and how many are not. This one, I think, is also solar paneled. Or solar powered, I should say. And I was about to hang up, but I had this weird moment yesterday when I hung up after the anyways attempted a call. I hung up and there was no ingestion of the coins into the phone, and there was just nothing but a hanging up the phone. And I haven't experienced that at a payphone in a long time. Maybe important or so I think. I decided I'm going to like myself. That's something that I've never been willing to do. I've never been willing to accept my idiosyncrasies and my uniquenesses. A lot of my life feels like a fraud because of it. The payphone side has almost always felt dishonest. But I go along with it just because, why not? It was never meant to be a status site or even a news site that I maintain this appearance anyway. But it's just very frustrating. So I just beat my head against the wall today, figuratively speaking. Just trying to get some relatively simple work done. Some stuff I used to do, but which I more and more realize I shouldn't be doing. I drafted an email to the dude at Guy to see if he's impressed, or if he's even still thinking about it. I'm going to set it from a burner address. We all cloak and dagger about it, but I just want to measure his continued interest if there is any. But that's the thing. I can like myself. It's a comment made by this woman I used to, with whom I was intimate, and in a non-sexual conversation, which is pretty rare for us. She made the comment that she likes her own company. She likes being with herself. And at the time, I thought that was some kind of negative spin on solipsism, like the kind of thing people associate with solipsistic behavior, or even I thought of it as a kind of a life of masturbation. Even you can live your whole life with nothing but yourself, and I've never been willing to. I've never been capable of it. that therapist I saw for 6 months did nothing to get me there. I had a dream about her last night. I heard that I was leaving her office for the last time without telling her. I went ahead and did something I've been considering for months now. It just seemed very difficult. The timing was anything right. I contacted the optimist reporter that I like. He's written, I think he's written 4 of the 5 stories. And he responded pretty quickly. He said, whoa, that stopped me in my tracks. And I sent him a far too lengthy description, which I actually started drafting after the first story posted back in, I guess it was May. And it's just, like I said, it seems necessary. Being a total secret, or totally secretive, in terms of an explanation or accounting for why I'm doing this. I'm missing an opportunity there to explain this in a way that will resonate, but also without identifying myself. And his first thing was, yeah, my editors are going to probably stay unidentified, which I would expect. But I'm still on the fence about it because if I say too much, it's going to be too hard for people to figure out who I am. And I feel like if I talk too much about payphones, there's going to be a little thunderclap of recognition out there that, oh my God, it's that guy again. I'm saying it's going to be a universal moment of eureka, but it will be something. It just depends how carefully I talk about it, but I have to explain the payphone thing is my connection to these stupid machines. And I have to explain why I had such a hard on for them. Because I wanted them to be something else, but they're not, and I've really come to loathe these things. Well, I shouldn't take my hate or talk too far, because I don't really have a lot of hate in me, but I mean, I still hate Twitter, despite the fact that that's where a lot of this really caught on. But I don't hate. There again, I don't actually hate it. I don't hate anything, but I just don't fit into that vessel, social media vessel. And I never have. I never really will. That's the only place I ever felt really at ease was the message boards I used to own and operate. Because I almost never posted. I was just the guy. I was like the magician behind the curtain. Was when it was something of a novelty for somebody to have a message board on their website and have it be virtually unmoderated. I very, very rarely stepped in. And the one time I did, I kind of regretted it. I felt kind of stupid about it. The only shit I got rid of was obvious spam, garbage. But that was an environment where anything goes or anything went. And just being in charge of that is probably the only social media platform where I've ever felt like I could be myself. So put that on a dictator. At any rate, the reporter said that his editors are really stoked for this story. They think it's unique and winding was the word he used, and very New York. And I concur. Part of the reason I like this guy is when he was on the radio being interviewed about this thing, he described it as an art project. And I was happy as hell to hear somebody call it what it is. I don't really care what anybody calls it if they think it's a prank or a hack or a freak or whatever. I don't care what you call it, but I was happy to hear someone call it what it is. And that's what I told him. Right, you know, I'm actually surrounded by Halloween people right now, and it's a little weird. I'm out wandering around a little bit on a very windy Saturday. routine. It was like I had nothing to do out here. But I put the project on pause until I actually talked to the reporter, and maybe that'll be next week. He said that the midterm's coming up there. He's on constant deadline. And but he hasn't forgotten about it by any estimate. And I told him I didn't expect you to drop everything. That's about all I said. I sent two pretty lengthy emails and didn't hear for a couple of days. But at no point did I think he had forgotten about this. I mean, it's not the story of the century. I have a perspective on this, but I think it's reasonably awful. But it's going to be interesting. So the reason I'm not calling in is because the more we do that, the more risk there is that somebody will report it to the company, and the company will do all that they seem capable of doing to prevent this problem, just block the number. And if they do that, it takes 20 seconds for me to get a new one. But I didn't want to. What I want to do is demonstrate in person for the reporter how this works. Because I think that's really the best way to do it is, sure, forget about explaining it. I don't think I can do that, but, man, my partner on this is going to have to, not going to have to, he's happy to talk to the reporter, but I think on the basis of describing the experience of doing this, I think he might be able to tell that story better than I, because I've gotten so fucking used to it that it's almost become routine, but it never loses its magic, but it has become something like a routine for me. And there's not much else you can do with those machines. I mean, I can look at the porn. I have no idea why. That seems like such an obvious thing that should not be able to happen. But I'm not going to bring it to their attention because they don't listen. That's part of my motivation, you know. Because behind all this is that they just don't listen to the public, but and they don't listen to me, but they can hear me now, right? I just wonder if I'm going to get my story out as eloquent as I had it in my head, but that I've been doing this kind of thing since I was a kid, and I've found other ways of doing it. I used to call the booth on Kennedy Boulevard and play back my piano music, and didn't have I don't know that I ever articulated my, an aesthetic, but I must have thought I was bringing something of beauty to Skid Row. And those guys listened. They liked it, I could tell. But I also used to, when I was reading voicemail systems in my phone freak days, I would play back recordings of my piano music into people's voicemail boxes. And I just thought it was cool that these corporates would come to work on Monday and there'd be piano music waiting for them. So this is just another iteration. This is me being consistent in my life. I don't know what I'll think of next, but there must be some more games I can play. So I'm going to go home. So I just took 2 panic pills for the first time since the last emergency room visit, which was a couple of months ago now. Not really counting those. As always seems to happen when I actually put the pills in my mouth, the anxiety reaches a pinnacle. But we'll be all right. Usually I took a half a pill, but I always ended up taking another half, and then later I would take another whole one, so I just take 2 at once now. Seems to have the same effect, just quicker. I'm out and around, trying to walk this off, feeling like I have nothing to do, but that's not true at all. I just stuck an apology sticker on this Payphone. I'm an atheist and I hate God. I just had this feeling when I started going to this Catholic school. I just can't stand God anymore. I just got to get away from all these Catholic people because I can't stand them. They're really stupid. They're idiots. I hate Catholicism. I hate religion. Religion's idiotic. They all think I'm a sinner. They hate me. I get beat up sometimes. It's really terrible. It's because I don't want to believe in God. I think you should have your own way of thinking, you know. Well, that's all I've got to say for now. That's a statement I transcribed from the apology line back in 1983 or so, 1994. I forget how long I worked on that. It was like not quite a year, but it was a very long year. Involved with it seemed a lot longer than it really was. All right. Well, I just wanted to report the panic call intake and move on to the afternoon. I've been thinking about starting a new project. I thought about doing this from two points of view. One is to just write openly about it as if I'm myself. The other is to do it anonymously to avoid, perhaps forever, associating myself with the stigma. But I wanted to talk about masturbation. I've been reading some message boards about it on the dark web, although I think they go to the light web too, but at any rate, most of the discussion is completely anonymous. And people's perspectives about it are all over the place, as I should have expected. Some people still regard it as shameful, others regard it as sinful. Some think it's natural, some think it's just being alive. And I'm happy to have found a discussion that seems to be all men. I'm happy to hear from women too, but I'm more interested at this point in the male point of view because that's what I'm been considering. Masturbation has been a part of my life since I was 13, somewhere between 7th and 8th grade. Just sitting in the living room and one afternoon when my balls just came alive. It's like I'd never even known they were there before. I remember standing up and running up to my bedroom and taking my pants off and just standing there letting my cock and balls hang out. It was the first time I'd ever felt them. And in time I would come to feel my cock a lot more than my balls. Or as much, if not more. The whole area just came alive as if it had never been there before. What had formerly been a plaything that I played around with in the bathtub. It became something to answer to. And I didn't masturbate that time because I wouldn't have known what I was doing. I figured it out. As with almost all of sex, I figured it out either completely on my own or through overheard anecdotes. There was a sex ed class in high school, but it was a joke. The instructor treated it like a comedy show, and I never quite got a handle on how we fuck.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes. Thank you.
Except to just finally do it myself and figure it out from what pieces of information I had cobbled together over those adolescent years. There's a lot more than masturbation to talk about, though. It's a bit like the first time I saw cunt was in the 6th grade. I'll bet this is an experience shared by a lot of kids from then, or 4 kids then. Somebody in the school bus had a Hustler magazine, and he was showing it off in the back seats of the bus where all the older cool kids sat. And there were girls on the bus, too, who were treating themselves like custodians or chaperones. They were guarding access to the magazine so that not too many people piled in all at once to see it. And I heard people whispering the word, cunt, cunt. The boys were saying it an almost reverential tone of voice. And maybe it was reverential. But the way they whispered it, it's like, we have to be careful around it. We have to be respectful. And this is before I'd even seen it. And I finally got my turn. I pushed my way up ahead because I was one of the younger kids. And I saw it, and it was big, fat, hairy, hair going all the way up to her stomach. She had this smug, frowning look on her face, and she was pointing at it with one finger, as if she's saying, you want this, don't you? And I looked, and the kid who had the magazine kept turning the pages and showing more and more of this same woman. And I took my turn. I stood and watched for about a minute. I don't know how long. And I went back to my seat, kind of confused about what the hell I had just seen. I thought it was disgusting, but even then, I knew I wanted it. And I wanted to see more of it. I just didn't want to see it in Hustler. So I sat down in my seat, and sitting next to the window seat, I was looking down at the cars, which were down much closer to the ground than the school bus was. And this woman with very short shorts, it was the first time I'd ever noticed her. She was driving in a Camaro, and you could practically see pubic hairs coming out of her shorts if only I'd known. But that's what I could be looking for. And every day I would see her, and every day as the days went on, I imagined what it might be like to take those shorts off and see what was underneath. And that's how I became attracted to condoms. I've wanted it ever since. And in my 20s and 30s, or college. In my youth, in college especially, but in my 20s and 30s, I thought I had the magic touch because I would go down on women. I would perform cunnilingus. And I remember the first times I did it, I would look up at the women's faces and they would just be charged, just raw sexual emotion. And the first time I did it really, really deeply, I looked up and she looked like she'd just been slapped in the face. And it was a beautiful thing. I mean, not to imagine that she'd been hurt, but just to see that look of shock, that look of passion. And she would grab the back of my head and hold me, and I'd wrap her legs around me, and she was pretty chunky. And I liked that, as it let me drown. But over time, that standard, that assumption that women would go for any guy that would go down on her, that faded as I got older, and the women who were available to me, whatever you want to call it, they just didn't want it. They thought it was weird. They thought it was strange that we'd be talking one minute and then I'd have my face in her crotch the next. A lot of them didn't do it very well. They didn't know how to relax. They expected me to do everything if they were even into it at all. But then I've talked to women since, in more recent years, who say any woman that doesn't want you to go down on her is fucking nuts. But it's all good. I'm thinking about this like a history of masturbation as a motif through the rest of my sexual life, which has not exactly been spectacular, but it's been all right. And I'm fond of the memories. I'm heading to the eye doctor for what I think is probably going to be the last visit in follow-up to the mysterious accident that I had. And I think I might have finally figured it out. I wasn't blind to it. I just maybe didn't want to acknowledge. I've given up on that ludicrous theory that it was the delivery guy that punched me. I always knew that didn't make any sense, but the nature of the circumstance made it seem more possible than the alternative. Because it didn't make sense that I could have hit any surface just the right way to make the injury look the way it did. I spotted what looks like some blood on the stove, on the door to the oven. And I'm going to try to find some old pictures to see if that stain was there before. I don't remember necessarily if it was some other kind of stain, if it was ketchup or something of that color. I've been there for years. I just became blind to it. But anyway, I found some healthy discussion about what to me is becoming less and less of a taboo subject, at least in my own mind. why it should be so taboo, but obviously it depends on the company you keep, but it's all anonymous, or that's the allegation. I'm getting to it through the Tor browser, which has its limitations, but just talking about masturbation, and I posted a couple of things, and I'm disguising facts and figures about myself as to make it, I don't think anybody would ever think to connect it to me anyway, because why would they, but in case it becomes obvious in the future, in case I go more public with all this in some form, I don't want them to trace it back to me. So I described how somebody asked if working out, exerting yourself somehow, caused you to want to masturbate more than if you hadn't worked out. And I don't really work out, but I don't work out or exert myself in that kind of way, but I do take my long-ass walks for like 10 or 12 miles, even more. And as often as not, after I do that, the next day, I wake up with just a rock-hard erection that it's not like the morning wood. It fucking hurts. But I don't know if that's just the walking around or diet or anything else. I don't know. But I responded with that little reply that I don't know about working out, but these long walks cause me to wake up with an erection that fucking hurts. And I forgot to say this, but it's a kind of erection that masturbating doesn't even make sense. And I have done it, but it's like work to ejaculate through that kind of an erection and to make it go away. And it does go away eventually, but I never know how long it's going to take. So I asked everybody else there how old they are. I suspect most of these people are like teenagers and early 20s, but some might be old man in the group if I read that correctly. So maybe I'll get a senior discount or something. Well, I'm probably going to be calling in a few times today because I'm heading over to the eye doctor like over an hour to spare. So we'll see how it works. I've never owned any kind of a sex toy, and I think I'm going to buy one if I have enough cash on me. Every woman I've ever been with had a vibrator or a dildo or something like that, but I've never had any kind of substitute. And I'm only just curious about it. I'm not expecting this to become my so-called power, but I'm curious what a job simulator feels like, or what a artificial cum feels like. If it's not too much money, I don't want to spend like more than $50 on something like this. I don't want to spend that much time. And it's convenient because it just so happens that this eye doctor I'm going to, so I shop just open right next door to it, right across the street, I think. I remember I saw some work going on in that space last time I was there. It was sort of curious what was going on. It's on Queens Boulevard, which probably has tons of other sex shops that have never actively looked or even entered into one of these places. I know of them, but so what if I'm getting a plastic vagina in the middle there, right? Or a blowjob simulator? I'm curious to know how close to reality it is. But this sort of thinking came into my mind as I started talking out loud to myself about masturbation and trying to purge the shamefulness of it from my thinking. And like I said, these dark web discussion boards I found, people's feelings about it are all over the place. Some people still think it's shameful, others think it's immoral. hitting their body, which I find hard to believe, but I guess if you're doing that in lieu of any other exercise, and if jerking off makes you too exhausted to do real exercise, then maybe there's something to that line of thinking, but I don't know. I think back to earlier times when, I let myself be sexually harassed, as they call it today, when I was at one of my first corporate jobs. And those were the days when everybody out here was just talking to each other. Everybody was talking, and it wasn't scandalous. People talking used to not be so scandalous.
Put my money in thinking I had a few minutes till the next train, and right as I drop the money in, the train arrives. Well, there'll be another one in a few minutes. I got my eyes looked at, and happy to say that the results are what I expected, but on the other hand, I'm not happy to say that the results are what I expected. But that's just what I'm going to have to live with for the foreseeable future. This monster floater causes me headaches and distracts me and makes me think that bugs are flying in front of me when they're not. And some days it's been worse than others, but it's okay. Something I had not noticed last time, maybe because I was a little more distressed about the circumstances of my being there, but I didn't notice how freaking cute the doctor was. Man, oh man. It reminded me the last time I was at the ER, and this has happened to me, I could count on one hand the number of times this has happened to me that I've been aware of, where I just walked into a room and I could tell this woman thought I was just beautiful. There was just something about me and I'm not any kind of a beautiful looking creature, but there was just something about my demeanor, I think, but she just took one look at me and I could tell she really thought something, but we were strictly professional about it. I don't want any kind of emergency room romance here. The emergency romance. And it started pouring rain, but I took a path underneath the 7 train along Queens Boulevard for as far as I could. But that path ran out eventually. And so I went into Pete's Diner, which is one of my favorite Queens Boulevard diners. And I got a grilled cheese with bacon. It was $8.11. I'm like, this is Manhattan prices. It's not that good a place. But I've been in there a number of times, usually when I'm hungry enough to eat my shoes off of my feet. So it's always been circumstance that makes me think this place is some kind of miracle. I'm reconsidering this very important matter. All of the smart city kiosks are fucked up today, every single one of them. They're showing NFL schedules from yesterday, and none of them has been able to make a phone call for, well, at least 2 days. I'm not sure about the third day. I took a break from all this in advance of whatever the Gothamist reporter wants to say and wants to ask me about, because I don't want the number to get blocked ahead of that. But we'll see what happens. He says that he and the newsroom are in constant deadline mode between now and the election tomorrow. I'm happy to have a chance to vote on the matter of daylight savings time. It's not that the issue isn't up for referendum, but there's a certain assembly person, I think, or some politician, I forget her name now, but I'll find it. And she's a strong advocate against doing away with the custom of changing the time twice a year. And it just happened yesterday. Yesterday. It's Monday now. And I handled it better than I usually do, but today I'm kind of a mess again. But if we could just get rid of it and have this be the way, have this not be the way we do it, if we could have it stay daylight longer. But I had heard or read somewhere that one business that really is affected by how early the sun comes up or how early business hours start, those certain type of terrestrial radio stations where their signal relies on atmospheric conditions, or it relies on the sun being out or something. I don't know. I read that a long time ago and don't know those type of stations are still in existence. But whatever the case, I'd like to see this whole daylight savings time ritual go away. Oh, so I looked for the sex toy store, and I saw these people passing it by. They were laughing, and I'm like, wow, man, where did this come from? And I forgot that they moved into a store that had been a Radio Shack, and they haven't taken the Radio Shack signage off. So it looks pretty sketchy. It looks pretty fly-by-night. But there was something kind of beautiful about it, too. Something beautiful about all these mannequins, these sex mannequins. I don't know, but purportedly they're selling lingerie and plus-size stuff, but in the back there's a little sex toy department, and I found a piece about it in one of the local newspapers, and it doesn't look like they would have what I had in mind. And I don't know that I would really want to make that purchase anyway, but I went over there, the door was locked, and I didn't really feel like dealing with it. So, no sex toy for me, right? Not today at least. Okay, I'm going to let this go. Yo, what's up, bro?
I just voted. Normally, voting gives me a bit of a rush, kind of a high, but today it felt a little bit like more of a chore than usual. I've always said that if you don't vote, then your politics don't matter. But I've also come to concede that that's a little righteous, a little high and mighty. It's just I know people whose politics are all they talk about, all they think about, all you ever hear them going on and on about, but they don't vote. So how does it even matter what your politics are? And I know some people can't vote, and some people have some articulate explanation for why they don't vote, although it's lost on me if I've ever heard that sort of anti-voting philosophy that made any sense to me. But I guess it's commonplace to think your vote doesn't matter just because so many people vote. But at any rate, I vote at the same school that I voted at for I don't know how many years now. And I've been thinking about school the last several days as I'm writing a new kind of story about school days. And being in a school building made me feel a little melancholy. I wanted to spend more time there, but it's voting day, and I think as with any day, I would think they don't want weirdos hanging around, but so it's a formidable old building. The schools I went to were all fairly modern, fairly new. I think one of the schools was built the year I was born, if I remember right. A grade school, and then the high school was, I don't know how new it was, but all the buildings that I went to classes in are gone now. Everything's gone. They've been replaced with new buildings, new structures. But the heft of the public schools around here, the weight that they seem to imbue, they seem to bring some, I was going to say austerity, that's not the word I'm thinking of, but a dignity to the proceedings, a dignity to the mundane chore. The chore of going to school is uplifted. And I've read the British approach to public facilities, to public bathrooms, and of course their phone boxes. They overdo it. They overreach on the architectural ambition. specifically with the intent of making these everyday mundane tasks that everybody must perform, make them seem more majestic, more dignified. So there's a lot to be said for the architecture of things. I was a little confused about voting because voting has been in the same room every year as far as I can remember. I think they might have moved it one room over last year, but it's always been on the first floor. And I didn't think to ask anybody, well, where's the fucking voting room? So I walked all the way to the end of this long hallway, and there was an elevator, so I took the elevator to the second floor. It didn't look like there was any voting there, so I went up to the third floor and saw some signs for voting. So finally found it. I had to walk all the way to the end of the hall and then all the way back to the other end of the third floor hall. So I saw a little more of the school building than I usually do, but I wasn't complaining, but I mentioned to the first woman that I talked to in there that I was like, where the hell is it? Where the hell am I supposed to vote? But, so, look at that. I was looking for my I voted sticker, and it looks like it already fell off. It's raining out here, and I guess the rain must have knocked it off as I stepped out of the school building. And when I got there, when I stepped into the school building, it just started pouring right as I arrived. Oh, look, there's my sticker. It's on the floor. It's on the ground. I will get it back. All right, then. I voted. Hope you did, too. Sometimes I forget that people out there know who I am. Small bit of micro-celebrity precedes me. I got 2 contacts today from people I've never heard of who seem very familiar with my Payphone work. Or not very familiar, but, familiar enough. And it's causing me some real anxiety now. I'm feeling an anxiety trip like no other. What do they think they know about me? I'm trying to be invisible, for Christ's sake. This will probably pass, it always does, but I don't want to have to take pills again. But I probably will. Somebody emailed looking for information about payphone locations in Philadelphia. So I gave the best answers I could. I was in Philadelphia a few years ago, and what this meant was that I got to revisit photos that I took there. And it was the last trip my ex-girlfriend and I ever went on. It was the worst trip we ever went on. And we made the best of it. She just got so fucking angry at me over something that didn't fucking matter. And it would have been the last straw for a less patient, a less tolerant individual, but I put up with more shit than I should have. And I don't know what kept me in that for as long as I stayed in it. But like I said, in response to this person, I went back to my photos from that trip, looking for the payphones that I remember that I could verify might still be around. Of course, there were plenty of pictures of her, and she was so cute. She really was. I was feeling some pain in my head today as I was sitting at the computer. And that's been happening more and more. Anytime I dip into or even look at social media, I feel this nausea and anxiety. So why not just not look at it, right? I deactivated Facebook again, and I'm thinking of just deleting it altogether, but deleting it seems kind of like a big deal for some reason, even though it shouldn't be. I mean, hell, I can't just delete 5,000 friends, can I? They're all close personal friends of mine. And there is some stuff in there that, I don't know, stuff I posted that was interesting and salvageable, I suppose. I mean, I downloaded the whole thing a couple of months ago and haven't done anything since. Well, going to do a lot of walking today because it's a beautiful day, and we're not going to have a lot of these beautiful days going forward, it seems. There's been a definite change in the phone calling feature of these things. I'm not sure what to make of it because every machine seems to behave a little differently. Some of them, well, first of all, it's like a complete reset of the whole phone system, it seems. The numbers that were blocked before are no longer blocked. But with the last machine I was on, if you'd make the call, minimize the phone app, then maybe go back to the phone call app, and it was impossible to hang up the call. And that's a bug, if that's really what's happening. A whole bunch of stuff, but I don't care about the details at this point. It's just good to know that they've stepped up their game or done something in response. But how many months did this take? But some of these machines will badger you to time out after 30 seconds, no matter what. And if that's going to be across the board, then that's essentially punishing everybody who uses these things. Because it's obnoxious. And of course it's unannounced. And then they went to the further measure of disabling phone calls altogether for about 3 days. And they changed the caller ID for some reason to a 607 area code. I'm not sure where that is. Is that Boston? Maybe? I don't know. Doesn't matter. So it's too early to know what to make of it all, but it's good fun. It feels like I've been fired from the job, but it's the kind of firing where you just shrug your shoulders and say, yeah, that's cool. It's still a little too early to say with certainty, but I think the game's over, and we're relieved, to be honest. But it might not be. These machines are all behaving pretty erratically, as they always have. What seems to be happening is like 30-second timeout is going to show up no matter what you're doing. On some machines, but not all. I don't know if it's half and half, but if there's any logic behind it. But there could be a network update going on as I speak, so remains to be seen. But now I don't have to be all incognito about it, do I? And maybe I should give myself some credit for all this if it forced the smart city to improve its product. I still might be able to find ways to manipulate this thing, but I wonder if it's injecting a 30-second timeout when you call a number that it thinks looks fishy. When I call a 319 area code number, it seems to show the 30-second timeout. But when I call my Skype number, which is 917, it does not. So I don't know. I don't know, and it's getting cold out, so I don't know that I'm going to get this a lot of my energy, a lot of my mental energy. All right, I'm going home. I don't know if I've ever called from this phone. It's on 34th Street, 30th Avenue. It's cold as hell out, and I'm not going to be out too long today, but I'm trying out the new phone call thing on the machines, and I'm finding that it only works about one time in 10. And for some reason, there's a gateway to customer support, and you dial 611, and from a payphone, I think if you dial 611, you might get a way to report a problem with the phone, but since the machines are on voice over IP, that sends you to customer service. I think all the major carriers do that. And I'm a PIN number away from doing some damage to their account.
I just have to figure out what their PIN number is. And I really shouldn't be there. And I'm sure I tried this before when it was on bondage. I dialed all the 1-1s. I'm not going to report this. I'm not going to write about this until I do something with it. But, yeah. It's always something. But the 3-minute bug keeps popping up. And it doesn't matter if you do it, if you touch the screen during the 3 minutes or not. It's never going to go away. But the fact that this change to Ring Central was unannounced suggests that somebody didn't want to be here anymore. I don't know. But so far, it really sucks. It's worse than Vonage was. And I don't really blame Vonage or Ring Central for that matter. I think there's got to be something wrong with the physical infrastructure of these things. And I'm not really going to try to crack their PIN number. I was just joking. But why is that there? Why is that possibility even there?
Out here today going for a long walk. Something went wrong with one of my web server configurations. And a whole bunch of my sites are like shit now. And I thought, maybe said, fuck, I give up. I haven't wanted to do this anymore for a long time. I don't know what depth of insanity keeps me thinking that I have any reason to be in this business anymore, but I should hold on to the end of the year, I guess, and then find a new livelihood just for tax purposes, makes it cleaner. Not that there's anything to be worried about, it just makes it simpler. I'm going to walk over to Midtown and pick up my sex toy. I've never had one before, and I already had it's going to be stupid. I know it's going to be idiotic. There's really nothing about sex for me that is absent some kind of emotion, some kind of feeling. And I don't expect it to fall in love with this thing that I just ordered, but hey, why not, right? Why not just for the life experience, just so I can tell other people not to bother. Or maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised, who knows. So, it's Sunday, and I'm frustrated again with the sprawling mess of my web presence, my web livelihood, but I guess I'll suck it up and figure it out somehow or other. So I took a pill and a half at about 2:20, and now it's about 3:40, and I feel close to normal. And I have felt close to normal for, I don't know, for a while now. It's going to be a restless night, although it never ends up being as big a deal as I think it's going to be. Playing off for a while. It's just never as big a deal as I think it's going to be. But maybe this will get me to sit at the desk and actually stay there for a while, even though I've been doing plenty of that anyway. But just today I started panicking over the enormity of that I have so much to do, but nothing to do. I gotta say, I'm feeling all right, though. Sometimes I worry that these pills aren't going to do what they usually do. But so far, I've been lucky. So I'm not walking this off. I was just sitting at the desk and I couldn't take it anymore. Anxiety just drowning me, filled my brain with white. And I just couldn't be there. So it'll be okay in a little while. I can calm down and get back to work. I have a lot of sound I need to process.
this reporter again and being kind of badgering him about this. I just said, running out of my desire to talk about this is sort of running dry. But without something like this, I wouldn't say it was all a big waste of time, but it doesn't complete the story. I mean, this could complete the story if he ever gets back to me.
I just went to a dentist for the first time in, I guess, about a year. And this is after most of my life I've been able to go 10 years between visits. And I felt no particular reason to go except that I should. And this was unlike any dentist visit I've ever had, and almost everything about it feels a little sketchy to me. For starters, the doctor's office is new. It's only been there 5 or 6 months. Nothing wrong with that. These things come and go just like anything else. But they rescheduled the appointment like 4 times since I made it last week, and they didn't do it very politely. They were just like, yesterday she called and said, you know, your appointment is at 2. And I said, yeah. She said, no, you're coming in at 4:30. And then maybe an hour later, over a period of several minutes, I'm calling them butt dial calls. That's not what they were, but she called and hung up after one ring 3 times in a row. So I couldn't answer it. And then the 4th time she called, she's like, you can't come in at 4:30. I was like, okay, so when can I come in? Tomorrow? And she said, okay. And then she said 3:30, and I said 3:30, and I confirmed that, 3:30. I wanted to make it perfectly clear. I was a little irritated, but I'm not going to get upset about it. So yes, 3:30, and then a few minutes later I get a text message from the office that says, your appointment is for 4:30 tomorrow. And I didn't even respond to that. I just said, look, you said 3:30. I'm showing up at 3:30. If that's not going to work, I'll go somewhere else. Anyway, I get there, I fill out the form, and just sit there for a while. And the assistant comes in and she does the x-rays, and she seems to know what she's doing, but not quite, because I've never had any trouble getting those things in between my teeth, those guards, whatever you call them. And she was having the hardest time getting them, in a natural way. And then she did the x-rays. She had to do most of them twice. And then the doctor comes in, and suddenly it's like I'm trying to buy a mattress or something. She won't. They go into hard sell mode, and she says that you have serious erosion or serious wear and tear on your teeth, and I'm going to recommend a root canal and 4 crowns. And then she asked me also if I use a mouth guard, or if I grind my teeth. And I said, yes, I use a mouth guard. And any dentist I've ever told that to said that that's a very good thing. And she was like, oh, you can't buy a mouth guard as good as the one I can make. And same thing, any dentist I've ever mentioned it to said, don't worry about it. Just get one of these things at the store. They're all the same. I mean, over time, I'll probably spend more on those store-bought mouth guards than I would getting it done professionally, but I don't have any reason to trust this woman's ability to make a good one. I mean, I shouldn't say that because I haven't looked up her credentials, and I probably won't, but it just seems it's like that you hear about this kind of thing all the time about high-pressure dentists especially that recommend expensive procedures or stuff outside of insurance. That's the other thing. She was pressuring me to change my insurance from whatever I have to, I forget what she recommended, One Health or something like that. And that in itself seemed kind of like something a doctor's not supposed to do, but maybe it is. Like I said, it's unlike any doctor visit I ever had. I've never felt pressured to do anything that didn't make sense to me. I did have a cap put on my front tooth a long time ago. It's been there for 30 years, 31 years or something. And it doesn't look perfect. It never really did, but it's still there. Nobody's ever suggested that it's a problem. But for all this, I will add that I think the drinking I do, I sometimes have wondered if that doesn't wear away at my teeth more than if I didn't drink as much as I do. But I don't drink wine. That's really supposed to be the shit that gets at your teeth. I don't know. So she's going to submit to my insurance and get a professional mouth guard built. I don't know. I'll make up my mind later if I want to do it.
2 phones that I know of in this area. The only others I know of are over by Queens Plaza. And I came here the day before I caught wind that the CBS piece was going to air, or I came through this area. And I remember it because I just had never been so nervous about something in my life. And it wasn't any kind of giddy nervous. It wasn't a positive kind of nervous. It was just eating me inside. And I think I made a call from one of these phones on that day. I don't know, but I just remember wandering through Queensbridge for the first time, thinking that it used to be a really dangerous place. And for all I know, it still is, but I had heard that it cleaned up its act a lot by getting rid of all the open-air drug dealing and that kind of shit, but I'm not anywhere near that nervous now, but sort of informally arranged to do my on-camera interview with Alchemist, and I suggested we do it Monday. I don't know when they're gonna. He hasn't responded yet. We can't do it this week because their video person is gone for the holiday, I guess. So I'm looking forward to that, even though I can take it or leave it. I might have to be doing it, but I don't really care. At the same time, the project, I don't care about the publicity, is what I mean. I do care about closing the loop on this project and explaining what it all means and completing the story. Because you can't really understand it without knowing where I'm coming from or knowing who I am. I'm looking down 40th Avenue, or what is this? Looking west toward the Big Alice smokestacks, and they're not pumping out any. Well, they're not smokestacks, they're steam, I guess, but they're not pumping out anything at the moment. And there's a hotel going up. Of course, that's all that goes on around. That's all that's going up around here is hotels. And I'm going to explore the area a little bit, but I don't know. This is one of those phones that has a plaque that says free calls, and you can get a daily prayer by pressing *10. And I've done that a couple of times. It's actually pretty enchanting. Not religious, but they're very sincere about it. And this phone has a bunch of "We Need More Payphones" stickers on it. And somebody has been doing this all over town. Handwritten stickers that they put on payphones, and it says "We need more payphones." I don't know if we need more, but we definitely need some. I'm not sure what I'm going to say or what I'm going to do, and I'm not sure I want my face on the video, but because there are a lot of angry people out there. I wouldn't want to get punched by someone who recognizes me. On the other hand, I'm not really going to be doing this much for the next few months, so by the time anybody might possibly encounter me in the act of doing this, they'll have forgotten what I look like. But it would keep a little edge of mystery to it. It would have people, anybody who reads the story or sees this will look twice when they see somebody using one of those machines. They're going to be like, is that the softy guy? Is that the jingle bandit?
night today. Yesterday was a whole different story. And I'm sure I'm not the only one to say this, but dreary, dismal weather has a very strong influence over my mood. It always has. But since I got sick with what I strongly suspect was E. coli, and I didn't get it as bad as what you hear about in the news, but it was enough. And I had to cancel Thanksgiving, and then that night I think I slept like 13 or 14 hours. I woke up in a daze, absolute daze, and then next night I was up at 8:30. I slept till noon, and next day I was up at 8:30. And today I was up at 8:30. But yesterday was just a mess. I couldn't sit still. I kept getting up and going outside just to walk around the block. I know there's nothing out there. I was trying to beat the rain. I was going to get any walking in. I wanted to get in before the rain started. And it rained overnight, but I must have gone in and out of the apartment 15 times yesterday. And I had really bad thoughts of self-harm and self-destruction. But it's over now. I don't know what was going on. Didn't drink any more than usual. But the kind of drastic sleep extremes, those kind of extremes when it comes to sleep are not good for anybody, I guess. But if I slept 14 hours like that, I guess my body needed it, or my body was trying to tell me something. I don't know. So I'm out and around, and I'm getting myself psychologically prepared for Tuesday when I'm going to show the reporter how my little trick is done. And I'm thinking now that I'm just not going to do it anymore after this. Assuming they don't distort my face and that I'm identified, I'll probably just give it up, at least for the winter. And I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous about it. If you want to make a good impression on Eric, I don't know if I will be. I guess it stands to reason that if you pass by somebody's house often enough, that person will emerge from the house as you're passing by. And that's what just happened. This woman that I dated for, I'm not sure how long, 3 or 4, maybe 5 months, last year and the year before. She lives, we don't exactly live across the street from each other, so but I go past her place a lot more often than you might expect for somebody that wouldn't appear to have any business there. It's because of my sweet theater thing that she happens to be right on the way. And so is almost everybody I know in the neighborhood. But she ghosted me twice. And I didn't care either time. I really didn't. If it's not mutual, it doesn't matter, right? But I saw her today. She's come out of her house with what I assume to be her sister's 2 little girls, and her sister's husband. I didn't get close enough with it. I don't know what else it would be. And as beautiful as the woman I dated was, her sister was flipping bombshell. Beautiful. Everybody said so. And they were far enough away that I couldn't see if she still is, but I don't care. Anyway. Until just a few months ago, I thought that this woman was the only stripper I'd ever dated. And part of the reason I was so easy to let it go was not that she had been a stripper in the past. I didn't care about that. It was that she figured out a whole bunch of clues that she did a lot more in the business, the sex business, than just that. And that she might even still be doing it. And with her natural beauty, that I guess would be a shocker. But I mentioned it to a friend that I had dated a former more stripper. And she's like, you're going to have to start asking girls first if they used to be a stripper. Because a mutual friend of ours who died a few years ago, it was revealed that she too had been a stripper, and she was also just naturally beautiful, and it made sense enough. And it doesn't, the stripper thing doesn't bother me. I've probably known more strippers than I realized. But in the case of this woman who I just crossed notice, she was doing a lot more than that and lying about it. I'm feeling all right today. Yesterday was a whole different story. And I'm sure I'm not the only one to say this, but dreary, dismal weather has a very strong influence over my mood. It always has. But since I got sick with what I strongly suspect was E. coli, and I didn't get it as bad as what you hear about in the news, but it was enough. And I had to cancel Thanksgiving, and then that night I think I slept like 13 or 14 hours. I woke up in a daze, absolute daze, and then next night I was up at 8:30. I slept till noon, and next day I was up at 8:30. And today I was up at 8:30. But yesterday was just a mess. I couldn't sit still. I kept getting up and going outside just to walk around the block. I know there's nothing out there. I was trying to beat the rain. I was going to get any walking in. I wanted to get in before the rain started. And it rained overnight, but I must have gone in and out of the apartment 15 times yesterday. And I had really bad thoughts of self-harm and self-destruction. But it's over now. I don't know what was going on. Didn't drink any more than usual. But the kind of drastic sleep extremes, those kind of extremes when it comes to sleep are not good for anybody, I guess. But if I slept 14 hours like that, I guess my body needed it, or my body was trying to tell me something. I don't know. So I'm out and around, and I'm getting myself psychologically prepared for Tuesday when I'm going to show the reporter how my little trick is done. And I'm thinking now that I'm just not going to do it anymore after this, assuming they don't distort my face and that I'm identified. I'll probably just give it up, at least for the winter. And I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous about it. If you want to make a good impression on their crop, I don't know if I will be. I guess it stands to reason that if you pass by somebody's house often enough, that person will emerge from the house as you're passing by. And that's what just happened. This woman that I dated for, I'm not sure how long, 3 or 4, maybe 5 months, last year and the year before. She lives, we don't exactly live across the street from each other, so but I go past her place a lot more often than you might expect for somebody that wouldn't appear to have any business there. It's because of my sweet theater thing that she just happens to be right on the way. And so is almost everybody I know in the neighborhood. But she ghosted me twice. And I didn't care either time. I really didn't. If it's not mutual, it doesn't matter, right? But I saw her today. She's come out of her house with what I assume to be her sister's 2 little girls, and her sister's husband. I didn't get close enough with it. I don't know what else it would be. And as beautiful as the woman I dated was, her sister was flipping bombshell beautiful. Everybody said so. And they were far enough away that I couldn't see if she still is, but I don't care. Anyway. And so, just a few months ago, I thought that this woman was the only stripper I'd ever dated. And part of the reason I was so easy to let it go was not that she had been a stripper in the past. I didn't care about that. It was that she had dropped a whole bunch of clues that she did a lot more in the business, the sex business, and just that, and that she might even still be doing it. And with her natural beauty, that I guess would be a shocker. But I mentioned it to a friend that I had dated a former stripper, and she's like, you're going to have to start asking girls first if they used to be a stripper, because a mutual friend of ours who died a few years ago, it was revealed that she too had been a stripper, and she was also just naturally beautiful, and it made sense enough, and it doesn't, the stripper thing doesn't bother me. I probably know more strippers than I realized, but in the case of this woman who I just crossed paths with, is that she was doing a lot more than that, and lying about it. So it's anonymous with these guys for over 3 hours, and was walking up 7th Avenue. I don't know how far I'm going to walk, but maybe to Times Square. And a lot of good content ideas, a lot of raw content for them to work with. And I'm not sure how much of it was fully absorbed, or if everybody was always paying attention, or if I was paying attention. But I am among them, but it's nice to be in the new space. I haven't been in a new building really in a long time. I took a couple of panic pills about 45 minutes before meeting them. I think that really did get me through a lot more smoothly than I would have been done without. The anxiety just gets into everything. It gets into my gut and my stomach, in my head, of course, but I did more on screen than I guess I was expecting, but it'll clearly be identified in some way or other. But the initial video we did was all of me not showing my face, but that was really just an attempt to capture the aesthetic of me being invisible. So we'll see how that turns out. 2 minutes in, then some other stuff that I already sent them, but I'll send it again. And I'm just going to keep walking. Hey there. Wow. I was feeling a little skeptical about this, but it looks like I actually got this done. If you can take any pride in something like this. I filed a 311 complaint that this payphone wasn't working. It hadn't worked for quite a while. I didn't mention that, but they have 30 days to fix it, and they did. So what do you know? If I was skeptical, it was because I'm skeptical of City Bridge, the company that owns these things. They're the same company that owns the kiosks that are replacing these very phones, but it's the only phone around for Ravenswood. And I used to see people using it a lot. So I guess we'll write a little piece about this. Well, the end of something just happened, or something just ended. That being radio project. It's outside of the Brazilian place. I don't know if that means they're going to get rid of this one next. The one they got rid of was on 29th Street and 38th Avenue. This one is at 38th Avenue and 31st Street. This is the sushi place. I did some of my first attempts at the Payphone Radio, the Payphone podcast, whatever you want to call it. Across the street from this one is one of those stupid kiosks. Right now it's blasting Christmas music because that's what I'm out here to do. I just wish they would ask. I wish they would have hearings on whether these things should be taken away. But that's not how the smart city works. So I guess it's time for the end game. Something like that. I never had more this in mind when I started doing the kiosk shenanigans, but I mean, I thought I'd get a few laughs on Twitter or something, and I looked back up, but it sort of took on a life of its own. And as inept as I am when it comes to social media, I guess I had an instinct that social media will do what social media does and make a much bigger deal of this than it really is. But when I think about it, and I really did have a mission, I really did have a message to send with all this. So it's not just a cheap prank. So I'm gonna take a little pride in all of this. If it can be proven that my game I've been playing, if it can be proven that it's directly responsible for buttoning up the phone call feature on those stupid machines, then, well, I can take some pride in that too, that, hey, maybe I'll even save some payphones for all of this. So I'm told that the article is about 2,000 words, and I guess half of them are probably mine. It's direct quoting from email. And that's probably about the upper limit on the length of stories that they do at that website. So, that's probably like a 4-page New Yorker spread. That's what I'm after here. I want to get my New Yorker spread someday. So I'm out, it's raining, and I should get home to tend to any emails that might come in.
So I called in yesterday from Grand Central and was really bummed that for whatever reason the call never made it through. The problem's probably with Magic Jack, but I don't care where the problem is. It's just, I was in the moment and the Gothamist thing was still kind of in play, still happening. And for whatever reason the call just never made it. But the story posted and everything is fine. Reaction is almost all positive as far as I can tell. And a couple of people think they hate me, but I can live with that. I'm just working my way around town on a Metro card that I found, an unlimited Metro card with 5 days left on it. I guess my luck is turning, right? If that's possible. It's interesting to think about what's been going on at the company behind those machines. I mean, they can't be as humorless as they seem at the spokesperson level, but they specifically refused to respond to any of my comments or any of my, or anything. They just don't want anything to do with me. And they probably think I'm a piece of shit. But what they should really do is hire me. That would be a grand ending to all this, wouldn't it? That way they could maybe find ways some of the ideas that I have, they could, to make usage of these things accountable. I mean, there aren't many things that are free that are unaccountable. I mean, when I go to use a bathroom at a public space, which I think I've only done twice, by the way, but I have to sign in and show my driver's license, I think, or ID. When I go to borrow a book, it's obvious I have to register and prove I'm who I say I am, and on and on. It's just total unaccountability with the usage of these things, and it's not like a danger to society, but you can make all kinds of crazy phone calls and nobody will have any way to know who did it. And maybe they could retrofit the machines with some kind of handset. They could use one of the two USB jacks to plug some kind of contraption into it, but that'll never happen, at least not anytime soon. I do question how they could dispute my statement that it makes no the fundamental premise of the rollout was that every last payphone had to go, and these were going to replace every last one of them, and they disputed that claim. I don't know. It's not really their claim to dispute because it was announced by the city that that's how it was going to be. That was the nature of the contest that they had, was that here's a map of the payphones in New York, and we're going to replace every single one of them. There's no question that was the fundamental premise. But of course they utilized that map in a sort of political way because the quantity of the phones on that map is way more than is really out there. But enough of that. I should move on from all this stuff. I've said I will before, but it is pretty hard for me to pass by one of those things without just taking 5 seconds to dial a phone number. But they have been reacting, though, and they are addressing the issue in some way or other, but as it is, the way these things are designed, there's nothing that can be done to stop it. So while people are putting tape over the cameras, maybe Link NYC is going to put tape over the loudspeaker or just turn it off. I don't know. So my anxiety feels better today, but something's really been eating me up inside, and it's not been this, it's been everything, or not just this. But I did post about this to Facebook, and a lot of people from all over my life chimed in, saying it's awesome and all that. I was surprised that one guy I knew in high school, I'm not going to say his name, but I mean, I didn't know him in high school. I've had maybe a couple of conversations, but he's an artistic type himself, and he liked it. I didn't even know he was out there. So all these people are watching me. All these people I know or don't know. And it's weird to be seen like that, but I can handle it. At least I think I can. As long as I'm not being seen for anything. I was thinking this is something I could make a meme of, or a habit, is to stand at track 38, there's one payphone left at track 38 by the 45th Street Passage. And if I stand here every day talking on this payphone, people are bound to remember, people are bound to take note of it and think, well, who's that poor person? Who's that indigent? I mean, he's well-dressed and well-kempt, but he's using a payphone, so he must be poor or he must be lost. He doesn't look like a tourist. But how long would I have to stand here for something like that to happen? There used to be, I think, 10 payphones on this wall. Maybe more. And I think there were at one point over 100 of them in Grand Central. This is a lot of people coming off of this train, and I think I missed the first half of it. And I guess everybody's just piling on to be here for the holiday. And I could take it or leave it myself. I had this other notion about this kind of thing sitting in one place. Like, it seems like every day people post to Instagram pictures of the Rose main reading room at the library. And if I just sat there in one of those front benches all day, every day, I would probably appear in some of them. But people are looking at me. I mean, not everybody is. Most people are looking at their own phones, but people are making a passing glance at me and obviously taking note of the fact that I'm talking on a payphone. But yeah, if you sit in one popularly photographed place long enough, a pattern will emerge that there's this one dude sitting there, a lot of them, and that's something I would do. And in fact, I started doing it almost inadvertently, really, because I was waiting for a book at the library, and that can take a very long time, and I ended up just leaving and coming back the next day. But I did go to the trouble of checking Instagram to see if anybody happened to catch me in one of the infinite number of photos of that place that go up there, but nobody did. So this train is done unloading, and just by being here, I suspect oh look, another train. I'm just going to keep standing here then. Oh, maybe that wasn't a train, that was a tour group. I forget where I read it, but every light bulb in Grand Central is bare. There's no I was going to call them lampshades, but that's not really the proper term. Well, I'm going to let this one go. Well, the deed is done, or the story ran, and it's good. It didn't tell the complete full story, but that would take too long. I think it was 1,600 words, which is probably about as long as that website goes on word count. I think the reactions seem generally positive, but as expected, a few people think they hate me, and I can live with that. I mean, a strong reaction is better than none, right? So if it's any indication that my luck might be turning, I found an unlimited Metro card with 5 days left on it yesterday. So I'm going to zoom around town a little today. I don't think anybody's going to bother canceling it with only 5 days left on it. So I have to dust off my postmortem that I started writing as soon as I started talking to the reporter there and tell more or less the whole story, but it's kind of boring. But as usual, there's this debate about whether it's a hack or a freak or whatever the hell it is. I don't even care what you call it. But I won't be doing that kind of shit anymore. I mean, I might do it today just for, let's see if I can get one more reaction, one more social media play. But I'm not going to work on it too hard. I got other stuff to do. This is Lexington Avenue and 53rd Street, where this TTY payphone is in great working order, perfect working order. So, didn't really have anything else to say. Oh, there somebody, I tried to call yesterday. I did call yesterday, but for some reason, the voicemail just never arrived. Maybe because I left the phone dangling and it meant it never hung up or something, but that happens a lot with this little project. A lot of calls get disconnected or never record anything on the voicemail or look like they went through and never did. That's the ephemeral nature of this shit. Well, it only took however many minutes I spent walking from 50th Street to 49th Street on 5th Avenue. That's all it took to remind me that this is not where I want to be during the holidays, but I had the naive thought that I could
duck into Rockefeller Center and get my favorite Midtown sandwich, but well, it's probably not my favorite Midtown sandwich, but it's there and it's convenient. My favorite Midtown sandwich was Manja, the smoked ham and 3 on black bread. But anyway, it's an ocean of humanity here, and I have to wait a couple of minutes just to get out of one particular pedestrian quagmire, and then I just ended up stepping into another. But
this comes from the Small Miracles Department. The payphone at Rockefeller Center works again after, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months, during which time I pretty well assumed it was never going to be restored. But, so I'm checking in from there, and I'm going to check in again later from Grand Central, where I'm going to test my theory about standing downstream from a mass of people exiting a train or entering a train and seeing how many of them stop and stare, or if I wash up on social media because of it. More importantly, though, last night I learned that there are a couple of people at Do It who are alumni of the same college I went to, and somebody posted someone I knew from college posted the link to the Gothamist piece, and I didn't ask what their reaction was, but he said he alerted me. And he posted it to this Facebook group that I'm not in, and I don't really feel like joining, but he didn't tell me what their reaction was, but these are the people that they went to my college, and they were the people that were instrumental in getting those Link NYCTS on the street. So they were class of 78. So I guess that puts them in their 60s now, and assuming they were good sports about it, and from what I can tell from their statement, at least it sounds like they were not angry or offended by any of this, but I don't know if that would give me any leverage in actually getting a job there. But I mean, it seems like I'm the sort of guy that would want to hire, but that might be too much of a happy ending to all this, right? I would really like to unload my websites, just get rid of them and move on to something better, something more useful. I don't know how useful I could be in city government, but Frank Zappa, I remember saying that if you're a creative person, you should be in government because that's where they need you most. But I've seen civil servants sort of scoff at that notion, as if creative thinking gets you anywhere in the municipal bureaucracy. But I guess everybody's got a point of view on that kind of thought. I mean, they have threat analysts and risk assessments and that kind of thing, and that seems like exactly the kind of thing I'd be good at. And the qualifications seem pretty open. I mean, pretty like anything goes, like college degree and some experience in life. So I might give it a try. It's really not my character to try to parlay this kind of publicity into anything, but I mean, they have indicated in the past that they don't hate me at Do It, but I mean, they have me to thank, really, for highlighting an obvious design flaw of these stupid things. But, well, I'll think about it. I've been in contact with my ex-girlfriend hasn't been as long as I thought, actually. I guess it's been, maybe it has been long. I don't know how long it's been. But I felt like I was playing with fire and contacting her, but she seems totally cool with it, and I linked her to that Gothamist piece again, and I'm not going to keep talking about this Gothamist thing forever because it's over, but I sent her that link, and she said she was smiling the entire time she was reading it. And that it's like it's not only a New York thing, it's an only Mark Thomas thing. But I don't know how true that is, but I did see a copycat last night. Somebody blasting the Call and Oates channel, which it's one of the first numbers I tried, and then I think she called a phone sex line. I don't remember trying any of those. I probably did. But I have to admit it was hard. At first it's been hard to walk past those kiosks without the twitch of wanting to dial up a number, but that little that twitch is gonna go away. So I was smart today. I took the M train to Rockefeller Center, thus bypassing the Fifth Avenue quagmire of holiday nonsense. And I'm gonna go check my mail and probably head back home. So I don't know how long I would have to stand here to prove my theory, or to disprove it, or to prove my hypothesis. But I would think if I stand here long enough, that 1 in 50 people who pay attention to this kind of thing. That's funny, just as I was about to say that 1 in 50 people pay attention to something as trivial as a person talking on a payphone. This group of people walking past, one of them says, "You don't see that too often," and he pointed right at me, and the other person said, "I was just going to say." So if that was the 1 in 50, or the 2 people out of, I don't know what the ratio is, but my hypothesis theory, whatever you want to call it, is that if I just stand here long enough, I'll wash up on social media, like all the other trivial things that we see. And it's Grand Central, where people are always taking pictures anyway. So this isn't a particularly picturesque corner. So I'm thinking again about the conversation I've been having with my ex-girlfriend, and I told her I need to get a job next year or whenever, and she said that the Link NYC people should hire me, and I said, well, yeah, they should, but I mean, I'm practically doing their job for them. I'm like their product manager, pro bono product manager. But they seem kind of uptight and young. Nothing wrong with being young, but they just seem kind of inexperienced in the reality of things. But I think I'd be a better fit in government. I never would have thought I'd say that, but I'd be a better fit in a position where I have some oversight and not necessarily not the kind of responsibility where I'd have to answer up to the government. I don't know, because it's a dual purpose agency. A dual agency program, government and private. And I might even have one other advantage. I mean, besides just having the right mindset for this kind of stuff. You know, they probably could have avoided all this trouble to begin with if I'd been in some kind of position either at Do It or Link NYC, but that doesn't matter now. What they really need to do, I think, is retrofit some kind of handset for those stupid things. And I don't know if they can disable the loudspeaker altogether, because that might be an ADA thing. But if they could retrofit that thing with a handset, just a very thin, doesn't have to be like a traditional device like I'm holding in my hand right now. Something a little more streamlined, then all their worries will be over. I think you'd still need the loudspeaker for talkback support, but that usage would be pretty limited. I mean, that wouldn't be disruptive. What will it happen? I don't know, because there's a lot that I don't know, because they don't tell you. But I don't know why the number of active machines has actually decreased over the last few months, and I don't know why new installations have halted. Last one was in August. Wow, it's been almost 4 months now. I didn't realize it had been that long. I think it was August 23, but two data sets are conflicting, but that doesn't matter. So, but she said, my ex said that I should, and another woman said I should not worry about any obnoxious shit that I might have said about all this stuff in the past. That, as far as like, you know, that we're all grown-ups here, right? But that's why I don't want to work at Lincoln NYC, because they don't seem like, I don't know. They just seem uptight, is all. And even, well, I've said this in the past, it's just very condescending. So I'm not going to go that way, I don't think. But I would have to interact with them if I was going to be. But if I get a job to do it, maybe I'll work on something entirely unrelated. But here I'm talking like I'm calling the shots. I just have to get rid of my websites. And for now, I just got to keep them out there because that's my livelihood. And that's, you know, for tax purposes and everything. But I just want them gone. I mean, I would leave the old payphone listings up for historical merit or whatever, but none of my sites really need to be out there anymore. And I'm maintaining an expensive web server that is way more than I need. And it's just, I mean, I don't care about the expense, but I just have to move on from this. And I've been saying this for years, but maybe the time is now. So I'm going to keep walking. I want to get some mileage out of this Metro card I found, and see what's going on around town. Okay. So I can never remember where this little cluster of payphones is at Penn Station. I always have to wander around a while, but I should remember because it's near track 16, 17, 18, and that's the LIRR tracks that I used to use to get to Glen Cove and back. And I reverse commuted to a job for about 6 months until I got fired. And it's the kind of job I never really should have even taken in the first place, but you live and learn, right? Now, I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. The woman who hired me, when I applied for a job at Avon, I started there as a temp, and when they hired me full-time, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. They hired me full-time, and then I stayed there for about 3 years, and then I got a job on the internet doing internet shit when nobody was really ready to take a chance on that kind of thing yet. And I called her thinking I might use her as a reference or something, but she didn't want to talk to me. She didn't seem to share my joy and my success. I mean, we were not friends by any estimate, but we had a professional relationship. So years later, after I'd sort of leapfrogged up the corporate ladder, I was working with a new employee. This is at Time Warner, by the way. And I was training him on some stuff, on some HTML stuff, I don't know, but after we finished our work, we were just talking about our employment history, and I mentioned to him that I had worked at this little company, and I said the woman's name. The company was her name, and when I said her name, his face lit up, and he was just beaming, and he said she was my best friend in New York, and this little uprising of mental bile came up, and I felt some schadenfreude, and I was getting ready to tell him, we'll give her my regards, and tell her that, remind her that she fired my ass, and now I'm like a director level at Time Warner, blah, blah, blah. But before I could say anything like that, he said I was with her when she died. And he went on to tell me that he
met when he got to New York. I don't know the circumstances, but it was as if she was there when he got off the train or something. I mean, it was just the moment he landed, he made friends with this person, and she was really valuable to him, and I can totally understand that. But I ended up feeling a little bit of, I mean, I don't want to exaggerate, but a little bit of revulsion at myself for thinking that now I had my chance to stick it to her. But getting, coming back years later and saying, to let the person who fired me know that I didn't need your stupid job anyway. I mean, I did need the job, I needed the money, but that's the kind of job, like, even if they paid well, that's just the kind of job I could not have stayed with. I remember when my boss at Avon was making like $200,000 a year, but she just could not stand to show up to work. And back then I thought, man, if I was making that kind of money, I would sacrifice. But when I think about it now, I see it in a different perspective. But of course, I don't have any debt now, and that's a big thing. So I'm going to move on and move on. But these might be my favorite phones in New York, and all that.
Well, this is definitely an interesting payphone for me, and I'm surprised it's still here. I think I got a picture of this one maybe 15, 20 years ago, and I wouldn't know now if it's the exact same piece of hardware, but the location is the same. What's interesting for me about this one is a few years ago, I don't remember now exactly how it happened. I was probably doing some kind of vanity search to see what mentions of my websites existed in the Google Book Archive, and I found a whole series of Brazilian publications with, I forget now if they were full-length novels or short stories or both, but there's a series of, I don't know how many books, but 6 or 7 of them that I could find had all used my photos, my pictures from my websites, and one of them happened to be a picture of this payphone, which is at the 4th Street station. The 4th Street ACE-BD-FM lines go through here, and I saw that photo. I knew instantly it was mine, and then just out of curiosity, I dug around deeper in the other books by that publisher and found, like I said, like maybe 6 or 7 other books that had other photos of mine, not payphone photos necessarily. And these books had been published like maybe 10 years before I found them. And as far as I know, nobody ever asked me. I mean, it's possible that somebody did, and I just don't remember, but I think I'd remember. And I could have been offended or I could have been irritated by it, but I was actually enchanted. This was a small, tiny publisher. They didn't have money to pay anything for this sort of thing. That's just my guess, just from a glance at them. And it was nicely done. It was tastefully done. The books looked okay, and the covers looked good. And I forget if I actually ordered physical copies. I think I might have. So I see this phone here, and it's in the middle of this really long, cavernous. Well, it's not cavernous. The ceiling's pretty low, but it's just standing alone on its own in the middle of this very long and at the moment mostly empty passageway, and it cuts quite a profile out here. It also has a working TTY, and I'll have to check my photo at home to see if that appears to be the same piece of machinery that was here whenever I got my picture before. So I'm surprised to see this still here, but not shocked, but surprised. So that's all. I never did get a story on who chose those pictures or why, and some of the translations didn't make any sense. They were entirely in Spanish, but it was cool.
today. The first big long walk I made in Manhattan since the story posted, and I'm not trying to make a big deal of it, a bigger deal of it than it is. I already said I was going to quit talking about this, but you do gotta, it does make you want to ask, like, does anybody, how many people know about this? How many people read this, and how many people did it influence in any even insignificant way? And who's thinking about it? Who's talking about it? And I want to know if those people on Third Avenue who started it, all the office workers, what if they're all getting together and calling it a rap? This is Times Square, Broadway, and I'm not sure where this is. I can't see any signs. 46th Street, I think, or 47th, maybe. And I'm looking at the Walter Kerr Theater where the Springsteen show is playing. And the Longacre Theater is playing Tom. I've heard mixed things about the Springsteen musical, but I mean, I like Bruce. I'm not one of the faithful or anything, but I don't think I'd want to see a musical about him. But it reminds me of the time I found a Springsteen album I'd never heard of, which surprised me because I thought I at least knew all by name. And it was called Before the Fame. And it had this really cheesy American flag artwork on the cover. And I listened to it, and I get to about the third song, and I'm like, this stuff is horrible. And he sounded sick, and the songs didn't make any sense, and I was starting to question if it was really even him. So I looked it up and found that, as I should have guessed from the name of the album, Before the Fame, these were just demo tracks from when he was like 19 years old, and he was writing like 40 songs a week. And this was just his creative effluvia. And so when I realized what I was listening to, I stopped listening to it. You should be listening to that crap. This is the personal. It was the same. I had the same mixed feelings about looking at Vivian Maier's photos because but that was personal stuff, and she never sanctioned their release. But my God, it's good. Can't look away. Feels like I'm floating today. Feel like a ghost. But it's not lost on me, but man, the anxiety gets into every part of me. Every part of my body. My chest, my guts, my stomach. Hands were shaking. And I couldn't really see straight at the dusk at the computer. I'm okay now, but I'm going to have to eat something. That's one thing that comes back after I take the panic pills is the appetite. That's been gone. And I have to have a few beers I made before I can eat anything. It's simply about the mix of anxiety with acid reflux. All that. I don't know what it is. I should know. I should understand this, but I don't. It's a decent day for walking. I think tomorrow will be too. I started filling out job applications and decent on my resume. I went into it thinking that I hadn't been doing anything for the past 16 years. It's not true. I haven't been doing anything this year, but that's a different story. I mean, I know what I've been doing, but the shenanigan was my job. I treated it like that. I did see that. I got what I think is an actual response from one of the humans at the company. A rare show of candor. She said something like, well, now at least we can put that away, or forget about that. Because there will be copycats. I don't think anybody's going to do it with the determination that I did. It was lost on me until now that when I first started doing this, I was thinking as much as I hate Twitter, that's probably what's going to make this look like a far bigger deal than it really is. And that's exactly what happened. That's what social media does. That's what new media does. But but that's what the old media did too. They found something particular and weird and made it center stage. So, because it's all.
So it's been, I guess it's been an hour and a half or so since I took the 2 panic pills, and I'm starting to feel closer to normal. I mean, I am closer to normal, and I have been for a while, but sometimes these lingering side effects emerge where I suddenly have trouble catching my breath, or there's some sort of breath cramp that I have that makes me want to sort of air barf a little bit. But it's pretty much always the same path. But in other news, I have been listening to myself sleeping recently. I started doing this by mistake. I was recording something on the radio, and I got too tired to finish doing it, so I just went to bed. But the recorder on my phone was still recording. So I woke up and found, 6 hours of myself snoring and wheezing and making crazy hyena-like sounds, and it was eye-opening at first. It's like, it feels like I'm going to the bottom of my ocean, or exploring the bottom of my ocean. And I mean, I always knew I snored, but what'll be curious tonight, though, is if I remember to do it. I'm curious to know if I snore more or less when I'm not drinking, or if it makes any difference, or if the howling noises in particular. I'm just wondering if they ever ease up, or if it's always been like that, because nobody's ever told me about that kind of stuff. And I wonder if it's worse now than it used to be. But the only people I could ask would probably not want to talk to me about it, meaning ex-girlfriends. So I was on a bus, and I saw a beautiful woman sitting in the back, and naturally I gravitated toward her, even though I'm never going to be the type of person that can make something happen in that kind of just everyday mundane environment. But I was listening to her talk, and I think it was French. It was hard to hear her voice, but I think she was talking in French. And I was looking at her legs, and I was looking at her boobs and all that stuff that we do. But then I saw her nose ring, and everything kind of, it all kind of evaporated. She looked closer to my age, though. I mean, she was probably about 40-something. But she looked youthful, but you could tell she was older than she tried to make herself look. So Penn Station here is quiet, but crowded. And this whole area is crowded as hell, of course. Herald Square. I was on the bus, the Q32, and I informed the bus driver that one of the windows in the back was a little loose, and it wasn't going to fall out on its own, but if somebody just accidentally elbowed it or leaned up against it with their bag or something, there could be trouble. And she cared. She was sympathetic. She said she was in the front. The window was all the way in the back, but I think I heard her say that she could see it from there. And I guess I didn't try to figure out if that was actually possible, but I guess they would want to be able to get mirror view to their whole vehicle. There were two traffic police officers having a lively conversation about what I couldn't figure out. And one thing that surprised me was that I saw what appears to be a new Link NYC installation. It's not activated yet. But I'm pretty certain I was not there before on 34th Street and 7th Avenue. So all has not come to a halt with this stuff, but sure seemed like it for a while. And I got an actual, what I guess you'd call human reaction from somebody at the company. One of the women that called into the conference call to diagnose what the hell is happening is, I think, public relations for the company. And she just said with sort of cryptic, but if you knew, you knew. She said something like, well, I guess we can put that matter to rest, or something like that. But now we'll see how determined the copycats are, if there are any. I mean, I think what most people are going to do is dial up something like the Call & Oates number or the Harvard numbers, Harvard sentence server, that kind of thing. I mean, that's some of the first shit I did, but I think if they want to do anything original, they're going to realize that it's probably more complicated than they thought. It is as simple as making a phone call, but the planning behind it is not so simple. Well, I'm going to keep on.
So, looks like this call connected for free. This is the 101st Street, West End Avenue. The door is down, I think. And it honestly doesn't look all that firmly affixed to the ground, but let it go. I came up here to see if they had actually replaced one of the ones that had been removed to make way for some sidewalk work, I guess. Because I got an email from somebody who emails me about once every 6 years. And he said he was on West End Avenue and he saw these 4 phone booths. And this was after I had already backed up, saw that one had been removed. So I wanted to investigate this claim. Not that I don't believe him, I just want to see for myself. It's reasonably impressive that they went to the trouble of returning the phone booth to its spot after removing it like that. Here's a school ID card for somebody at the Bronx High School of Science, Anna Maria. I'm not going to read her last name. And it looks like she just got this issued and she just lost it just as quickly. She just got issued last week. This is 845 West End Avenue. And I'm still coming down from what was, I guess, even a ragier anxiety attack than I thought. I feel completely different than I did a couple hours ago. It's just that I was thinking it was acid reflux or something digestive, but that's where the anxiety does. It goes everywhere. It starts to feel like I'm burning inside. And something has been burning me inside. And there hasn't been any of the recent shenanigans stuff with the coverage. It's just, my life is eating me alive. I might go over to 79th Street Basin to see if those old phone booths are still there, but I don't think I can get in during the winter. I don't think they leave it open at all. All right, I'm going to let this phone hang and see if I'm honest. You know what, I'm not going to do that because I think that might have been why one of my calls to this magic jack never made it last time. So this is 825 West End Avenue at 100th Street. And what's interesting about this one is it looks like somebody had put tape over the coin slot, and maybe that tape had some kind of message on it saying that you don't need to put in coins because calls are free. I mean, it doesn't look like that kind of sticker. It actually looks like an out-of-order sticker, but what's left of it, that is, I can't really tell. But that's one of the strange things about this little gimmick is that they don't tell you that the calls from these phones are free. You're just supposed to know. And as neighborhood secrets go, well, I guess that's something. But unfortunately, this strip of road is they're going to be the only payphones left in however many years. If their program isn't crashing and burning already, I don't know. I did see a new kiosk installation. It's not active yet, but I'm pretty certain it's new at 34th Avenue and not 34th Street and 7th Avenue, or 8th Avenue, rather. Well, okay, but the thing is, I'm not sure if this is the phone, the booth that was removed, or if it was the one at 90th Street, so I'll keep walking and find out. So something kind of funny just happened. I put a quarter into a payphone and I just kept spitting it back out so I could make a call. And this dude walking by says, "Here, buddy, you can use my phone." And I was like, "Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Doing a project with this. I have a cell phone," and stuff like that. Just interesting. Like I was thinking earlier that anyone who sees me using a payphone probably thinks I'm poor or need help or something, but I don't know. It proves that theory, but it seems to be, I don't know. It's not a rash theory. But anyway, the verdict on the booths is this. There are 4 booths again. The third one had been removed from 100th Street, but it's back now that the sidewalk work is back. The first 2 let me make free phone calls, although I guess I can't really do the verdict on that until I get home and see if they actually recorded, but they probably did. The third one cut off after about 10 seconds with a really rude honking noise, and I think that's exactly what happened the last time I tried it, 2 months ago. And then the one on 66th Street, the first one, asked for 25 cents to make a call, so that's not a free phone, as it is supposed to be. Oh, but the other funny thing was, I noticed they have a toll-free number on the phone to call to report problems or refunds or whatever. So and I dialed it, and I got the link NYC help desk. So I told them, I gave them the PPT ID at the number. Now I got to wonder if they're going to recognize my voice or somehow key into the possibility that I'm the one bugging them again. I've been doing something that I should have done a long time ago, although I have done it. It's and starts over the years, but I'm going back and changing my passwords all over the place. And, I have accounts still active that are still alive from, 25 years ago maybe. The oldest one I found reference to was 22 years. That's because I went back to change my AOL password, which has been the same for as long as I've had an AOL account. And they listed as one of my backup addresses, the Sorachi@paranoia.com, which, and then underneath it said last used 22 years ago or something like that, or added to this account 22 years ago. But I hate to give any credit to whoever's behind this nonsense, but I decided to go ahead and do this when I started getting emails with some of these old passwords in the subject line. It's a little disconcerting to see your password in an email subject line. And it was one of these stupid, wanky things where somebody is threatening to release video of me masturbating if I don't send them like $700 worth of Bitcoin. And first of all, I wouldn't even care if somebody released video of me masturbating, but there's no real threat here, but it's just common sense. If you have passwords working out there, you should go back and turn it into something indecipherable or use a randomizer or something. But I don't really trust these pay-to-use password managers. I don't trust them any more than I trust any of these countless quantity of VPN providers spiders that just started popping up all over the place. But it's actually been kind of fun looking back on all these accounts. It's been fun looking back on all these accounts. Fun and also a little weird because some of them I have no idea why I would have ever created an account at this place, like a gaming site that looks really lame. But you know what really surprises me is how few sites. What surprises me is how few sites don't seem to make it possible, or they at least don't make it easy to just delete the account altogether. I've only seen a couple of those. I think that's a trend now, is that more security squads are going to allow you to do that. And I forget which. One of them was just an innocuous seeming site about visualizing data. And then the other was a poetry site of all things. And I thought that was kind of sweet at first, but then I realized that they probably discovered that a lot of people who wrote poetry to that site write really embarrassing shit that they wouldn't want floating around in posterity. So that seemed like a smart decision to me. But for the most part, changing a password is pretty simple, and I've been spewing out just random shit on the keyboard all day. And as if I don't do enough of that anyway. But I mean, it's like random strings where I'll just like hit the shift key, let the shift key go, or just do a glissando across the QWERTY keyboard. I just take whatever comes up. I did see one site that didn't let you use brackets in your password. I think that might have been New York State. And I saw that and I thought, well, that's a clue, right? Somebody's going to see that brackets aren't allowed and try to find some way to make the bracket hack work. Well, it's raining, but it's slowed down. I wasn't going to go out all the day. I thought it was supposed to rain constantly, but it's not. So I'm going to go back to reminiscing, I guess, or revisiting all these sites and services that I set up shop and either abandoned or. But another point I want to make is these passwords that were showing up in my email, in the subject lines of the email, that itself offers a clue or could offer a clue as to which sites got hacked and where they got the password. So that's another reason not to use the same password on every site. Not that anybody should need to be reminded that you shouldn't use the same password on every site, but I changed the important passwords a long time ago to shit that nobody would ever guess. You need 1,000 machines processing around the clock for years to figure them out. But for now, my bank accounts are safe, my web server is safe, as far as I'm concerned. But from passwords, that is, nobody's ever safe. But I feel better about the stuff now. A couple days ago, but like I said, I hate to give these wankers, I think it's stupid credit. They're fighting a very uphill battle. Well, it's Sunday, December 23rd, 2018. And I think I might go on an epic walk today, except it's supposed to start raining later, so maybe I won't go too far. Somebody left an unopened bottle of Budweiser on top of his payphone. It's funny. Why? Why go to the trouble of buying a bottle of beer and then leaving it unopened on top of a payphone? Maybe a kid had it. It was an underage thing. Maybe second thoughts. You had remorse over consumption of alcohol before legal age. I don't know. This thing also has a "We Need More Payphone" sticker on it. And a Telebeam placard. Telebeam got out of his business. Or had to get out of his business. So that's inaccurate. I had the desire to walk over the RFK Triborough today, but like I said, it's supposed to get nasty later. I was up early today, which is a good thing. and I felt an anxiety attack coming on while I was in the shower, but it went away. Well, I'm calling this in again because the previous call looks like it failed to go through. I don't understand how that happens, but sometimes these calls just disappear. I'm on Hoyt Avenue, outside of a pet club and a vacated Subway sandwich shop where I consumed many a Subway sandwich. I'm also outside of Sandra's place. Sandra was a woman I slept with a couple of times many years ago, and I stayed over here probably 2 or 3, I guess twice, maybe 3 times. But she was a piece of work, and she died about 3.5, 4 years ago. I called in earlier from Hoyt Avenue at 29th Street outside the Hannock Senior Center, and I would think that maybe those payphones do pretty well because they're outside of the senior center, or maybe some of those folks don't have cell phones or don't want to. But I don't know. Maybe they're just there out of laziness. I've been rummaging through my kitchen cabinets earlier today for a few hours trying to get rid of stuff to free up space. And I can't do that kind of thing without thinking of the girlfriend, the big ex-girlfriend. She left some stuff behind, or else they were just objects that had some significance in our life together. But one of them was or 2 of them, I had these 2 jumbo-sized flasks. And, if you carry vodka around in a flask, you probably carry it in an object that fits in your back pocket. But I think that one of them holds about 1 liter of vodka, and the other one maybe half that. So they got it as kind of a gag gift, but it was actually had practical merit because, by my estimate, it was safer to travel with vodka in that kind of container versus in a glass bottle. So we used it on a few of our trips.
Continuing my thought, though, about the big ex-girlfriend, I do have times when I think about our life together and how intense it was at times. And I have a lot of weaknesses in my character that let me think that maybe I missed something. Maybe I was wrong to end it. But then I just have to remember how irreconcilable our differences were. There were times when it's like we were speaking different languages. I'd say something that was meant to be funny or sarcastic, and she'd just get angry as hell over it. And I'm not saying I was perfect. I was not perfect in any, I wasn't bad, but I wasn't perfect either. But then I just, like I said, I got to remember how irreconcilable things were. But man, there were times when things would just seem fine. We're just hanging out, sitting on the couch, and then next thing you know, we're both screaming and crying and angry. And the alcohol didn't help with these situations, but there were enough of them that I remember just thinking, this is weird. This is strange. What's going on here? What just happened? But then I change my mind, I move on, and I stick to my principles.
So as I was starting to think that I would slow down or give up on my kiosk shenanigans, anytime I start thinking that, there's another spark ignites. And this isn't really a new one, but I can still get to porn through a really obtuse and convoluted way. But as convoluted as it is, I'm still surprised that it's accessible to me. So I don't care about porn. What I want to do is explore the idea of getting, since I still have access to the web browser and can get to certain parts of the open internet, want to revisit the idea of getting to a web page that will force the machine to stay alive, and that somehow bypasses or interacts with the prompts that come up asking if you're still there and do you want to continue. I mean, web browsers aren't designed like that. They're not designed to reach out and grab you, but maybe through some old Java applet or something that's floating around from the 90s. Maybe there's some way to do that, or maybe through a Flash exploit. I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about malware. I've tried to avoid that kind of shit, but I mean, I don't know a lot about writing it or anything. I've debugged some, or like, I don't know what you should call it, but as far as actually executing it, well, it's pretty risky, and it comes with another guarantee that, not a guarantee, but the very possibility of me being identified and all that. That's what I got away with to the end with the phone shenanigan, was nobody could figure out who the hell was doing this. I think some people figured out how, but nobody seemed to figure out who, and they never would if I hadn't stepped forward. So anyway, this is deeper territory for me, but I'm going to try to plan better than I planned before, so I don't have to put in so much legwork. But I really do think I'm onto something, but it's funny. Well, I'm not going to say how I'm doing this, because I was about to make a comment, but never mind. It might be taking it a little too far to call this incredible, but my instinct proved to be right again. This time I found a way to get to the open internet, and including Twitter, and I didn't try anything else because it's too fucking cold out right now, but it is entirely possible to get to these things. It looks like they blocked just the Twitter.com homepage and maybe the Facebook homepage. I tried Facebook. But if you know how to dig around and you know how to get to it, you can get to any of the internal pages. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what I can do with this, or what I would want to do with this, if anything. There's nothing too clever about staying on the internet, but I've been looking into remote desktop access and that kind of thing, if I could find a way to get the web browser to get to one of my sites to access my desktop at home. Maybe somehow that'll keep a connection alive, but I don't even think that would work anyway. But the open internet is mine. The curbside open internet is, we'll see how this evolves, if at all, but basically there's a very well-known website out there that's serving as a proxy for me. And that's what I thought would be the case. That's what I thought would happen. So I just have to set up some easier access for myself. It's Christmas Day, and I woke up with another urge to purge. This happens almost every day, but I don't usually follow through on getting rid of much. But today, signal that I've given up any pretense of being a coffee snob. I'm getting rid of these coffee grinders that I used to use. I used to buy the expensive Starbucks beans and grind them, and tried to be all fancy about my coffee routines, but I don't even care anymore. I just want something to wake me up or give me a jolt of caffeine. And the grinders were always a pain in the ass anyway. They got grind all over the place and made a mess. So I'm leaving them here at the payphone. I was going to throw them into a bin, but chances of getting caught, well, it's illegal to dump household trash into one of those city trash cans. I've done it anyway. Everybody has, but for some reason I didn't feel like getting caught on Christmas Day. So it just seemed more likely to get busted for it on a day like this. I don't know why I thought that. There's no logic behind that, but so I'm going to leave them here at this payphone and see how long they last. To see how long they last, and up. I think one of them doesn't work. I think I already said that. But there's a lot of stuff about coffee that there's all this fancy, sophisticated seeming equipment, and I've had all of them, I think, or a lot of them. And I just end up coming back to the French press and the cheapest swill coffee I can get at the supermarket. And that's fine with me. That's just fine indeed. Something else I got rid of was a big muffin tin. I think it held 18 muffins. And I decided to get rid of that. I was undecided yesterday, but when I uncovered a couple of smaller muffin tins with just 6 containers, I decided that was all I need. And I guess that's just another signal of how I see the rest of my life. I don't need the big things because I'm not going to be hosting parties and I'm not going to be having anything involving other people. I'm going to be spending the rest of my life alone. And if I'm okay with that, it's just because I have to be okay with it. But I got rid of some of the plastic Tupperware type stuff when I thought that the only use I would have for it was to use it as serving dishes for hors d'oeuvres or dip or that kind of thing that you'd have at a gathering. And I'm getting rid of the big muffin tin because what am I ever going to have occasion to make 18 muffins for any reason? Or 6 for that matter, since that's the size I have now for this sort of thing. But also the big muffin tin was something that the girlfriend left after it ended. And I don't think she probably even remembers it now, but I felt like maybe I should give it back to her, but I'm not going to be doing that since the lines of communication are not open for such congenial things, such congenial inquiries. Something else that I'm getting rid of once and for all is the mountain of CDs and DVDs that they used to be my primary media for storing thousands and thousands of photos and other stuff. And most of that's backed up, or all of it I think is backed up to the cloud now, not that I'm under any delusion that that's a fail-safe or bulletproof solution, but it beats the hell out of having a shelf full of these stupid things, but these stupid discs that I bought a CD-DVD shredder earlier this year and shredded all of them, or most of them. And I did this not because there's anything particularly sensitive in there. I just didn't want anybody stealing my photos. If these CDs somehow washed up in a thrift shop or a secondhand store or I don't know where, just some dumpster somewhere. I didn't want anybody potentially profiting off of stuff that I profited from, albeit very little. So, but you're supposed to know these things. You're supposed to recycle them. This is news to me when I decided to get rid of all these things. I didn't know. I thought I had thrown away CDs, DVDs over the years without any realization that those things are not recyclable. So I was trying to do the right thing, but it just became too complicated and expensive. So I'm going to do the evil thing and dump these in some trash can somewhere. And this is just one batch. I have another batch. Maybe some other batch to unload. Yeah, I'm a bad man. Well, my idea was to dump the bag of shredded CDs, DVDs at a 7-Eleven over here. And I was also going to get myself a hot dog, but as I was going over there, I saw that somebody had left a file cabinet outside of an apartment building. The file cabinet, one of the doors was open and it had a bunch of files in it, or file holders at least. And I just thought it seemed like a natural enough looking thing to leave in that particular container. But, for all this, I'm letting it go that there are pictures I took that I don't know what ever happened to them or how I could have lost them because I don't really accidentally delete stuff. are just gone. And I'll never find them. I mean, I have just an ocean of photos that I took over the years, and I don't even know how to wade through them. I never organized them very meaningfully, at least not in the early days. And even when I tried to, there would always be uncategorized photos under a certain heading. Or, if I went out to the cemetery and took 400 pictures, I would have taken some interesting photos outside of the cemetery too, but I don't chronicle those, or I don't enter those into any kind of searchable form. One day I'm going to find the film photo I took back in 1991. I took several photos from the top of the World Trade Center. I remember looking at it years later, and there again, like, how do things get lost? Well, that's why the word exists, lost. So, but for this, I don't feel like by shredding all this stuff and throwing it out, I don't feel like I'm necessarily throwing away the possibility of ever finding that stuff again. So I think I had called in to report a small miracle a few weeks ago when I had put in a 311 request to fix a broken payphone, and they actually fixed it. So that was a few weeks ago, and I was actually took a little bit of pride in seeing that people were actually using that payphone to make calls. This is the only phone anywhere near Ravenswood houses. So I tried again today to make another call, but the phone is back to its non-working state. So I don't know if that somehow changes automatically or can be fixed by itself, but I doubt it. So I don't think I'm going to bother with another 311 request. This is going to be an endless cycle. I'm changing the way I get rid of old T-shirts and stuff that I don't want anymore. And I just put them in a bag and left them at that payphone up by Ravenswood. I wonder if I'm going to be walking by Ravenswood anytime soon and see people wearing Charlie Brown shirts that I don't need anymore. I actually feel bad getting rid of some of those Charlie Brown shirts because I just like my Charlie Brown shirts, but I get rid of them. But one of them just never doesn't fit right, and it never did, and it's this one where it has like very early Charlie Brown drawing of him sitting at a turntable playing a record, and over top it has the word player, and it's cute and everything, but it's a little, I don't know, it's feeling a little more childish than I am these days. And I got rid of a couple others too that just don't fit anymore, but it's hard getting rid of stuff. It's hard for me at least. And instead of doing it the way I do, which is where I wake up with the urge to do this and then I do it until I don't feel like doing it anymore. I really should make a dedicated project of it, but on the other hand, I don't really have that much stuff accumulated. But I was reminded of an ex-girlfriend talking about an element of feng shui where it's not just what you can see that needs to be clear. It's the storage space that also needs to have empty space in it. Like all your storage, whether you can see it or not, if it's hiding away in drawers or closets or whatever, it makes a difference to your feng shui if those spaces are absolutely packed to the ceiling, packed to the gills. And it's better to have empty space that you can't see than to have all the space you can't see be filled. I'm at Astoria Boulevard between 44th and 45th. I just noticed something strange about the street signs here. The 44th Street becomes 43rd Street when you cross over Astoria Boulevard. And I guess that's just a mistake, but it could be confusing as hell. Somebody who doesn't know where they are. I think I'm going to head out to the cemetery most of the way there. I really don't like cemeteries anymore, but I feel like walking today to get some good exercise. And I'm also doing what I should do more of when I'm out on these long walks, because I'm listening to the radio. So most of my around me, of course, but I've never really warmed up to walking and listening to anything, especially in a crowded area. And I make myself be hyper alert, hyper aware of my surroundings when I do so. So, some sort of comment that I just made that would interest absolutely nobody in the universe except myself. But there are times when I wish I had somebody inside of my head that heard everything that I was thinking and understood my behavior. Not that my behavior is erratic or, it is kind of unpredictable at times, but so is everybody. But I wish there was something inside my head that was taking notes on all this, and taking unbiased, subjective notes and observations and drawing whatever conclusion there is to be made about this human, this piece of earth. It looks like my suspicion about 44th Street turning into 43rd, or vice versa, looks like that suspicion is confirmed. I don't understand why that would be. The roads come in at an angle and everything, but it seems like they should stay the same. Just, they cross over the BQE, and that's where 44th becomes 43rd. And it's a tiny observation from my tiny little life. There's one of those stupid kiosks a couple of blocks from here. I'm at Astoria Boulevard and 35th Street now, and Astoria Boulevard South. And there's one of those stupid machines a couple of blocks from here that I think has been in place for many months, if not a year, and it's still not turned on. I was starting to think they had taken away this payphone that I'm using right now, but here it is. This one is never where I think it was going to be. I thought it was up at Steinway, but it's not. Anyway, I was in the cemetery. I went into the mausoleum, and I was actually looking for somebody in particular that I'd seen there before. I couldn't find her, but she interested me because she lived right down the street from the cemetery. And she was young when she died, so you got to ask what happened. And there were just a lot of people there. There were way more people than I think I've ever seen there at one time. Not that it was a mob scene, but there were I probably saw a dozen other people go through, and really nobody's ever there. And then I saw some of the people who worked the front office were goofing off in the office, which I guess they're entitled to do, even though it's a fucking cemetery. So, what I did see that was interesting was this one dude had an Armatron wristwatch in his columbarium niche, and it was ticking. And I guess it had the accurate time. I didn't even think to look for that. So I don't know if watches, I haven't contemplated the world of wristwatches in a long time, but I don't know if they really do tick forever, or if somebody comes to this niche and winds it up every once in a while. That's an interesting puzzle. So maybe next time I'm there, I'll check to see if it's still ticking. But it's an interesting symbol to put in.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
To put in your eternal resting place, that the clock is still ticking. I'm going to have to contemplate the symbolism of that. Well, it's raining, but I'm out here anyway, and I hate being in the rain. Maybe you can hear the raindrops hitting my umbrella over my head. But I came out here to satisfy my curiosity because I was restless. I've been geeking out on mapping sites between Google, OpenStreetMap, and the New York City maps at nyc.gov, and I haven't checked against Bing Maps yet, but I will later. But I'm just surprised how many mistakes there are on Google Maps. Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised, but they do have a way of rewriting neighborhoods and rezoning, or not rezoning, but renaming areas. And in this case, they seem to have invented a street that is not a street. They think 32nd Avenue lies between Broadway and 31st Drive, but that little stretch of pavement is actually an alleyway with parking garages in it. And they also seem to have gotten 33rd Avenue wrong, saying that it continues all the way over to I think it's 13th Street. But there, I'm not sure that they're wrong. It's just sort of a weird technicality, I think, that it's a city street, but it's a city. It appears to be a city street, or at least at one time it was a city street. But now it's labeled a private drive. But there's a very old street sign on there that says 33rd Avenue. It's a very old looking. I think that's what it says. Anyway, even though it's raining, I came out here anyway, and I've never been in this area behind the strip mall on 21st Street near 33rd Road. I'm getting roads and avenues confused again, but it's this, I call it from the stone wall, but I've never wandered all the way back behind the strip mall, and it's kind of interesting to see that, well, there's people there, right? Big surprise. So, I'm going to go home and do some more sleuthing, because what the hell else am I going to do? And I'm going to enlist demon apps and maybe find out what other mapping apps there are. I just made a discovery of sorts. Serves to illustrate a little more than my lack of self-confidence, but I discovered that I could legitimately call myself a full-stack type of developer. And I'd seen that term before, but I never looked it up because I didn't need to know what it meant, but it sounded like one of those grandiose master of everything, I can do anything type of designations that techies give themselves. It sounds very aggressive even. But all it really means is that you work on the back end and the front end, but that you don't necessarily have mastery of every single programming language or database or whatever. It's like a mindset more than a specific skill set. So I'm glad to know that. I'm going to keep. I'm on the fence about pursuing anything with the company behind those link kiosks, but when I think about it, I really would like to make them awesome. But the problem is, where I get skeptical is whether they have that desire. I don't know if they do. But it's New Year's Eve, and a stranger just smiled, looked at me and said, "Happy New Year, pal," or "Happy New Year, my friend." And I've said this before, I'll say it again, that I don't really care that much for holidays, but as far as they go, as far as holidays go, I like New Year's Eve because it's arbitrary. There's no real politics involved, unless you want to talk about the Chinese New Year or select cultures that have a different date for this, but for the most part, it's something that is harmless, innocuous, and but most importantly, everybody can agree on it that, hey, why not have a party on account of this? I remember New Year's Eve 1999, the Y2K thing, and I had to work that night, which was so stupid, but I did. I sat there at my desk and watched and waited for the electronic world to explode. Really nothing happened, but the fact that nothing happened perhaps is, who knows? I think it signals a lot of planning as much as anything else. A lot of planning as much as anything else. But anyway, anxiety had me up kicking and squirming most of the night, and I'm feeling kind of lightheaded right now because I slept till about 11:30, and I've been getting up about 7:30 or 8 for the last couple of weeks. Ever since I got the weighted blanket, actually, I've been sleeping more or less normal. But I'll snap out of this tomorrow, New Year's Day. It's one of the things I like most about being single is I get the holidays all to myself.
got an email yesterday or today or whenever from this woman I've been chatting with online and on the phone for, I don't know, 23 years or something. On again, off again, of course, but sometimes I don't. The last time we were corresponding, I had to throw in the towel and admit that I don't know who this person is. I don't know who the hell this person is, and she doesn't know who the hell I am. But when do you ever know a person, of course? But even if you...
As I was making the rounds, changing my passwords on however many websites, I found myself looking at one of the dating sites that I signed up for, I don't know how long ago, and I haven't looked at it or any dating site in a long time, but I was there, so what the hell? And it reminded me of an exchange I had with a woman. I don't know which dating site it was, it doesn't matter, but it turned out she lived like one block away from me. And I see her, a few times a month just in passing, because she gets her coffee at the same place I do. And we've never spoken in person, but the recognition is pretty obvious. And her disdain for men is just palpable. So I guess it's lucky that didn't go anywhere. I don't remember what we talked about. Something about she wanted to do host trivia night at one of these bars that I mentioned to her. Anyway, I just brought her up because I saw her a little while ago, and because I was looking at that dating site again, just because I had to change my password there, or I felt I had to. I'm going to a New Year's Eve party, and there's actually a woman there that someone had mentioned to me that she's single and looking, but that was several months ago, so I don't know if she's still is or if it matters, or if she'll even be there when I'm there, because I'm only going to be there maybe a couple of hours. And a lot of people in New Year's will go from one party to another to another. She might be doing that, so it might not even cross paths with her. Not that I have anything at stake in that, but just something to think about. So other than that, I'm just checking in because I'm out here getting my exercise, my walking time, even though it's raining. But it's not raining very hard. They said it was going to be pouring, but it's not. So taking advantage of this to even think out. I slept so late. And it's weird, but I still feel like I just woke up, and already the New Year's party I'm going to has already started. It's strange to wake up when the party's already underway, right? To continue my thought, you never really know a person, even if you spend your whole life with them. I never knew my mother all the way to the stuff of her existence. There were things my aunt told me about her after my mother was gone that I never knew, never would have thought, or would have expected or imagined. But this person made a couple of comments this time that were a little strange. Not strange, but it's just like, not only do I not know people, but I don't think they know me. She saw I sent her a link to the top of this story, and she was suitably impressed in whatever way, I don't know. But she said that for years she thought that I was hacking her phone or freaking her phone or something like that. And I mean, I have her number, but I don't go after individuals, especially certainly not people I know, or sort of who I think I know, of course. But it reminds me that years and years ago, someone else accused me of reading her email, and I don't think there was any possible way I could have done that. I forget how that came up, but I used to host message boards, and I think I might have had an email gateway where you could sign into whatever your email account was through my website, and that was hardly unique, but there's all kinds of freeware ways to do that. Sign into whatever your email address is with your password. And you can get that through any number of arbitrary websites. But I told her that there's no way I could have read your email. And that's true as far as I can recall. And I certainly wasn't reading her or anybody's email. But it never passed muster. It never passed whatever test she was putting me through to convince her that I wasn't reading her email. So, but speaking of Gotham, I don't know if this is going to be such a smart move or not. I don't know, but they're having an end of January get together for anybody that donates $50 to support the NYC site and everything. And I wasn't sure I wanted to do it, but I also didn't want. I couldn't decide if I should book a free pass to this get together or just look like an upstanding supporter of the site. The reality is I've never really cared much for the site except when they do more or less real journalism. So, but I guess I'm going to go because I donated $50 and we'll see what happens. I don't think they've ever done this before, and I'm not sure how wise the notion it is, but I just hope on this man doesn't show up. I mean, I was ready to just completely separate myself from that whole little incident, that whole affair. Not to mention separate myself from the substance of the story, the shit that I was doing, the stupid machines. But we'll see what happens. It's till Monday now, right? I'm thinking everybody's on vacation. I sort of half-assedly applied for, or didn't apply, but I inquired about the job at intersection. And so far, I inquired of the HR person via LinkedIn. And my suspicion, my assumption is that they're going to ignore me, because that's what smart cities do. But if you're not a preener or a social media influencer, then you don't really matter. But then, of course, when you're me, you really don't matter emphatically. Their apathy is emphatic. You know what I mean? You know what? It's starting to rain, and I thought it wasn't supposed to start till a couple hours from now, so I'm going to head home. So it's New Year's Eve, and a stranger just smiled, looked at me and said, "Happy New Year, pal," or "Happy New Year, my friend." And I've said this before, I'll say it again, that I don't really care that much for holidays, but as far as they go, as far as holidays go, I like New Year's Eve because it's arbitrary. There's no real politics involved, unless you want to talk about the Chinese New Year or select cultures that have a different date for this, but for the most part, it's something that is harmless, innocuous, and but most importantly, everybody can agree on it that, hey, why not? Why not have a party on the top of this? I remember New Year's Eve 1999, the Y2K thing, and I had to work that night, which was so stupid, but I did. I sat there at my desk and watched and waited for the electronic world to explode. Really, nothing happened, but the fact that nothing happened perhaps is, who knows? I think it signals a lot of planning as much as anything else. A lot of planning as much as anything else. But anyway,
weeks, ever since I got the weighted blanket, actually, I've been sleeping more or less normal. But I'll snap out of this tomorrow, New Year's Day. It's one of the things I like most about being single is I get the holidays all to myself, and I get the streets of New York all to myself. I can go wherever I want, and there's nobody there. So I got an email yesterday or today or whenever from this woman I've been chatting with online and on the phone for, I don't know, 23 years or something. On again, off again, of course, but sometimes I don't. The last time we were corresponding, I had to throw in the towel and admit that I don't know who this person is. I don't know who the hell this person is, and she doesn't know who the hell I am. But when do you ever know a person, of course, but even if you...
The New Year is here, and I met the girl that I was talking about last night, yesterday, and she's actually way prettier in person than what I could tell from the small number of social media postings that I could get to. But I was sort of not backing off, but not getting too chatty because she was a good dude. And I wasn't sure what to make of that at first. But but the more I would hear them talking, and I wasn't really paying attention to this at first, but the more I would hear them talking, the more it seemed like they didn't really know each other very well. Didn't really seem to know anything about each other. It's not that extreme, but it just didn't seem like they were terribly close. Nothing wrong with that, so I think they might just be activity pals, whatever they call it. Never had one of those. I guess my friend Melissa could be called that, but anyway. But she kept looking at me in ways it was, like I said, trying not to be too obvious. Since I wasn't sure what to make of it, that she was racist in her relationship. And then the host just kept feeding me these nuclear strength demos. I just got kind of blotto. But I asked the hostess if she knew anything about this woman. So she said something to the effect that she could arrange for us to be at the same place at some point. So, sounds good, right? Genuine. There's anything weird about it. At least I get it. Except because I'm talking about it here. I'm going to be walking. It's like 60 degrees today for some reason. But the temperature's going to drop 30 degrees. It's going to be 30 by tonight. That's the weather said. I'm just going to get some sun while I can. But that being too, I'm not even giddy or anything like that. I'm just going to take whatever happens. I'm just going to take it as it comes. With the girl that is. So I'm on Queens Boulevard between 40th Street and 39th Place. Outside of this place called the Overtime Restaurant and Bar and stuff. It's got to be one of the ugliest signs I think I've ever seen. The O and T in the words overtime are huge compared to the other letters, but it's just a hideous sign. I thought I'd comment on that. But I have been walking probably 5 or 6 miles. They took away the payphone outside of the Chase Bank near, I forget what the main street is, but it's over at that West Mastiff area where there are parallel 54th Avenues. And I was actually anticipating making a call from that one, but it's gone. And there's that orange pylon which signals that there's going to be a Lincoln YC kiosk one of these days. But, and I saw one more of those, so the grinded to a halt that had characterized the rollout seems to be changing. It seems to be that they're still in business. I mean, it was just strange how it all just suddenly stopped completely as far as I could tell. I wandered through the cemetery. I stood in the chapel for a little bit. These two guys were coming out of the chapel as I was approaching it, and one of them waved at me as if we were friends. I don't know who he was. But they were circling the chapel while I was inside in a car. And my guess is that they were appreciating it for whatever architectural merit it has. I've read something about that a long time ago, but I don't remember what is particularly distinctive about that chapel. It looks like a dump. I mean, it's charming and everything, but it really does look like a dump, and I never knew that the ceiling leaked. There was a big puddle of water over on the right side. So I was only in there for a little bit. Like I said, I think already I just don't really dig cemeteries anymore. But I do like that little chapel, so I just don't pay attention to the rest of the grounds. So I'm just going to keep walking and check in later. So I said I wasn't going to go down this rabbit hole, but I do find myself thinking about the possibilities of this girl. And maybe making it clear right from the start what we want out of this. And I'm thinking that I don't really have a laundry list of requirements from somebody, but I guess what I want is a best friend and somebody that I'm comfortable with and that is comfortable with me and is nice. I mean, we can disagree and maybe even argue, but no meanness is allowed. That's a rule. I don't know. It's not. I don't want to think of it as a rule, but it's just a sanity check. So I'll see what happens with the friend. He said she would find a way to arrange for her and me to be at the same place at the same time. I don't know what she has in mind, but probably just meet up at the bar, as would be more or less normal for us. So maybe that'll happen this weekend. It's pretty quiet out here, and this is one of the things I like about being single and having nothing else to do is I'm free to just wander around the city when it's empty like this. But I'm also thinking it's probably the last time I'm going to do this for a while. Or this year isn't going to be like last year in that regard. I'm not going to have that freedom, and I'm not going to be that restless because I'm going to have something to do. I just don't know what it is yet. So it just sort of came clear to me how much walking I've done today. It's more than I've done in a while, I think. All the way through Old Calvary, through West Mazda, through New Calvary, all the way over to Queens Boulevard, and then back down Queens Boulevard to, I forget where I took it right, but over to Honeywell Street Bridge. Now I'm out walking around again, just because I am. I'm very restless, and maybe a little more hungover than I thought after New Year's Eve last night. I got a slightly different interpretation on the girl I met from the host of the party last night. The husband and wife hosted it. They're good friends of mine. And she seemed a little more optimistic that I had a chance here, but he's not so sure. I don't know what to think of it, except that she really was sending signals my way. I don't think I was making that up. But when I was listening to them talking, I wasn't really paying attention at first, but the more I listened to them talking, I was like, staring at it. It sounded like they barely knew each other. And evidently it's on again, off again thing with them, whatever that means. And it's been on again, off again for years. I don't know what to think of that either, if anything. So, anyway, he's a very different looking guy than me, even if that's your type. And I definitely don't have a type, but I don't really have a type. Seems like most women I've known date guys that are, a similar physique or a similar general look. But what's the point of thinking about it, right? I'm just going to walk around a little more and get ready to start the year with something kind of hopeful job opportunity. I might as well own up to what I'm really doing out here today. The anxiety thing is real. I think it's coming back down to earth now, but the real reason I'm out here is that I guess I'm just up to my old tricks again, to my old games. The girl that I was talking about, I divined that she works at the library over on Stillman, and I think 50-something Street, 53rd maybe. And so I just went through there and I stepped into the lobby, or I stepped into the foyer and just sort of looked around. Didn't see her. I did see another librarian working the desk, so I'm not sure I don't know what capacity the girl I'm thinking about works in there, or if she's even at the desk out front, but whatever the case. Didn't see her, but I'm going to try this again just to make it sound like I randomly turned up at the library and just bumped into her totally by chance. But the irony is that this forced me to take the exact same route that I walked countless times when I was after the Woodside bombshell, as I called her. She lived on 53rd Street, and I walked past her almost every single day over the cross paths with her, as I did one time, and then it actually worked. One day, I was passing by right as she stepped up, made her way to the subway, and I thought this is a miracle. But I mean, it stands to reason, I guess, if you walk past somebody's house often enough, you will eventually encounter them somewhere in the area. But this one worked so perfectly. I was going to follow her. I was going to go into the subway and follow her wherever she was going, but my Metro card didn't have any money on it, or didn't have enough, and there was no machine to buy one, and it was really frustrating. And she got the train she needed, pulled in right as she got up the stairs, so I lost her. And I never figured out who she was. That was another part of the game, was like, with nothing more than a street address, could I figure out who she is. But long story short, I figured out later that I did think I knew who she was, but I was wrong. The person who I thought it was had just moved out. So this person, having just moved in, wasn't going to be very likely to be on record as having looked at that street address. So eventually I just gave up on it. And I have to assume by now that she's moved on. It's been like 5 years since I did this. I was really like on edge about all that because I had a girlfriend at the time, but nothing ever came of it. I really have lost my mind. I know it. I can feel it. I made 2 complete round trips today to Woodside and back, more or less retracing the Woodside bombshell route that I paved holes in it, that I paved half in the ground. I made it so often. This time it's in the interest of another bombshell. I'm going to keep calling it the bombshell, even though this is the original bombshell. But on my way over today, second time I passed the stripper that I dated for a little while. It's about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years ago now. And I see her around once in a while. I mean, it's not surprising to see her around or anything. She was talking on her phone. I don't know if she saw me. I don't care if she did, but I didn't say anything. She didn't act like she saw me. And it's funny, though, I never really thought this when we were together. But, I mean, I was attracted to her, of course. And anybody that ever saw her still was like, dude, she is beautiful. It was only while we were together, I didn't think of that. In fact, I started thinking she looked kind of, I don't know, like a ghost. Anyway. But today, my God, she really is beautiful, at least for those few seconds I saw her. In fact, I wasn't even sure it was her, but it had to be. Had to have been her. So she had a serious look on her face. That was my favorite way of her looking, was when she was focused, working, or talking shop with somebody from her work. I just liked that she was doing stuff, and that she liked her work and never complained about it, at least not much. But that's what I got to do. I got to work. I got to find something to do, and quick. I mean, I have time, but I've been saying that for years. would like to make something happen with this woman now. I think she's mid-40s, maybe even older. Yeah, well, neither of us get any younger, right? So I just grabbed something by the balls. I finally followed through and submitted a job application to a city agency that administers the kiosks that I've had such a fascination with. And the first thing I said in the letter was, I'll just get this out of the way before it's not the clown that was profiled at customs last month. And I said that not to express my appreciation for their public statement about it, which sounded like they were good sports and maybe even in on the joke in a way. After that, I'm doing the Woodside bombshell routine again. And this time I think I'm actually going to make some progress. Or some contact, or I don't know what you call it. And then later today at 5, I have an interview of sorts with this woman who runs a website devoted to digital wellness, which is an statistic, because I spend a lot of time concerned about all the intrusions that technology and the internet and gadget notifications and vibrations bring into my life. So I proposed to her that I write about digital hoarding, and I also proposed that I might review one of these sleep tracking apps that it's a smartphone app that measures your sleep or tries to measure your quality of sleep or something like that. I've never used one, but I said that if they wanted me to write a review of one as I make use of it, then no, I'm not ever sleeping, obviously. She sounded okay with that. I didn't make it too long a letter, but we'll see what they want to talk about. I don't know, because it sounds like a lot of young people running this website, and that shouldn't be a problem, but maybe it will be. This is a funny thing. I just heard two people were jogging, and they were going the opposite direction of me, a man and a woman, and as they passed me by, I heard the woman say in a perfectly clear voice, she said, I mean, I like fucking my husband and shit, but, and I don't know where that conversation was going. Anyway, I'm out. I've been purging again, and I sort of woke up to that aspect of feng shui that says your storage space, whether it shouldn't be stuffed to the gills. Out of sight doesn't necessarily mean out of mind. And so I purged all this shit from the closet by the front door, and I just didn't realize how many fucking bags I had amassed. There was a point in time where I thought it would be a good idea to have nice, sturdy bags around for whatever spontaneous or unexpected carrying requirement arose, but so I saved all kinds of bags from stores and ex-girlfriend used to bring home bags with brands on them because she worked with the marathon, the races that they do, and they would get free tchotchkes from the sponsors. So I had like Garmin bags and Humana bags and all this shit that I just don't need. But it was nice of her to bring that stuff back. Anyway, about a few weeks ago I took my shredded CDs and DVDs around, and I was depositing them in sort of trash cans that were not city trash cans, because you get fined for dumping personal trash in the city bin. Not that I was really worried about getting caught, but I just wanted to play by the rules, you know. So I dumped them in. There was one garbage can inside a housing complex. So I left it in there, and nobody's going to pick through that shit. But anyway, I dropped one in. Somebody had left a file cabinet outside of a building on 38th Avenue, or maybe 37th Avenue, it doesn't matter, but somebody obviously found my little bag full of shredded CDs and DVDs, because they went to the trouble of taking the shredded CDs and DVDs out of the bag and dropping them on the sidewalk. And so now they're probably still there. I haven't been by. but they were there yesterday. Anyway, gonna go see if they're there. I'm also checking in on these machines to see if their so-called status updates are accurate. To complete my thought from earlier, I was asking why anybody would do that. Why would somebody pick up a bag full of shredded CDs, DVDs, and go to the trouble of picking all of them out of the bag and throwing them onto the sidewalk over a block away? And my first thought was maybe they needed the bag. It was just a regular old plastic grocery bag. But I guess what must have happened is somebody saw these shiny things glistening in the sun, and might have thought it was something valuable or something interesting, but chances are there's nothing they could do with shredded media like that. It is possible to recover data from shredded discs, but I don't think anybody that just happened to be walking down the street had either the wherewithal or the means or the remotest desire to do anything like that. I mean, I would, but that's just me. So I'm going to go back to purging my little, I mean, when I was taking out the trash and making the last call, I made it part of my little jaunt to check up on the data that's being provided by City Bridge about the status of their network. And they said that the phone was down at this one up on 38th Avenue. And it's not down. What happened yesterday is that a couple of phones on Broadway were not working. So I went out and tried them and they were working. So I don't know if this is just some randomly generated shit that they can point to and say, look, we're providing up to the minute or up to the hour status reports on this stuff. Because nobody's going to be able to question it. But they're going to be able to stand in front of some committee and say that we're doing this even though they know it's just not true. The data being provided is not true. But that's the smart city for you. I mean, like I seriously think that they're just randomly saying that X number of phones are out of service, and then they come back to the service. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm going to keep an eye on it.
I just spent about an hour at the Woodside Library getting as much mileage as I can out of this Metro card I found yesterday. It was a confusing Metro card. It said 7-day unlimited, but then it said it had $4 cash on it. And I don't know why people do that, put cash on a unlimited, but whatever, it's not my problem. Anyway, I start to think that she doesn't work there anymore. The clue that I got that she worked at a library at all was just an offhand comment that she was a librarian in the city. And then when I looked her up, well, I found that she was a librarian at the Woodside branch. At least she was about 6 months ago. So maybe she's moved on since then. Anyway, not a big deal. It's good to have been there, even if I felt like a zombie half the time I was there. I'm going to pick up a pair of thermal socks that I ordered. There's a notable little fact worth recording. I read up a little bit on digital hoarding, and this led me to somebody that made a website called, I don't remember what it was called, Library of Babel, I think, or Babel, and he claimed that he had made it possible that, or he had found a way to combine every possible letter combination, letter and word combination, and it's sort of goes to that old saw that if you put 1,000 monkeys in a room, one of them will write a Shakespeare's play, and I've always hated that as a thing because it's just patently not true. But nevertheless, it was fun staring at screens of just garbage text and looking for a single coherent word in any of it. And I'll take a closer look at it later because I think there might be some kind of, it might be a bit of a phony thing like so much of the shit on the internet. But my little bit of research into digital hoarding. Nobody really seems to have an answer for why it would be considered a problem, but I think I concluded that if it starts to overwhelm you mentally, then that's the problem, and that's what happened to me. It felt impossible to manage, organize, and even comprehend all the stuff I have. But what I don't object to is having a complete library of every discography that every band ever made. I don't object to having thousands of movies that I'll probably never watch. For me, it's about having access to it. Should I need it? I don't object to that any more than anybody should object to physical libraries storing and retaining stuff that nobody ever requests. Because there's kind of a thrill, really, when you go to a library and maybe the librarian mentions that nobody in the history of the library has ever requested this object, this item. But it's there anyway, and that's what libraries are for. If nobody requests it, or if nobody's allowed to access it, well, it's there just for bragging rights. But no, like I said, I don't object to hoarding that kind of material. Although, it becomes a little unnecessary with the streaming media thing, but there's still, especially when it comes to movies, there's so much stuff that's not out there. Music, pretty much everything is up for grabs, it seems. Anything that's ever been recorded, at least. Obscurities themselves are obscure. Rarities are rare. But it feels like an ocean of content. Maybe it is, but I think my ocean is a little different from most people's. Well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say it like that. My ocean is a little different than that. It's a lot of my own raw material, hours after hour of me talking into a field recorder, or me making piano recordings, and however many, I've probably written 1 million words over the years, and a lot of it is garbage, as it should be, I suppose, but that's the ocean I'm drowning in. Everybody has an ocean. When I started doing the sleep recordings, I felt like I was going to the bottom of my ocean. Most days when but getting back to the hoarding thing, I feel like that ocean is just inches over my head, just over the ceiling, and that ceiling is just a paper thin separation that's about to burst.
I was starting to think I was in the wrong place, or I was starting to think that she had, moved on to another library or another job. Because the evidence that I found, what I found online to tell me that she worked here was from about 6 or 7 months ago. But on the other hand, it looks like she's been here for several years. So anyway, I did see her today. At least I was 100% sure, but now I'm having second thoughts because I saw somebody else that resembled her slightly, ever so slightly. But I don't think that was her. I followed her a little bit because I couldn't get a good look at her face as she was leaving the library. And I caught up with her enough that there's no way it's her. But I guess the game is on. And I don't really like this library that much. It's very small, there's nothing wrong with that, but they don't have any power outlets. And a lot of people make a lot of noise. And the kids aren't even here yet. But I'm not going to complain. Other than that, I'm doing some writing and getting some ideas around it, just trying to be disciplined about it. Only as I'm trying to write something quote-unquote professional, I sort of grind to a halt. But when I go to a different document and start writing about this little pursuit that has brought me to this library, I'm just typing a mile a minute. It's always been like that. That's the kind of laziness maybe I'm just not remembering it right. I would bet cash money, and I think I have a photo of it somewhere, that this payphone at Roosevelt Avenue, 49th Street, Queens Boulevard, three-way intersection, I'm almost certain this thing had been removed with just the enclosure, and now there's a phone here again, so maybe somebody complained, I don't know. I'm heading down Queens Boulevard just for no good reason. Was at the Woodside Library, I'm working hard for this $15 if I can finish this story about digital hoarding. I don't want to make it too long. I'm not sure how to end it, so I start off with, what is digital hoarding? Should you be ashamed of it or anything? Because the term hoarding just seems to carry a stigma that you're some kind of glutton. And I conclude that even though I have all this content and all these hard drives and all this shit, that I'm not really a hoarder. What I'm not worried about is, I'm not worried about the thousands of albums I have and all that other shit in the movies. It's my own personal stuff that overwhelms me, and the amount of words I've written. And I'm trying to articulate my theory that you just write a lot more words because it's so much easier to do on a computer. Whereas if you're sitting at a typewriter, it causes your brain to not hyperventilate so much. So maybe I should look around to see if anybody else has this theory. So, okay, bye. So I think my work for today is done, at least. I called it yesterday with an update on my always awkward at trying to get in the good graces of a woman I'm interested in. And it's become doubly strange for me, even more awkward that is, because it's a friend of a friend, and, if this goes anywhere, everybody's going to be watching, rooting for us, or maybe not, but I think the weirdness is that they might learn things about me through her that they never would have guessed or never would have expected, particularly as regards my awkwardness with women sometimes. But maybe all that will fade, become natural. So after about a week of trying to make it look like we randomly crossed paths, I just took the low road and friend requested her on Facebook, and she accepted at 1:10 a.m. I don't know why I'm going to remember that. And today I sent her a message saying, thanks for getting me my jacket. Because by the end of New Year's Eve party, I was so blotto I couldn't find my fucking jacket. She responded saying, that's cool, we drinkers got to look out for each other. So then I sent a message to a friend and then she said that a mutual friend of ours had said all kinds of good things about me to her. So I sent that mutual friend sort of a thank you message, I guess, along with some other stuff. So who knows, right? I'm going up Bitmar's way because somebody messaged me that they happened to find an old-style phone booth at a funeral home up there. I'm going to guess that like everything else up there, the phone in the booth is dead. I'm at Ditmars and 33rd. I don't know if I've ever used this payphone before, but I found the booth, and it's a beauty. It really is. It's immaculate. Museum ready. The phone itself is almost untouched. But of course, like almost everything else there, the phone was dead, so I couldn't call in from it. But it was a nice thing to see. I gotta thank that dude Rob for pointing it out to me, and I didn't have to deal with anybody going in. It was basically right inside the door, at the garage, behind the parking lot. So there's my little bit of joy for the day. And there's a birdology place here. And they've got pi, the number pi, 3.1415, blah, blah, blah. Out to, I don't know, maybe over 100 numbers. But it's a burger place. I think they put something like that over a cake and pie store, right? So, anyway, now I have a new payphone to show. romance the girls with. That's it. Now I'm going to go check in on the rotary dial up on Ditmars, and then I'm going to go home. I mean, not on Ditmars, up on, there's a rotary dial at the King Penny store. I know there used to be. I can stop doing what I've been doing, stop thinking about what I've been thinking about, which has been the prospect of connecting with a woman I met a couple of weeks ago. I mean, we're friends and all, but apparently she's more taken than I would like to believe. But that's a lot of miscommunication. I know everybody was drunk at this thing, and I used to get kind of miffed when people that I talked to while they were drunk had no memory of the conversation or had a very different memory of the conversation later. But I've just come to accept that that's part of the landscape, that's part of the social scene. It's memory holes that can stop having romantic fantasy with us, with her coming with me on these long walks that I go on. I just walked all the way up to East Elmhurst and back, 102nd Street via 31st Avenue. And some of it looked new to me. That I have walked part of that way before, but I don't think I ever went up as high as 102nd Street. So I'm going to go back home and catch my breath and try not to. I think my last call got cut off, and since the payphone returned my quarter for some reason, I thought I'd call in and complete my thought that I'm not going to think about it anymore. Although that's going to be pretty hard because somehow this has made me feel conspicuously pitiful, and I don't mind wasting my time. But I should be worried about wasting my time because I'm running out of time. She does seem sweet and mellow and independent and all those things that I would fall for. Yeah. But then I don't know how much we would really have to talk about. It's hard to say. Well, like I said, there was a lot of booze involved. And apparently I gave my number out to this other woman. And she heard about that and assumed that I had some serious intention there, but I didn't. In fact, my memory of it is that the woman and I were talking for about 2 seconds before she asked me for my number. And but that could be completely inebriated memory. Anyhow, I'm going to go home and try not to think about it, but what else am I going to think about, you know, since the stripper, there hasn't even been the most remote prospect for any kind of romance for me, but that's just the life I live. You know what it is, though, is if I feel conspicuously pitiful, like I said in a previous message, I know why. I mean, first of all, I don't have anything else to think about right now in this realm. But it was the way she made me feel when she looked at me. She made me feel like she thought I was adorable and cute and somebody that she's already pretty mellow to begin with, but I could hear her voice soften some and talk to me in a really sweet sounding voice. It was nice. It's not something I think I've ever had much of in a relationship. I'm not saying it was love, but I could see where it could lead to that, where these feelings and these interactions could go there. And, well, I shouldn't have to stop talking, but
I am, because of the loud subway noise overhead. Maybe there's still a glimmer of possibility, because I got mixed signals about the status of her relationship. She's been with this dude for 4 years, but it's very much on again, off again. And as with anybody of any age, you have to ask why somebody who's perfectly good looking and stable and by all appearances something of a catch, why is she still single? Or why are they not married, and why they've been together 4 years and they're not living together, and all these questions that you really have no business asking because it's none of your business. But still, maybe she's more trouble than I think. Then maybe I'm more trouble than I think. I tried to call in a little earlier from a couple of phones on 46th Street, I think, and neither call went through, but I wanted it to, because the first phone I picked up, the handset smelled like a mix of tobacco and cologne. Like, who was using this and pressing it up to their face so tight that they left that kind of trail behind? Every phone a story, right? So I was just thinking that it's 2019, the year that is, and I'm still expected to show up in person with proof of identification and a Con Edison utility bill just to renew my library card. I mean, I shouldn't complain, I guess, and I'll reread the email again, because it didn't sound like there was any other option. Like, I had to show up in person. But, so I did, and it's out of my way and inconvenient, but whatever. I went all in and went up to the circulation desk at the Rose Reading Room, or outside of there. And it took about 2 seconds, but I'm good for 3 more years. And I didn't think of it until I left that I could have combined this trip with another that I've had in mind, but I would have had to plan ahead for that, and I might not have had enough time. But I've been intending to request copies of Hustler magazine from, I guess, the early 80s, 80 or 81, maybe 82, because I was working on a story for a long time that I don't think would be complete if I didn't circle back to those old magazines, because it's the first naked woman I ever saw, as far as I can remember, was in a Hustler magazine. It was on the school bus in the 6th or 7th grade, and it was a memorable moment because one of the older kids had it, and everybody, it was like being at a bar. I would think of that years later. There was like 3, 4 deep of kids trying to get a look at it, and I would hear them whispering, God, look at that cunt, look at that cunt. And they said it, it's the first time I'd ever heard the word. I didn't know what it meant. They were using it, by my interpretation, they sounded reverential. I mean, it didn't sound like a dirty word. It sounded like a word that was so sacred you didn't just say it. And I suppose there are people who think of it that way. But that was the first time I heard the word, and first time I came to know what it was. And when I finally got my chance to look at it, I just thought, wow, that's disgusting. It was hair everywhere, all the way up to her stomach, and she was a little pudgy, if I remember right, and just had a really snotty look on her face, and she's pointing at her cunt like, you want this, boy? You know, you do, right? And so the kid who had the magazine was turning the pages, and like, I don't know how many images I saw. She was like at the side of a lake or something. She was near some body of water, and the girl sitting next to the kid with the magazine seemed to think that she was the gatekeeper for access to the rest of the kids seeing it. And some of the girls seemed uncomfortable. Others seemed to just be like, yeah, this is what boys do. They look at naked women. So that's the first time I ever saw it, and I came away. I went back and sit in my seat, and as disgusting as it looked to me at the time, I knew even then that I wanted it. So what I wanted to do was I looked up on the World Cat, or is that what they call it, the library index, and I found that they appear to have every issue of Hustler from the early 80s. And that's going to be an awkward thing to research, I would think, but maybe, I mean, it's supervised use only is how is the status of it. And that's the kind of thing they usually only say about rare manuscripts or ancient documents. But I would think, I don't know if they care, if anybody cares, but I wouldn't want to just sit out among everybody else with that shit. I'd want to have some kind of cover, or maybe they have a special room for this sort of thing. They have the Hustler room. But I didn't do that today because I didn't think of it ahead of time, and I had to get my library card renewed sooner rather than later. So I'll do it next week, if I do it at all. I just want to see if that spread in the magazine was as I remember it, because it is pretty vivid in my mind still, but you know, with the years, the memory changes, and I start to exaggerate or not quite fabricate, but well, yeah, memory changes over time. There's your profound insight for the day.
I don't know if I should be nervous or anything because I'm ready for my close-up, but people are starting to take me seriously, and I feel like I've entered into the discussion of the smart city nonsense, at least where my particular infatuation is concerned. But these are people I don't know who are talking about me and arranging meetings, and they look like serious people. I mean, we're all serious in our ways, but they look ready to sort of let me into the real world of things. I mean, I tend to be in my own cloister or my own isolation, just like anybody. But that's where I think the new digital divide comes into play, because the intersection should be talking to somebody like me, but instead they delete my messages or just ignore me, and they maintain their ludicrously curated social media presence, where you get this feeling that everybody in the company is just nervously waiting for what comment about their product is going to cross next. But I could just be projecting, but that's what happens with the digital divide. Nobody's talking to each other, so you just start making stuff up, or maybe you don't. Maybe you're getting it right, but you just don't know. Well, I'm just getting some walking around time, but I'm going to get back to work. I've been doing a lot of good stuff today, and it feels good. I'm going to let the roar of this train close this call.
Dawned on me today, not that it was ever lost on me really, but I was reminded that I've been doing this Payphone Radio, as I call it now. I've been doing this since 2010. Although I think I started in late December, so maybe rounded up to 2011, but it's on varying levels of determination or enthusiasm. But I wonder what it's all cost. If I look at all the calls I've made and bump it up a little to reflect the number of calls that never went through, even though it sounded like they did. It's probably in the hundreds by now. And I was thinking about that. I mean, that's still hundreds of dollars over 9 years, or 8 or 9 years. anything to look back on with regret or any kind of financial horror. I would have spent that hundreds of dollars on something else by now. But I was thinking, though, about getting a toll-free number, because that's what I have called from out of town, from out of state, and it's usually $1 for 3 minutes, I think. But it would definitely be cheaper to use a toll-free number, but I think I'm going to stick with feeding quarters into these phones just because it feels more real. It feels more like I've committed to staying here. I'm in this place, I'm on this spot, and I'm not moving and I'm not going anywhere until I'm done talking. And that's what one of the many things I've come to love and appreciate about this little pursuit. So it doesn't surprise me, but it does disappoint to conclude that my inquiry to Intersection, the company that owns those stupid kiosks, my inquiry was just ignored. And it's disappointing not because I'm so important that I deserve to reply, but it would seem to suggest that those folks were pretty thin-skinned, and maybe somebody's feelings got hurt, which is hard to believe, but when they leave it up for grabs like that, I can come to any conclusion I want. They don't address riffraff like me directly. So I'm writing a letter to WNYC. They allow for open applications or open-ended inquiries about job opportunities. They don't have anything open right now that I would want to do, but I'm writing to see if they have any interest in like an occasional payphone dispatch, like a weekly payphone photo, or either fresh from the field or from my collection of what is almost certainly the largest number of payphone photos ever taken by an individual. No, they might be or they might not. I actually sent an email to Gothamist a few years ago asking them basically the same question. And the response I got kind of unnerved me or made me flinch. It wasn't a bad response. I just didn't think that they got what I was after or something. Plus they also took like 6 months to respond to me. Now WNYC owns them, and I would think that it goes through the HR process maybe has a little more adult supervision about it now. In which case maybe I wouldn't even get a response at all, which seems to be the standard. So we'll see. I mean, I'm pitching my hat into the ring with the payphone idea as the first idea, the first concept, but I can do everything else that they do there. I can write, I take good pictures. And I'm comfortable at the mic, and I've got a good voice for radio. Not that they need announcers, but I just feel like I might be a fit there, but they'll probably think otherwise. There's a huge storm coming, or so they promise, they being the weather authorities. And I got up early today, and I'm out getting some outside walking around time in before all the shit starts. I'm standing next to a site of a row of businesses that were all burned to the ground. This was about a month ago. And among those businesses was the new sex toy shop that caused a little bit of controversy, at least on its comment boards on the online news sources are to be believed. But I actually attempted to enter the sex toy shop, but the door was locked, and I didn't feel like drawing attention to myself by pounding on the door. So some did suggest that the skeeviness of the sex toy shop had something to do with this whole row of buildings being burned down, but I don't think I haven't seen anything to prove that. So, not that I have a thing for sex toys, I was just curious about the place. They never even, it's where a Radio Shack used to be, and they never even took the Radio Shack signage off. something else to say. And I can't think of what it was. Squeeze Boulevard and 45th Street. Sunnyside Garden Arena Way, I guess that's where that place used to be. Right, this is where the Wendy's is now. I was interested in that because somebody posted some old pictures from the 70s that he took, and he was asking anybody out there if they could identify the wrestlers. Some pictures that he took, they were pretty cool. Sure wish I could remember what I had to say. I got distracted by describing where I am. I'm discovering that laundromats, I guess I always knew this, I just never had the nerve to walk into them. But laundromats are a pretty good places to find old rotted payphones that are no longer in use, but I just spotted one, and I spotted a couple the other day. And laundromats are like easy places to just walk in and out of. Nobody's going to question you. It's not like you walk into a bar and there's some expectation of interaction. You walk into a laundromat, people just think you're going to check on your laundry. So there, I'm in and out like a ghost. So I'm certainly getting ahead of myself here, but I'm looking forward to the possibility, the prospect of being a 311 operator. And maybe it won't be as interesting as I think, but I'm also having to adjust my mental space to allow for being in a team environment again. And I've always liked being in that kind of environment, but I haven't been in it for a long time. And maybe I'll hate the coworkers, but I doubt, but you never know. Or maybe they'll hate me. I started looking at Open 311 a little bit. This is the thing I saw some months ago when I first started thinking about 311. I found reference to it. It's supposed to be some techie overlord open source way of solving all the problems inherent in 311. As far as I can tell, it was implemented in a few instances, but it's stagnated for about 5 years. I haven't looked too deeply into it, though. I think about the efficiencies. I have a knack for finding efficiencies, and I'll bet if I'm in the environment long enough, I'll think of some, but I'm not going to be an asshole about it and badger the manager about it. I don't know that this is the most suitable avenue or environment for efficiency, so I think everybody understands that the calls have to be handled as quickly and efficiently as possible, but expecting the public to find the right chute down which to send their inquiry is just asking for trouble. But it's easy for me to say, right? Anyway, the storm was starting later in the day than I expected, so I'm doing some more walking today before I have to be holed up for it's like 2 or 3 days. All right. There's a payphone I don't have any memory of before, but I guess I didn't have this area memorized. It's Greenpoint Avenue near 48th Avenue, I think it is. And before the storm comes in, I just start getting some walking around time, and I'm going to stick my head into every laundromat that I pass, see if they have a payphone inside. I'm across the street from one that I know used to have one, and it had a sign on it that said this one doesn't work. But they got rid of it. And I think that they got rid of it years ago, but I remember it being there. And I know never used to have the nerve to walk into places like this when I had no legitimate business doing so. And I still feel that way about the smaller laundromats, because if you walk in, it's not like you're walking into a bar where there's some pretense of interaction that's going to happen, but the smaller one, there is some assumption of that you're in there for business and not money walking through the door. So, being careful about that. Thinking again about the 311 thing, how basically when I'm reading about Open 311, it's some people saying that the job I'm applying for is unnecessary. It should disappear. That maybe it will disappear in a few years, I don't know. I know Detroit got rid of its 311 call center altogether. There's budget problems, but that's Detroit. And I don't know if it's not there's a change. It's a shift in my paradigm. It's me sick of myself going where I want to go, whenever I want to go there, which is what I'm doing today. I'm looking for structure and something new, something that is just a different way to make a living, a different way to get through this life. By the way, the phone number on this is 212-678-9387. That's the posted number. I don't know what caller ID shows, obviously.
As so often happens, there was really no storm at all. There was some rain, but rain happened. There's no snow. And now all they want to talk about is the temperature dropping 30 or 40 degrees. And that's going to start later today. So I did all that walking around, thinking I wasn't going to be able to do it for the next few days, and I stocked up on all kinds of shit, some of which I'll probably end up throwing out. Anyway, that's the world we live in, right? I talked to my friend Joe yesterday, and he had me feeling a little more optimistic about my prospects in life. He seemed positive on the notion of me being a 311 dispatcher. I mean, it's not a career or anything, but it's just something to get me away from this life that I'm living. And he seemed to get that, but he also sounded positive about the idea of approaching WNYC about something. I noticed later that they didn't read a whole lot of my stuff, but what they did read was all the press clippings on my landing page. I didn't realize they had done that at first. So it's sort of like when I started watching CBS Sunday Morning many years ago, the first thought was they're going to come after me someday, and they did. And I've had the same thought about This American Life. Somehow, some way, they're going to come after me, and we'll see. But at the same time, I want to see if they'll hire me in some capacity. I wouldn't be very expensive for them, and I mean, except for salary, I wouldn't cost them anything. So, anyway, I'm just going to keep walking. I'm going to let this subway roar end this call.
Digging around the web stuff of Joey Skaggs. It took me a while to remember his name. He does the same sort of stuff that I was doing, but he does it on a much bigger scale, and he's better able to coordinate partners in crime, if you will. And I remember 1994, I remember hearing on TV about a Korean restaurant that was going to be serving dog meat, and I wouldn't remember these details now, but it was, I just remember there was outrage about a Korean restaurant serving dog meat, and the press releases had been sent out asking for people to volunteer their dogs or something. I don't know. And I remember hearing that, but then I never caught any follow-up on the fact that it was a hoax. I guess maybe media for me at least was a little harder to follow back then, but I never thought to follow up on it. So it was years later when I saw Skaggs give a presentation at the Bowery Poetry Club. It took that many years for me to learn that it was a hoax. And I had heard about it, but I just didn't know it was fake. Turns out he's done all kinds of other stuff. He did a Porto Fest, which is a mobile confessional for people to confess their sins, and he had a political agenda for that. I forget exactly what it was, but a lot of his stuff is activist and politically motivated. So he's going to put together a couple of paragraphs to send him and then see if he has any opinion on my little shenanigan. Who seems to be in the same spirit, and he reports on other pranksters as well. I just don't like the term prank. It sounds like something an 8th grader does, but I guess I should get over it because it seems to be an accepted term for theater or performance art. I was also going to see if he had any knowledge of the apology thing because Alan wanted to do something similar to the Portal Fest. He wanted to construct a confessional and put it outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral, and I seem to remember us talking about wrapping it around one of the payphones outside St. Patrick's and wiring the phone to connect direct to apology with no calling needed, but obviously that's probably a little too ambitious, but then now I have to ask you if you didn't get that idea from Skaggs. Well, I'm just trying to make some contacts, you know. I feel like I have some credibility now. This storm never really happened, but I guess I believe them when they say it's going to drop 30, 40 degrees in temperature all of a sudden a little later today. I'm going to put something together for Skaggs, and then I'm going to put something together for WNYC, but I'm going to wait until the work week starts before I send that. So I thought I got lucky again finding a gift card, or 2 of them actually. There were a couple of Stop and Shop gift cards on the ground outside of the store, and they were labeled $25 each. But I just called the toll-free number to check the balances, and they're both 0. So that's too bad, but it was somewhat comical trying to get the balances from this phone because you connect and you have to enter the 16-digit number, but you have to do it very quickly. If I would dial 4 numbers and go check and read the next 4 numbers off the card, and in the time it took me to do that, the dude interrupted me and said my number was invalid, and so you just have to enter the numbers very quickly. So I'm in Woodside again, and I haven't totally given up on trying to make something happen with the woman I met a few weeks ago, but I'm not holding my breath on it. I am having shortness of breath today, though, which happens when I don't get a lot of sleep. I was up early today, like 6:30, I think, and when I don't sleep 7 or 8 hours, I pay for it. I pay for it in various ways the next day. And this is the next day, or the day. It's always the day. And I go back home and write. I posted a couple of stories yesterday, and I don't know why. I know nobody's reading that shit. Yeah, why would they? But I'm going to try to write a nice long piece about the Grand Central payphones, which I just happened to capture in photos like a week before a bunch of them disappeared. And I haven't been back there lately, but, well, enough about payphones. Across the street from the 55 laundromat where I spotted an old abandoned payphone last week. That got me on a laundromat kick. So I went online looking for big laundromats, but I figure I'm just going to let myself come to them, or let them come to me, or just not go out of my way for that particular pursuit. All right. All right, then. I just made 3 videos showing that phone calls don't work on to certain numbers, certain exchanges. But anyway, I don't really need to talk about that. I don't need to talk about anything. I should go home and relax and calm the fuck down. I'm really in a major anxiety spiral right now, and not getting enough sleep contributes mightily to that. I'm going to have to stop drinking for a couple of weeks ahead of the civil service exam. I mean, I don't have to stop drinking for that, but I want to have my wits about me when I take the test. It's a 4-hour computer-based multiple choice test. It's about resolving conflict or resolving situations, which sounds like a reasonable thing to screen for what this is. So there's no math apparently, although there might be like pattern matching or something. But I had been sharpening up my math, my basic math, and I was actually better at it than I thought I'd be, but I just completely forgot how to divide fractions.
actually really easy. You just flip over the right side traction and multiply it. But it would still make me very nervous, and I'm going to be taking my panic pills ahead of all this just to stay calm. I really don't know what I'm doing or where I'm going, and I don't want to apply for jobs out of desperation or in a state of desperation. So, because that just comes across wrong. And sending out resumes is like coughing into the void.
So I'm down on J Street in Brooklyn, corner of, I can't tell what corner this is. It's an intersection. And I'm getting ready to go into this WNYC event with nothing else to think about. I'm imagining everything that could possibly go wrong with showing up at this thing and identifying myself. So I'm going to be careful about not identifying myself unless I'm sure it makes sense, unless I know who I'm talking to, or I think I know who I'm talking to. I haven't been down here in a long time, and it's dark already. And I don't really like being on the train for extended periods of time, but I can deal with it if I have to. I'm having less trouble catching my breath today than yesterday, but I'm still feeling like I'm going to have to start taking the anxiety pills sooner or later. And I want to be clean and sober for that test I have to take, even though I could probably ace it, however botched I might be. I read somewhere today that in some era, some ancient time, people would have debates twice. They would have the debate once when sober and once when drunk to prove if its validity stands up in both conditions. If the validity of the arguments still makes sense to the debaters after both instances, then you have a solid opinion. I don't know if I believe that's really ever happened, but it's a funny idea. The big news today is I contacted a company that, for free, claims they will boost your website ad revenue and link rank and all that crap. And it seems legit. I got nothing else. I got nothing to lose with this. It did seem like kind of a big deal to change my name servers over to theirs, but at least in principle, but it turns out their caching and their CDN is a lot faster than what I'd been using with Word. So we'll see what happens with that. And I got what are clearly very real emails from somebody. They were clearly not automated like everything else I seem to get. And the other big thing is that I finally sent off an application to WNYC saying I don't see anything posted that matches me, but I do everything you guys do. And if there's no full-time spot, maybe I could just send in payphone dispatches or something like that just to see what floats. I guess I do have something of a brand in that realm. And maybe they want to just acquire the website like they did Gossamus, although mine isn't really their kind of site. And I posted something yesterday about those stupid kiosks, and it got one hit from Intersection. And I just posted something else that's a little more sticking the fork in them. The one I posted yesterday was kind of lightweight, but this one is asking why the hell am I not able to call my own phone from any of these things. All right, I'm going to go. I went to a slightly weird event last night. Weird not so much in being there, it's just the idea seemed strange that they bring together anybody who donated $50 or more to WNYC was invited to this thing. So it's a whole bunch of people who don't know each other and have no real common basis unless they happen to be really enthusiastic to the NYC groupies. But it wasn't dysfunctionally weird or anything. It was just a strange premise. And that was how I made conversation with one guy. But I said this to the first guy, that this is a weird gathering, and he just kind of snorted and didn't seem to want to talk to anybody. But then I mentioned it to just this other dude, and we talked for like probably 15 minutes. And it turned out he's a data scraper or a website scraper. He works for a company that scrapes data from other people's websites and sells it for profit. And they also sell the tools to do it yourself. And I winced a little when he told me that because scrapers and copycats are pretty much what sunk my business, if I could even call it that anymore. And that's just the world we live in. But I told him that I could write my first scraper batch of Perl scripts a couple of years ago, maybe a year ago, and that I felt like I'd gone to the dark side. But I scraped all this data from, I'm not going to say what site, and I had enough scruples about it that I never did anything with all the data that I harvested. I mean, I did what I would say a masterful job, and I did it about as politely as possible by timing the requests and using multiple free proxies and that kind of thing. And it took, I don't remember how long it took, probably a couple of weeks to get everything. Most of these scraper guys would just rape the sites, basically. I mean, I don't like using that word, but in this context, I don't know. I have to look up the dictionary. But I didn't, get up his ass about it because what difference does it make? Scraping is just the world we live in. And things change even if they're irresponsible and wrong. But my original idea in going to this event was that I could be the wheeler and dealer that I know myself not to be, and I could talk my way into some kind of job situation at WNYC. But it didn't really make any sense, and it would have been kind of obvious that I was pushing the limits of our interaction. So what I did yesterday, I did send in a general application to WNYC, and at first I wasn't going to say anything about the document story, because it shouldn't matter, but I threw it in there anyway, just as an aside. So maybe that will register. I sent in a similar type of inquiry to the old documents, and the interaction was a little annoying. They took 6 months to respond, and then when they did, just the tone of the conversation didn't make sense to me. I don't think they understood where I was coming from or who I am. But I did confirm one thing, though, last night. This is worth mentioning, that when I did reveal my identity, the newsroom was like, oh, my God, it's the Payphone Project guy. This is perfect. But they knew of me. I don't know how much they knew, or it doesn't matter, but my micro-celebrity preceded me, so I thought that was the case, but I could pretty well confirm it last night. So. Hooray for me, right? But I got an interesting lead on a possible, this is too good to be true, so I'm not going to get my hopes up about it, but there's a bar in Red Hook that the structure has been there since 1890, and as it was described to me, there's not a phone booth, but a phone room where it's just a pretty big space with an old payphone in it. At least I think that's what was being described. It was, social situations. I can't always hear what people are saying, but if that's what it is, it's possible that that's the oldest phone booth in existence. Not that I have any claim to say that, but there are older ones, but they're in museums. But I'm going to go check it out. It looks like an okay bar. And if it's been a phone room since 1890, that would make it one of the earliest phone rooms ever, since the payphone itself was only invented in 1889. And it could dispel the myth that I see circulating so often that payphones didn't arrive in New York until 4 or 5 years after it was invented. I've seen that number many times. I think it's 1895 is said to be the first public phones in New York, and I've never believed that. It just doesn't make sense. So that's an interesting lead. So there's something for me to spin my wheels on. I know I would miss the sound of the coin going into the slot and then dropping into the coin box after I hang up the call. The quarter is suspended, you could say. During the course of the call, it doesn't actually drop into the box until the call connects and you hang up. Although some phones I've known of ingest the coin partway through the call. I forgot about this phone. It's at 47th Street and 48th Avenue in, I guess this is Woodside. Pretty quiet. It's always so quiet when I'm over here. And I'm not here that much. A few blocks over to my left, I can see New Calvary Cemetery. And I'm not going in there today. I'm pretty much over cemeteries as a fascination. But I'm happy to give anybody a tour if they think they need one. This phone looks like somebody really beat the crap out of the coin box or tried to bust it open. It's taken some kind of hammer to it. There are a couple of locks on the frame, and there's a pink beverage, like a pink smoothie type of beverage. There's a real estate advertisement, and then there's the I voted sticker from, I think, 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. And up on top there's a sticker that says, "We are ex-vandals." X is in Walmart, not the letter X. It's funny, somebody went to the trouble to put that all the way up at the top of the booth. And then there's a bag full of, I don't know what. Well, I'm looking for payphones and laundromats again. And I haven't found any, but a few of these places I haven't had the nerve to step inside. It doesn't always seem hospitable for that kind of thing, but the bigger places are no problem. It's a nice day. So I watched about halfway through a movie called Hi Mom. I think it's Brian De Palma's first feature, or it's certainly one of his first. And it's got an early Robert De Niro, and it's a bit of a jumble. I didn't read reviews, but the star ratings were kind of all over the place. It's a bit of a jumble. It's a comedy, but what's a little eerie is watching De Niro plan his little incursion into the life of a woman who lives across the street from him, and he's able to spy on her using a telescope. And he figures out where her apartment is, and he just knocks on her door one day and says, "I'm here from ABC Computer Dating." And she says that she wasn't expecting anything from a computer dating site or a service. And the first thought was, did they even have computer dating in 1970 or 71 when the film was made? But that doesn't matter. So he lied about that, and then he made a fake phone call to ABC Computer Dating, where he made it sound as if he'd been given the wrong address, that he went to this address in Manhattan and it was supposed to be in the Bronx. But anyway, it's that kind of like sort of predatory behavior is what I would call that. And obviously his intentions were good, and mine would be too, but it still looked exactly like something I would do, or something that I would at least contemplate doing. I don't think I could be cold enough to follow through with it. And I wouldn't want to be part of a relationship that started on something like that. But it was still pretty eerie. But because that's the sort of thing I have done. I've walked past a person who owns a house repeatedly, made a part of my routine, with the hope that one day she'd be going in or out of her house. And it worked. I dated a woman for several months, and it didn't work out, but that's okay. And she never knew that I did this. I never told her this. It wasn't really that kind of relationship. It wasn't an open, honest type of relationship. It was more of a
adversarial relationship. But my point being that staking somebody out like that, I don't know, I feel some scruples about it, some level of guilt, but that it's creepy, but my intentions are genuine.
So there's this new building on Queens Plaza called the Alta, and architecturally speaking, it's one of the least offensive new buildings going up over there. But they had scaffolding and stuff out front for a long time, like probably a year or longer. And I had assumed from the looks of things that they had taken away the payphone that it's outside, or that it's on that area, but no, I just passed by and the payphone is still there. And there's no dial tone, of course, but it still has the telebeam placard on it. And I wonder how long it's going to stay there. Probably not a whole lot longer. Alta looks like a pretty swank type of building. And I doubt that anybody living there has much use for a payphone. But you never know, right? So that was just funny. The kind of thing that I don't think anybody else in New York would notice this, but there you go. So my gambit as far as entering laundromats and stuff is that I'm going to say I'm looking for a gumball machine. And today I did that. I actually purchased a couple of gumballs from a couple of places, and they tasted as if they've been sitting there for 12 years, and maybe they have. But hey, what's wrong with another way to spend my amassed collection of quarters? So I'm heading home and just going to think about things. I'm staving off an anxiety attack, and it's been burning my head, but I can make it another couple of days. I've been thinking about this woman I used to talk to a lot, corresponded, email and phone, off and on for over 20 years. And we've never met in person, and I don't think we ever will. We used to have phone sex a lot, and she would talk about it. It was one of the most incredible experiences of her life. The way she reacted, I believe it. She seemed really genuine. But I seem to have lost touch again. This happens over the years, and this time I think, good. I'm not going to try to reinitiate contact. I guess maybe I said something improper because in all our years of phone sex, we never talked about it openly in email. And I did that in my last choice. I was not fully opaque about it like I have been in the past. I reminded her that I was really touched by a conversation we had where she said that she knew when she was like 7 or 8 years old, she knew she wanted cock. Or she really even knew what it was. I told her I was the same way about cock, although I was 7th or 8th grade, so a little older than her. And I just found that touching. It was a beautiful thing to share when she said that. So I reminded her of that comment in my last email, and I think that's what made her cut the correspondence off. And I really don't care, except by initiating this conversation, I wanted to get to something else. I wanted her to know that I tried to hang myself a few months ago. And I wanted her to know that it felt really good. And the takeaway from it is that I was going to try to either perform autoerotic asphyxia, or I was going to ask her if she had done that sort of thing herself. I can't tend to. But I wanted somebody to know that I tried to do that. But I discovered just how easy it would be. But I'm past it now. There is somebody who I think knows. Because I briefly had it on my website that I did this. And I took it down when I got up in the morning with somebody from Vancouver, I think, who had been frequenting my website, that person. But there was a page view from the Vancouver IP address, let's put it that way. And I had been seeing accesses from that Vancouver IP address for a while. And they stopped after I posted that. That person quit coming to the website. So, somebody knows. If you're listening to this, then maybe you know too. I wanted to understand. I wanted to get to the point where I genuinely wanted to do that just so I could understand what your mind is telling you, or what you think your mind is telling you. When you get to that point, that it seems like a sensible option. But I'm over it now. I've been listening to myself thinking as I flutter around town, and I'm just so goddamn boring. I was contemplating the array of sandwiches that they had at the supermarket, and just poring over them like this was the most exciting, complicated decision I had to make. But I also changed my habit of buying just one sandwich a day. Now I buy two. Brilliant, right? And I don't have to go to the store every day to get a sandwich. I like to think about my decision-making processes for what I'm going to have for dinner, how much have I eaten already today, and when can I start drinking. I'm pretty strict about when I start drinking. I don't really know when to stop sometimes. Also, painfully mundane. But then I guess it's a life not unlike any others, right? Unobserved, unstudied, unscrutinized. Meanwhile, tonight I'm going to a performance of somebody I met New Year's Eve. She does a podcast where they record it live. And it looks promising, but I think the woman I'm interested in might be there, but can't be sure. And it'd be a little confusing anyway if she is, because, well, long story of that. But it is amazing what a difference a little bit of social contact has on my disposition. I felt pretty good on Friday after going to a party on Thursday night. So maybe this will have that effect. I would have bet cash money this phone booth was gone. I saw it last time I was here. I didn't see it. 44th Avenue and 21st Street, across from Jassie's Auto Body, outside of the LIC Hotel. I think there used to be a Chase Bank here, if I remember correctly. They tore that down and put up the to continue my thought. I wanted her to know, because I trust her with that kind of information. And I also wanted her to know that our correspondence had meaning to me, even if it didn't seem to be that big a deal to her. Not the correspondence in general, but the particular particular, all the deep, dark secrets about her sexuality. Not that I have any but abnormal about my sexuality. But she would talk about her secret, and once in a while she would say, maybe I shouldn't have said that. She talked about how she would usually masturbate with ice cubes. Put those up in her cunt, up into her eyes. And after she told me that, she's like, I wish I hadn't told you that. And I told her it's totally cool. Secret safe with me, and this, I don't think there's any way anybody who really knows me or her could connect the two of us and what I'm describing here. Like I said, we've never met in person, and I don't think we ever will. But, and I have over the years resented the fact that she's passed through New York a few times and never stayed for a while, stayed for a few days. And now I think her daughter even lives in New York. I remember that correct. Daughter's all grown up now. But I've just gotten used to that with women I meet on the internet. The games are fun, but there's no expectation of nothing. I mean, I've been experiencing that since the very earliest days, since I've been on the internet since 1992, and I've lost count with the number of women that wanted to have sex or just play games online. But when it came for there to be an opportunity for us to meet in person, suddenly it would all go cold. Everything would freeze up. The games would start. The different kind of games. I mean, one woman I was expecting, talking about we were going to get married when we met in person. But then I said something that was completely innocuous, had no malice whatsoever. And she heard it in some completely convoluted way. And to be fair, I wasn't as 100% that we were going to work as she seemed to be. But I might have misread it. But I wasted a lot of love. And that's one of the worst things to waste. I mean, she could take my money, she could take anything, but why did she have to take that? But she's hardly the only one. She was probably the most long-term tease. But like I say, I don't even float the possibility now. Even if it's on a dating site, I don't even float the possibility of meeting the person because I don't want to get picked down again. I don't want to waste my time again. I don't want to waste anything. So I want to try again to finish this thought, and then I'm going to stop talking about this. The reason I wanted to tell her, the woman who I had phone sex with for many years, I wanted to tell her that I tried to hang myself because first of all, I trust her implicitly with this kind of thing. Although I had suspected at one point that she was recording our calls, but it seemed unlikely when I discovered that she didn't have a phone that was capable of doing that. But I still suspected she was finding some way to record our calls and play them back. And the idea of that stuff getting out into the open doesn't really bother me. I mean, who cares, right? But it's not that I would never, she just would never do something like that. She'd be maximum discretion, maximally discreet. But it is something I think about whenever I have my little star of notoriety, or whatever you call it. My little micro-celebrity rises up every once in a while. And she's going to come to some message board and be like, here's some audio of this dude masturbating with me on the phone. But like I said, she'd never do that, and there's no possible way anybody could connect the two of us. But I've mentioned her only in passing to people, never by name, never where she lives or anything. And we will almost certainly never meet in person, and I'm fine with that now. But it did sort of bother me for periods of time. But I wanted her to know because I wanted her to know everything there is to know about me. And I realize now that's impossible. I was reading stuff that I was writing about 5 years ago when I'd been dating a girl who we were practically living together for 3 years. And the stuff I was writing about is stuff I never told her. I never mentioned it. I never let it get anywhere except in my head and onto the computer screen. And she was the sort that expected full disclosure. She expected everything about me to be known, which is a bit of a stretch because I was 17, 16 years old. It was expecting a lot because I'm 16 years older than her. And it happened more than once where some bullshit anecdote from 15 years ago would come up and I'd tell the story and the social situation, and she would get angry at me for having not told her this bullshit anecdote first. But now I wish there was a way to, or I wish there was a person who could be inside my head and know everything that's happening in here. And I wanted this woman to be that person, at least as far as the matter of me trying to kill myself. I did tell one other person, but he was too drunk to care. The only other time I've approached that point of thinking that suicide is a reasonable and seductive option, not just reasonable, but seductive and alluring, was many, many years ago when someone prescribed Zoloft to me, and I was taking it, and I ran out, and they claim you don't get addicted to that stuff, and I was absolutely apeshit, going insane. I was running up along the John Jay Parkway, which is when I lived on the Upper East Side, and there's a fence there. There's a railing between you and the river, but it was nothing that I could climb up and just make myself available to the waters. Not to get all melodramatic, but it's been scary to think about that night because it was so real. I was running up and down that walkway, waving my arms around, and it was dark. I don't think anybody saw me. But that was then, and well, this is now. And it's what it is as far as the woman goes, though. I'll probably never talk to her again now, or communicate or correspond in any way, because it's just over.
I went to a show last night. It's a live performance of a podcast. There's always that silly question, who wants to go see a radio show? But it was well done. It was very well produced, well written. Not a bad actor in the whole place. And for a little bit, it had me wishing I was on stage again. But that feeling kind of passed. Although I don't have any problem with being on stage, it's not something that is much of a priority for me. I like being on the air, though. When I set up, or when I reestablished this Payphone Radio, I felt good. I felt like I was out there floating in the discussion, even if nobody's necessarily listening very carefully. But I am going to propose to the director of this thing that I saw yesterday that maybe I could do something in the future, because they like to focus on scary stuff or creepy stuff or weird, or at least that becomes a part of the narrative, and most of the time it seems. So I already sent her my recording of a weird piece of piano music, but I'm going to send her something else I'm going to send her that audio that I made in the chapel. Not that audio. I don't know if anybody wants to hear that audio, but anyway, it's the one where I talk about the one-night stand I had with the woman at the bar, and then the next day my father died. I just blew the story for you, didn't I? Anyway, it's a good sounding piece. It needs some editing, I think, but I'm going to see if she's interested. There you go.
But the real problem I had with the show last night is the problem I had at a lot of these sort of things that I go to. I mean, first of all, I get some anxiety entering any kind of new place, and sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I was getting it last night, and it was very dark in there, and I was having trouble with the stairs, and then we had to go up and down the stairs 2 times. And I just had a lot of trouble settling down. But fortunately, we were by the air conditioner, which turned on every however many minutes, and it would turn off and then turn back on. And when it turned back on, it was like, wow, I can breathe again. But it all settled down by about the intermission, so that's good, I guess. But it's happened so badly that I've had to leave at least twice, 3 times actually that I can think of. It's probably been even more than that. The first time I was by myself, the second time, the other 2 times I was with girlfriends, and I always felt bad about it, but they genuinely didn't mind. Better to go do something else than be suffocated at the movie theater. I am going to contact you though. I'm going to do that when I get home. I just talked to somebody who claims he can make me a lot more money through my websites, and I've got nothing to lose on that front, so why not, right? And he sounds confident enough, although he may not understand. At this point, I don't think he understands my website that well. How could he? He's barely even looked at it, but I think he can tell it's coming from a quality person, a quality person. I said that about myself, didn't I? All right. It's going to be dangerously cold starting, it sounds like Tuesday night into Wednesday. Like 20 below real feel. So I'm getting out and around in anticipation of not being able to do that for at least a day. I sometimes make the mistake that I guess a lot of people do. I spy on my ex-girlfriend's Facebook page, and I mean, I think about her a lot more than she probably would expect or think, but I never changed my mind about my decision that this was the best thing for both of us to not be in this, what was a toxic relationship, and I'm at peace with it because our differences were so completely irreconcilable. But if I harbor any lingering resentment or sting or anything, it's that I never made any lasting friends from her side of her circles of friends. And while that's not necessarily expected, the resentment is that she made so many friends through me. And I can think of maybe 10 people at least that she probably never would have crossed paths with, including dudes that she met at the freaking funeral for crap. I mean, there were dudes she met at the funeral, and there were all these people from what was my regular bar at the time, but I always have to ask what she's thinking. When she traveled to Toronto to spend a few think with this? Does she really think there's a continuation? Does she think there's a connection being maintained? So, whatever the case, I deactivated Facebook again because I only reactivated because I wanted to promote that's the Gothamist story and see what kind of reaction it got. And so I waited a little longer than I guess I should have if that was my only goal, but I unplugged from Facebook again. I don't need it. It wasn't providing anything of interest or value to me. I mean, I kept spying on the page of the women that I'm interested in, but she never seems to post anything unless it's totally private. I mean, we're Facebook friends, but I don't know what. Anyway, who cares, right?
It's just that if you add it up, and maybe it's not fair to run numbers on a relationship, but if you add it all up, she got a lot more out of our time together than I did. I mean, I paid for almost everything, but most importantly, she has what appear to be real, genuine friends from my side. Anyway, I'm not going to think about it. I just thought of it because I made the mistake of checking her Facebook before I deactivated. Now, I was supposed to quit drinking today, but I think I might wait till tomorrow. I always think it's going to be such a big deal to not drink, but it never is. I used to worry about the sleep. That's the one thing everybody says they miss when they quit drinking. They don't miss the bars. They don't miss the women. They don't miss anything except the sleep. But for whatever reason, I found that it's not really that big a problem for me. It's a little bit more of an adventure, staying asleep and being asleep, and it's like I'm conscious of it the whole time. It's like I'm surveying it or overseeing the process of sleep. But and then I do a lot of hectic jerks, at least for the first few nights, and those can be kind of disconcerting. I guess I won't forget about it this time, but I usually do forget about that, and I feel like I'm having some kind of seizure. But then I remember it's perfectly normal. Now, there's a big storm coming, and, well, they said that a few weeks ago. There was going to be 3 to 6 inches. There was nothing, but this one sounds a little more normal, or a little more possible. And it's going to be dangerously cold going into tomorrow, or going into, I guess, Thursday. That's what I'm worried about, but there was no hot water in the apartment today. That's almost never happened. So I haven't showered, and I feel like a pig, but I probably look like one too. But I hope I don't have anyone to look beautiful for. That's for damn sure.
So it's never been lost on me, but certainly not over the last few years, that the internet has just become far bigger than anything I can absorb, anything I can even comprehend. In the early days, that was the beauty of it. It was too big to comprehend, too big to swallow. But that's just become ocean after ocean of layer after layer of machinations and people throwing garbage, automatically generated content up to compete with minnows like me. So in response to this almost hourly point of clarity, I get up and walk around outside for an hour just to avoid it. First day of using an intermediary to try to bolster traffic and revenue and everything is not looking very promising, but maybe it's too early to tell. Everything now is going through their CDN, and on account of that, they're able to inject all kinds of crazy JavaScript into pages that are doing just weird things. I don't get it. And I'm making like less than ever today than any other day in the past. But that's, like I said, maybe it's too early to tell. I don't think this was really fully deployed until like the middle of the night. Maybe it's on a slower update. putting too much promise into the possibility of getting the 311 job, but I should be able to do that. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. I just feel stone cold inside right now. Like I'm already dead. And sometimes that just sounds very appealing. Seems like it would feel better than this. Just remembering how the first woman I ever dated in New York made a comment about me once. She was mad at me about something, and she said, "You don't need me, you need my answering machine." She was referring to the fact that I would call several times during the day and leave her messages. I mean, she did like it. She said she looked forward to coming home and listening to my 2, 3, or 4 check-ins from, I guess I probably was calling from payphones. That was like 91. And I guess maybe I started overdoing it on those messages or something, because she used it against me in some way, but I guess it's funny because she wouldn't be surprised to know that I've been doing this calling in thing. She was a piece of work, but we tried to make it work, but we just couldn't make it happen. But I always remember because I saw her, and she was a dancer, and she had started late in life, like in her 20s, I think. And she talked about it like it was her calling. And for one reason or another, I never got to see her perform until we'd been together several months. And when I finally saw her perform, she was awful. I mean, it was, people in the audience were cringing, and it wasn't just me that felt this way. Other people would do her move across the stage, and people would look at each other like, what the hell is she doing here? And I don't know if it was just a bad night or what, because many, many years later, like within the last 4 or 5 years, I found a video of her online, dancing more recently, and she looked good, so I don't know. I mean, I don't really care anymore either, but it's one of those things where I couldn't possibly say what I really felt about finally seeing her perform. Well, I'm feeling my chest tight and other things, and I had planned to take the panic pill today, and I might just go ahead and do that.
I took 2 panic pills, and then a 3rd one, and that's the most I've ever taken all at once. I think once I took 2.5, but I took the 3rd because the first 2 that I took looked pretty old, and I've heard that sometimes certain type of pills can lose potency over time. So I took 2 of the older ones and 1 of the newer ones, and I'm back down on earth. I'm back to breathing and not feeling tight. And if anything, it's a bit abrupt. But they do work quicker the more you take all at once. So I'll probably take a half one before bed and have an adventurous night of trying to sleep. So I got to stop calling in so much these days. I've been calling in, not keeping up with posting these recordings as they come in. So I just spent about over an hour catching up on some of them, and just getting a little more outdoor time before the rain starts. And tomorrow sounds like a day I don't want to go out at all. I'm definitely feeling pitiful today, pitiful and dismal. The fact that there's no hot water and I couldn't get a shower doesn't help my disposition either, but you can't really blame that. I think this would have happened no matter what. Just lucky I have nobody to look beautiful for. So I'm going to go back home. So it's 5 degrees outside, but I'm getting out and around a little bit early. It's like 10:20 right now. I'm getting out and around before it becomes ridiculously cold. It's supposed to feel like below 20 below later. I didn't drink last night, and as I should be used to by now, it's just never as big a deal as I think it's going to be. I don't really drink as much as I might make it sound sometimes. And I did take 3.5 panic pills yesterday, but that's probably the most I've ever taken in one day. But originally I just took 2, but I realized that they were pretty old. Those pills were probably like 1.5 years old. So just for good measure, I took one other. And then before bedtime, I took a half. And I feel fine today, but I have about at least a week before I can drink again. If that's assuming I'm not just going to decide to quit altogether. It depends what happens with the job situation next week, if anything. So I'm back up early. I'm working on stuff. I'm trying to maintain some appearance of creating content and, trying to revive my livelihood. But there was some snafu involving this new company I'm working with, and now no ads are being served whatsoever. So there's something to think about. I had some crazy dreams, but I managed about 6.5 hours sleep. And I hadn't been doing this, but I recorded myself again last night to see if I sound any different when I'm not drinking versus when I am, because I have another radio where I program a bunch of audio of myself snoring and making all kinds of crazy hyena-like noises when I sleep. And I don't think I used to make those crazy noises because nobody had ever told me that I did. My understanding was that I snore kind of heavily right as I fall asleep, and then that's it. I snore very, very lightly for the rest of the night. These days, I'm like kicking and screaming and shouting no, and I sound like I'm being...
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
And it sounds like I'm being tortured while I sleep, and I guess maybe I am on some level. All right, I'm heading back indoors.
They made it sound like the cold was going to swallow New York, but really it's not all that bad. There's no wind to speak of. I guess that's the saving grace. I just sent off an enthusiastic application to a website that does a lot of the sort of stuff I do. They do it a lot better, of course, because they have a lot more resources. But they compile public information, and there's tons of sites like that. But I've been familiar with this one for a while, and as far as I can tell, they do it with the most respect for the people who you might be looking up, and access to a lot of stuff is paid. But I've used that site numerous times and find that I'm in the room with them as far as the discussion goes. But before that, I applied to a whole bunch of other jobs, answering phones. I'm attracted to that idea now, just the randomness of it, and what do you call it, the distance, somebody used this word to describe me once. It's not discretion, it's like, well, I can engage with the world from I think she used the words discrete distance, and that appeals to me. And of course, it's not sales or anything intrusive. You have to, if I ask any questions at all, that'll be it. I've applied a lot of, there's so many jobs that are clearly biased toward youth and the young. And this is why I've had second thoughts about the 311 job since discovering that CUNY has a program where they train students while they're still in school, and it looks like it has 100% placement rate. So, like so many things, if you're not young and willing to accept sacrifices that the elders probably wouldn't, then you're probably not even going to be acknowledged. Thing is, I might as well be in my 20s again for as much financial and personal responsibility as I have at this point, but of course it wasn't always like that. All right, later. opportunity that ended in my email. I looked into it a little more. It looks like a herd hiring thing where they bring in 40 people at once. They do everything. They say everything they can about the salary without telling you that it's commission-based. And I don't know, maybe I could be a great insurance salesman, but I don't see it. I mean, I'm a easy person to talk to, but I just don't understand other people's lives. I wouldn't want to send them in the wrong direction as far as what type of life insurance policy for their family, that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know, how can you go wrong, since obviously the person you're selling it to isn't able to come back and complain about it. But they're survivors, obviously, would. And I don't know what to make of the reviews. I mean, a lot of people who talk about hiring scams are just assholes themselves. The attractive thing about this one is that it's just a few blocks from where I live. I just walk past the building, as a matter of fact. Maybe I should just do it anyway, or at least sign up for it. They'll be there and just not show up. I don't feel like it. And then I got another follow-up email from a company that sounds like the exact same company under a different name. The job description sounds very, very similar. And I guess you should just be skeptical of any job that says some big growth potential, because that means commission-based. You do a lot of work without getting paid at all. People are putting in 60-hour weeks and not complaining about it, and I respect that. I'm not looking for 60 hours a week. So I'll take a pass. So what I've been doing, I guess I haven't articulated it in words, but I've been unpacking this life that has accumulated around me for the last, I don't know how many years. And I'm getting rid of things. I'm getting rid of books and CDs and DVDs, and I'm doing it in my way, which is to say, I'm leaving the books. At the moment, I'm leaving a stack of books on top of this payphone that I'm calling in from. I'm getting rid of a couple of books that my sister gave me for Christmas that, I hope no offense or anything, but they were about cemeteries, and I'm just not in love with cemeteries anymore. But I didn't say anything. But I found something that I wrote in 2005, 14 years ago, where I was saying almost exactly what I'm saying now, which is that I need to decumulate, get rid of things. And not just things, but I should get rid of my websites and move on, change, live a different life. And something as simple as going to that movie yesterday was a part of it. I don't go to movies. I don't do normal things that normal people do. I don't have a normal job, and I'd like one very much. So I'm keeping a lot at stake in this 311 thing, but I don't know if it's as promising as I had imagined. But I'm accumulating, and I'm getting up early. I was up at 7 today, and it's about 10 o'clock now, and I'm already out and around for Sunday now. And they tore down just a big expanse of buildings, like almost, well, not half a block, but maybe a third of a block. There's just a big pile of bricks now. Hoping to see that, I wonder what's going to go up there. Probably expensive housing. So I'm leaving 2 cemetery books, a cookbook my mother gave me, a Johnny Carson DVD set, and a few other books that I don't think I ever even opened. All right, later.
In this goal of adjusting my routine and changing my life and, doing simple things like getting up at a normal time of day, I have sort of lost, or I haven't quite grasped the scale of things, the scale of time. And one of the unfortunate things that happened last night is I ordered delivery and fell asleep before it arrived, not realizing that I'm going to sleep at like 9 now, or 9:30 maybe, which is crazy. I've been going to sleep at like, well, whenever I felt like for a long time, but getting back to normal and feeling that I just don't understand that I should be eating earlier or doing other things earlier. So I ordered delivery last night and I slept through it, and I must have been completely out because my doorbell buzzer could wake the dead. And that happened one other time, at least one other time, and it had me thinking that led me to the really ludicrous theory that I've since dismissed, that one of the delivery guys punched me in the face because he was so pissed off at me for not answering the door in time. But that was my explanation for this eye injury that I had that looks like I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life. I have a floater the size of Cuba that was causing me considerable headaches, but I've just gotten used to it and learned to live with it. But sleeping through delivery guys isn't like it used to be. Everybody gets paid, so it's not like they've really lost anything. But it's not cool to waste food like that, but whatever.
I just found an answer to a question that has been lingering in the back of my mind since the 1980s, and it involves Wag's Restaurant, WAG''S, and the place was a bit of a fascination for my high school friends and me. The question I had, and never looked up until just now, was whether or not the restaurant chain had any connection to Walgreens, and I thought it might because the lettering for the Wag's signage was similar, if not identical, to the Walgreens logo. And also just the word itself sounded like it might be some sort of contraction of the word Walgreens. So I looked it up, and sure enough, Walgreens owned the chain and had like 90-something restaurants around the country at one point. And they closed up altogether, I think, in 91. I mean, I don't really care about when they went out of business, but it's good to know that my high school instincts were correct and that there was some connection between Wags and Walgreens, or not just some connection, but a very direct connection. But that's the place where we met with my freaker friends, and I would meet up at the Wags in Brandon, and that's where we met Julie, and I was somewhat infatuated with her, and I sensed that she had a thing for me. But I learned years, I don't know, maybe not that many years later, that nobody else was really as into her as I was. But she and I made really good conversation and all that, but it never went anywhere. She already had a kid, and I thought she didn't have a man in her life, but she had a kid, and when I was in high school, that seemed kind of scary. She must have been in her 20s at the time. She was interesting, though, because we went there, and she and I talked, and then I overheard her another time I went, and maybe it was the second time. Another time I went, and she was really happy to see me, as if I had done something really important for her. And I overheard her talking to another customer about how I had stuck up for her in a fight, not a fist fight, but an argument between her and another customer, and that she described me as coming to her rescue and sticking up for her, and I had no idea what she was talking about. But she was no doubt talking about me. She was pointing at me and using my name, and she told this story to this other person, and I just sat there and tried to act proud of what she claimed I had done. I never figured that out. I never figured out what she was talking about.
We went to Wags because, we just liked the place. It was a comfort food type diner where you could sit at the table as long as you wanted. And that's what we did. We sat there for hours. And the purpose of our favorite, I don't know if we actually ate this stuff or if we just glommed onto it because it was a funny sounding name, but we really loved the baked scrod at the place. And it became a running gag among us that you just say baked scrod in a moment of exuberance. Like, instead of saying, oh my goodness, you'd say, oh, baked scrod. It just came up in all kinds of context. But whatever the case about the scrod, whether we ate it or not, I don't know, but we camped out at Wags to go over our freakery stuff that had gone on for the previous weeks or months or whatever, and we'd have sheets of phone numbers we had called and what they led to or what they didn't lead to or which one sounded interesting or which one sounded like nothing. It was pretty intense, actually, because we dialed hundreds and hundreds of toll-free numbers over those summers, and of course it eventually got us into some trouble, but that's not worth going into here. But that was why we camped out there. It was our place. There were Wags that we ended up settling on the one in Brandon for whatever reason, but there were Wags all over the place. And we'd also set up shop at the one on Dale Mabry, and I think there was one at the mall. Memories of Wags. Wonder if anybody else remembers Wags anymore. There's a word that my ex-girlfriend used once that stuck into me. The way she used it or the context. And I've been thinking of that word today, which is what reminded me of it. We were talking about sex, and I don't remember what the argument was, but apparently I said something to suggest that sex wasn't that big a deal, or that it's just something people do when they're in a relationship. It's not something you do with just anybody, but it's just what it is. And she responded to this saying that sex was special, and she said it in such a way that it sounded like she thought it was a sacrament or something almost holy. And it took me a while to return to this thought. It was maybe months later, years even. But I guess you could say the tables were turned in a way, because that's not quite the appropriate expression, but I was put in the same position as the first woman I ever slept with in New York, to whom I lost my virginity, by the way. Not that that matters. But I made a very similar comment that sex was special. Sex was not something everybody gets, right? And she was quite a bit older than me, and she reacted in a very negative, exposed way. And it turned out that while she'd never been outright raped, she'd been somewhat molested, and she was sexually messed up on account of it. And she thought I sounded like a naive child, and I guess she was right. Because when you compare the stations in life that she and I were at with the stations of life that my most recent ex-girlfriend and I were at, the roles were reversed. And she sounded like I did way back then. But she used a lot of words in ways that have stuck into me and not come unstuck. She talked about our life together in a way, and she was not prone to elegiac.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
Turns of phrase, but she could come up with something that really showed who she was once in a while, maybe without her knowing that she had just shown herself for who she really was.
I'm hung up on the word special because I'm on another purging binge, and I'm getting rid of piles and piles of mostly paper, stuff I haven't looked at in years, stuff I didn't even realize was still in there. And I'm throwing out some other stuff too, but it's just got me thinking that whatever made me think that any of this stuff was special, that it was worth keeping. It's my old piano music magazines. It's old magazines that I used to work on at Time Inc. And I say those because my name was on the masthead, but who the hell cares, right? I just don't think there's anything special in my life anymore, and I want to get rid of everything. I be another person or go a different direction. But there's nothing special, and it's taken me a while to come down to a point where I just don't think, I have to stop thinking so highly of myself. I have to stop thinking I'm interesting or unique. And perhaps the long-range plan of doing this is to discover that I really am interesting and unique, but I don't think that's going to happen. That's not how I'm feeling about it right now. But my ex-girlfriend, she did have a deadpan way with words sometimes. And a friend of mine from high school was the only person from back home who ever met her in person, made the comment that only he could make, which was that she reminded him of my mother for her deadpan way of saying things. I never thought of that, but she really did have that unique ability to say exactly the wrong thing. My mother was gifted with that, and so was my aunt. I mean, so am I at times, but it's another reminder for me of just how irreconcilable our differences were, and how I've never changed my mind about ending it, and how that was the best for both of us. But I think about her still. She surfaces in my mind, and I don't think I surface in hers anymore. But one of the big things I purged today was something that I say pretty much every day, multiple times, because it's in the kitchen. It's my father's estate plan documents, like 800 pages. It wasn't that much, but it was a big binder filled with papers and documents and pages and stuff. Yeah. I still have it. I decided to hold on to a few things like the death certificates. Don't ask me why. But I got rid of a bulk of it, which is mostly useless anyway. There were like maybe 5 or 6 relevant sentences in all those pages. And I'm also getting rid of just anything bad vibe, anything bad energy. And I felt today that if I open a drawer that is filled to the brim with stuff, it doesn't matter what it is. If I open a drawer that's all the way filled with something, I kind of scream inside. My head screams. The same is true of bookcases that are stuffed to the capacity of open a closet and it's stuffed all the way up to the ceiling, and something screams inside of you. So when I cleared the shelf a little and had me breathe into some like intellectual, mental breathing room, it felt good. And maybe the sort of clever bothers me more than I realized. Or maybe I'm just in a mood, you know. I left a couple of poetry books on these 2 payphones yesterday, and they're still here. It's funny to see them here. It's great to see Kenneth Koch. How do you pronounce his name anyway? Kenneth Koch? I heard somebody say Coke. It's spelled K-O-C-H. Can't believe I just called him Koch, but I guess he probably gets that a lot. Anyway, seeing his face on top of this payphone makes it whatever I pay for these books. I got my money's worth.
Trying something today that I've never done before. I sold a whole bunch of junk on eBay and shipped it out, but today I'm trying to get rid of something by giving it away on Craigslist. And it's this old telescope that from the 1970s that my mother gave me, or I don't know, she seemed to think it was a valuable and unique item, but it's really nothing. The most I've seen it go for on eBay is $50, and there's no way I'm going to ship a 32-pound thing like that. But I don't even remember how it got here, if she had it shipped to me or I drove it back up. But whatever, I think it was the latter. But whatever the case, for most of the time that I've had it here, it was in my old storage locker, which I cleared out a couple of years ago, and since then it's just been sitting in my bedroom doing nothing. I don't even know if it works. But anyway, I did all the precautions. I set up a burner email address and used the Craigslist relay mail thing, and as I expected, I got pretty immediate responses, 3 of them actually, after which I deleted the listing. And this kid who's coming out now from Columbia sounds genuine. He says he's going to use it in teaching at his church, and I don't know what that means exactly, but I just hope it's not a church of peeping toms. But he's like been in contact throughout the afternoon. I'm only getting a little irritated, not at him or anything, just the situation, because he said he'd be here at 6, and it's coming up on 6, and he texted to say there's a lot of traffic from wherever he's coming from, and it'll be 6:40, which probably means it'll be after 7, and yada, yada, yada. But like I say, he seems like a genuine kid, and I'm going to tell him this is my first ever Craigslist encounter, and maybe I'll give him my business card or something and tell him to check out my website just to maybe get some compensation for this, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's not like I'm grossly inconvenienced. It's just I want to get it done, and I feel like I did something nice today by just giving this thing away. I mean, I didn't want to charge anything for it because if I was 100% sure it worked, if I was 100% sure all the parts were in there, if I was...
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
But I'm not, so I just said the hell with it, and the risk is his as far as it working or not working. It's about 7:45 in the morning. This is almost certainly the earliest I've ever called into this thing. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. I've called in at all hours. Whatever the case, I'm up early today. This is my final warm-up, I guess, for getting to the 311 test center at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And I should be fine, but we'll see, right? I did some reading on 311. I sort of incidentally discovered that there are 2 tiers of call centers. There's the one that I'm applying for, which I think is located on Greenwich Street in Manhattan. Or I could be wrong, I don't really care where it's located, but then there's another one that's located in Sunset Park, and that looks like that's a contractor company that hires at reduced wages. But there was a story in the Post like 5 or 6 years ago that said that the 311 operators at that place, which is operated by Telking, Telking, they contacted the Post to complain about the work conditions there, saying that it's like a sweatshop and that everybody's forced to wear long sleeve shirts even when there's no air conditioning in the summertime, and there are cockroaches all over the place and other type of complaints. But then they said that compared to the other tier of 311 operators, the other tier of the call center, that place is like paradise. So I don't really care. It was interesting. I don't know if anything would have improved in the 5 or 6 years since that story ran. But I don't, at this point, I want the job more than I need it. But that's not to say I don't need it, because I do definitely need it. But I know what work is, and unpleasant conditions are just, it happens, you do your job, you go home. And that's going to be my philosophy about all this if it comes to a point where I need to articulate a philosophy. So I hurled out a bunch of other applications yesterday, but I don't expect anybody to care. And all that. So it feels good to be up early.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
To see the sun coming up, or to see the sun early in the morning, and to just be walking with people, walking with everybody, walking with the ranks of society that I want to rejoin.
I had said before that this was the earliest I've ever called in, but then I corrected myself and remembered that one time I called in like 7 a.m. or just stupid early, and this was supposed to be the one day in our relationship that I would have 100% to myself, and we weren't going to communicate, we weren't going to contact each other at all. This was just the one day that I needed to sort myself out, and I walked from here to Forest Hills, and most of the way back, and the only reason I gave up was because my feet were bleeding from walking so much, and it looked like what do they call it, the salafet or something like that, not to compare I wasn't on a holy mission, but it looked like I'd been crucified. And I can't remember what the word is for that, but for the marks that are in your hands that would have been left on the marks, the gashes that would have been left on your hands and feet. And so I had to, that's the day I discovered I'll never know. But it was just epic walk, and all I could think about was, why am I in this relationship? What am I doing in this? What are we doing in this? Am I wasting her time? Or is she wasting my time? That,